hours of Silverstone as we just passed the halfway point in today's action. Currently in what's been an interesting one to say the very least. WSR Esports ButtKicker currently dominating the way. The battle is on for second on track in the GT3s. We mentioned Altitude Esports had been in third prior to the break. Well, they just made the move on BRT, a round sign over for now. To be able to make its way up into second goes Ethan Rich, and looking to try and run away. As things get interesting here, keep in mind there is a difference on their pit strategies by about 9 laps plus already, Derek.
Yeah, and this is really a return to second place here. We're going to watch a replay of this pass here, I believe, with BRT. They're running a special livery for this race, by the way. It's kind of hard to see at night, so maybe as we tune in throughout the night, when the sun comes up, you'll see it. But there's that beautiful pass on the outside. Nope. I thought that was going to be it right there. I guess not. Maybe it's on this corner here with the inside run. A little bit of contact there. While everybody stays together. And they're going to complete it here on the replay. This is what you see in the top left is the replay. Bottom right is live. And there you go. There it's finally the pass completed. Now, this is going to say this is a return to second place for Altitude Esports. They were up there earlier in the day, really running back and forth with WSR. But as WSR has really perfected that pit strategy, you know, it's really changed some of the running order and the gaps and whatnot. But yeah, great job here getting that past a little bit of contact, nothing protestable in my opinion. So all is good on that front.
Reference, that is the reference to Basic Ollie. And that's the reference, of course, to content creator Basic Ollie. He's getting a lot of popularity as of late. Let's take a look at one of the air battles going on. This is about 16th on the racetrack. Luco Latour with Marco Silver making a battle with Project 88 team. That zips them up to the 15th position for the time being. And when it comes to being in a situation this dark, keep in mind, being able to not just hit your marks as a driver, but also communication with your fellow teammates and potentially your spotter and or your team strategist is going to be very critical here. There's already been lots of discussion over the past couple hours, especially amongst those in the field, with Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel seeing a fair amount of slow-ups here.
Yeah, communication is very important, and you know, also the spotting is very difficult here at night. Obviously, when you're spotting from up above, you know, if you don't have someone following your car or someone ahead of your car, the number of headlights is only 2, and it's hard to spot here from any kind of chopper or blimp just because of the darkness. So that really relies on watching the relatives, whether you're doing it through iRacing or through a third-party program, you know, and paying attention to what's going on around you, because the visuals themselves are not the most helpful. We're still another, Justin, I think 5 or so hours from the sun coming up. I think this whole stint you and I are doing together is going to be in the darkness.
Pitch black darkness, in fact, here. We are in the early September skybox for those who have just tuned in to today's coverage. But in turn, expecting to be pitch dark all the way until about 5 or 6 a.m. in Sim, until the final 5 or 6 hours or so in this one. And keep in mind, expecting a lot of traffic overlay, and drivers in turn having to navigate with said traffic, already to talk about said traffic, as much as 1, 2, maybe a couple seconds, depending on where some of the drivers are reaching these competitors, on how big some of the holdups are. In turn, though, it's been, for the most part, fairly calm. Only, really, if you look at it, maybe 1 DNF, if not 2 at most in the field.
Yeah, only 1 or 2. And, of course, that has something to do with the 4 fast repairs that is being given out for this race. There's a few teams who we do believe are probably already at their limit of 4. So the next contact they have, the next damage they have, they may have to live with. But right now, it's just SOP Esports Racing. I think they're the only DNF. Oh, sorry. Also, Imperial Motorsport, the 997, has also disconnected. But those 4 fast repairs,
yeah,
will totally help.
We'll be taking a quick step aside when we come back. We'll get a quick tech issue sorted to watch.
Team Red Light, no, that doesn't say that. So yeah, that's a very small, subtle difference in those team names, but like a lot of people will make that mistake. I know I made it last night.
And that's part of the fun, though. Sometimes you get to take some fun approaches to the team names. Sometimes your organization gets to showcase what they can do on a big stage like this race here today. We've seen that come into play in turn.
Yeah, even though this is not, one of the quote-unquote special events in iRacing, listen, it's a 24-hour race. It's one that happens annually. It's broadcasted. It's got some high, rated, high-skilled drivers in it. So why not take a chance here and show off and have some fun, make your team name known? Winning an event like this or performing well in an event like this can mean just as much to a team trying to get, popularity or name value as winning something. So you're right. Why not take advantage of a race like this and get known somehow?
In turn, of note, Project 88 we've kept an eye on throughout this discussion. Still currently holding on to a cushion, DCW, chicken and egg. So as we take a look at some of the error groupings around the racetrack here, it leads to the honest question. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? And better yet, if your teammates, do you elect to keep that conversation going based on your finishing position? How do you even decide that?
Well, right now, and for us in the commentary booth all day, it's been based on finishing position. And I'm pretty sure for most, if not all the day, it has been chicken coming before the egg. Right now, the closest I think they've been all day, one spot apart, although there is a lap between them. But yeah, all day long, the chicken has come before the egg. So I believe we have answered that age-old question.
Question is, how long does that age-old question stick, or do we see that change up? Again, the 18th and 19th place cars on the circuit for reference. DCW Racing amongst those that have had experiences in VCO Affinity. Also actually picked up the win in the 12 Hours of Bathurst back in 2022. And also has some good experience in the Porsche Cup cars. UKSR as a top 3 finisher as an organization. It's Stuart Bickley behind the wheel of that car. Do have about a lap cushion for the time being. Let's take a look at one of the air battles going on around the circuit, though, in the midst of all the traffic. Some dynamics. Fury Simsport. They're keeping things a bit close in the midst of all this traffic. They are on different laps for the time being. But for Fury Simsport, they've been able to pick up 4 spots as the race has progressed, and in turn, they've had a lot of different drivers. In this case, Dan Blake is now the driver.
Yeah, this is one of those teams we talked about with different drivers. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in their team according to iRacing. They have Dan Blake, Matthias Timmy, Matthew Luke, Cade Middleton, David Vey, and Stuart Reynolds. And a lot, maybe a little bit of diversity in their regions as well. Some UK, a New York, a Florida. So the time zones should help them with the sleep schedule, I would think.
I know that's a conversation that's actually come up amongst a lot of the drivers that we talked about when we crossed over in terms of the rest, in terms of sleep. But adrenaline's one of the main processes and main discussion points that's come up as a factor of why not stay up the 24 hours? Because for some, you do have that excitement factor, especially when it comes to a race like this. Now, that being said, it can be very difficult to drive all 24 hours. But it still doesn't mean it's easy to fall asleep once you get out of the car and try and rest for 4 to 6 hours.
It depends on who you are, right? And how well your race is going. I think are factors that come into that conversation right now. If you're either the leader, so if you're WSR or if you are Olympus, the adrenaline's starting to get really high. Now, I know we have 12 hours left, or a little less than 12 hours at this point, but it's starting to feel real, that this is a possibility to win a 24-hour race, which is still a very prestigious and, one-of-a-kind thing you get to do in iRacing. So maybe the adrenaline is high, but it's hard to stay up all 24. I have not managed that accomplishment yet. I usually have to sleep at some point throughout the day.
Still keep an eye on some of the other choo-choo trains starting to form up around the racetrack. Amongst those is the 142 you see centered up on screen. For reference, that is still the Fury Simsport car, working its way around the traffic. And the interesting thing is you mentioned the different international flair. That is a talking point that was brought about by Motorsport UK for this race because of that feel. because they have Blake, a former driver of the Hyundai Coupe Cup race series. He won in that series. You also have a Nippon Challenge Class champion amongst that in turn with his speed in the race car, as well as some wins in the British motorsport scene. You also throw in David Vagn and Stuart Reynolds. It's their first ever 24-hour race with the organization. You mentioned Middleton, amongst those who's gained 2,000 I-rating for the organization in the past year alone. They're also talking about bringing in a lot of those long-serving drivers like Tim, where you have that veteran presence that's so critical to rely upon, and in turn, to be able to try and back up a lot of the speed from years and years and years of endurance racing experience for the group as a whole.
Yeah, that plethora of talent and experience is very important to have both your veterans and to have new blood come into a team. I often believe that new blood into a team and recruiting drivers, although a lot of teams want to say smaller, that new presence on a team really just kind of drives a little bit of a new passion, new energy, a little bit of excitement amongst their veteran drivers, and really that new talent is important to keep things going. This is going to be Adam State here, by the way. This is our leader. They are down pit road now. As you said, Adam doing double duty today. Already did Ivra Club Sports and now here. And I'm wondering if this will be a driver change. It doesn't look like it. So he's going to do yet another stint in this car.
It's been a while for him. He's been in the car for at least 30-plus laps for him today. Alexander Davidson ran laps. Eric Grove. You also had Alex Simonek for a long while. Of course, Daniel Ferguson. So just continuing the service. As of note, that penalty we talked about, or that filing should say, with Old Turtles, well, it's a stop-and-go penalty for the 73 car for causing a collision. So Old Turtles Motorsport has to come in for a penalty. Also of note, that Fury Simsport car we were following along with before State's pit stop, they just filed a protest involving one of the spins earlier on with Team Reddick's Academy, with what we've seen on screen right before the crossover. Apparently, there was rear suspension damage that was dealt with by Fury Simsport and had to serve a drive-through penalty for incident points because of said contact. So we'll see what the review is, or the result of said review is. That's from contact on 349. That was seen previously with Ewan O'Leary and Renzo Bonder right before we got the crossover, Derek.
Yeah, and that's important to mention too. On top of the live stewards in this race, there also is the rules in sim. It's 100 incident points is your first penalty, your first trip down pit road, and then every 25 thereafter. So there's really kind of a double system going on here to try to help police the activities of the race, and that's unfortunate for them that incident caused their 100th points. So we'll wait and see what the stewards decide there. And we'll see Adam back off pit road here, by the way, and driving well. You know, Justin, with how this team is fuel saving, this team being WSR, and the 34-lap stints in a 5-man team, it's possible most of these guys, or if not all of them, only touch this car for 2 stints. I mean, two different times in the car.
It's an interesting time for them. I'll just say, when it comes to that, of course, WSR Esports starting things off essentially within the past week. Adam State amongst those coming over from one of the teams in your competition you referred to. In turn, he has experience as a team principal and adds that experience to a grouping with adding Shield, Daniel Ferguson, Ross McFarland, Daniel Kraft, all sharing that said lead role now for the organization in its first few weeks and first few major events here. It's not a surprise to see the speed, though, showcased from the get-go for them after all. When you talk about some of the other drivers, like Davidson, like Leif Sebastian, like Harley Houghton, like Ian Gagnon-Renault, like Simonek, they've got a lot of talent in that organization that's showcased at the league scene, especially, or in the league scene. They can run up front and run away.
Yeah, that's important to do sometimes, to get up and away from all this. And especially at night, when you can find yourself a rhythm and you can run away from the traffic and kind of just turn laps at this cooler track temp, that's so important and so empowering for a team here. We're watching the Sim Racing Collective here, currently P11 and that 199 car, just trying to get a little bit of draft here to get a run. And I'm not sure they're even within that 1 second. They are within the 1 second. So they're probably pulling a little bit of draft here, but doing a great job of those. You see that purple lights there on the outside of the car. You know, Justin, I'm one of the guys that wishes those were customizable in iRacing.
Well, technically, one of the strips is that case, not both of them. You see the blue one on the right side, that's not the customizable one, it's more so the one to the left. We've seen that. Been a major talking point. In turn, though, this event, as the Sim Racing Collective just about has a technical blip there, is amongst those that have experience on other sims. It's worth noting, you also throw in SOP Motorsport, also known as the Symphony of Pistons. A lot of drivers making some crossover to be a part of this event because of their experience at this level, but also their connections to Motorsport UK and liking to support Britcar especially.
Yeah, this is a pretty awesome event. Of course, you know, it's run for multiple years, both in iRacing and there's some real life components to it as well. So a lot of these guys have connections, as you said, to Motorsport UK and, you know, love being involved in this event. We're riding on here with the Sim Racing Collective. So this is a unique shot. This would be over the, I guess, with the left shoulder of the driver at a weird angle. I don't know how you describe that camera shot. It's the best I can do for it. If you're looking in the driver's side door, I guess, right, Justin?
Yes, indeed. Josh Millington amongst those in the car currently for the 199. This is also a regular driver and team combination essentially for the Porsche Races GB Esports Sprint Challenge that was seen back all the way in the later parts of the fall. This is amongst those for position with RD SimSport, and RD SimSport is also amongst those we've seen do really well in the past year especially. They've shown a lot of growth as a group. They have Daniel Martin trying to hold things out for the time being in front of them.
Yeah, and that's why this event is important. On top of it having the name value and the history behind it, it gives some of these teams a chance during what we call the endurance off-season to still get out here and get experience. I mean, we're sort of in that dead zone / holiday period where there's no iRacing special events. So now we get to do events like a Britcar and keep these drivers active and get some new drivers acclimated. That's why I love events like this, because it really helps you get ready in your own little way for Daytona. Man, a little tight squeeze there around Olympus.
That's the reference to what we were talking about earlier. Amidst the traffic from the GT4s, but Olympus Esports tied in. And hold on for the time being despite the major send. Drivers are estimated about a 1 second loss from that sequence. Looking back to a bit of the discussion, interestingly enough, we have Will Vincent, who is manning the YouTube channel for RaceSpotTV, amongst those in the comment section today. He's already trying to lead the command and lead the conversation for Hugo Weiss to try and win a Simi Lifetime Achievement Award. However, as pit stop underway for Daniel Martin sees the 199 zip on by, he did mention a good point involving the car we were following along earlier when it came to Dan Blake. He's also a former RaceSpot commentator from 10 years ago. Long time.
A long time ago, right? And it also makes it very cool to think that RaceSpot's been around 10 years. And, you know, trying to think of my first exposure to RaceSpot before I became part of the team. And, you know, that also makes it very cool to say that, I'm part of the team, knowing there's a history there with lots of drivers and lots of commentators and experience beyond belief. And, you know, sometimes we all pull out the memes and the silly quotes, but it's cool to know that, you know, you can be part of something that has as much prestige and value as RaceSpot. It's an awesome moment. But yeah, Dan Blake a long time ago was a commentator, and that when you get a driver who comes in and commentates or provides color, it's so much value because they can tell you so much more about what that experience is like out there. You know, especially if you can get one like, you know, you do the America's broadcast for IMSA, you get some drivers who will come up to the booth and do the commentary right after a stint. It's so valuable to get that data and pick their brain and see what they can provide you.
And that experience in turn pays dividends for being able to teach the up-and-coming generations about racing especially. And we've seen that a lot when it comes to those who watch along with the broadcast and in turn take the notes. By the way, take note of a penalty because TeamRedX.com Academy, the 701 car we just talked about, congratulations to them. They have a drive-through penalty That's now been issued by Race Control, so they will have to serve said penalty. There's a look at that said car.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see, right? A 30-second stop and go down pit road. And at this point, you know, with it being about 11 hours, 25 minutes left on the clock, they're not even close enough really to where you could bundle it with a scheduled pit stop. You're going to have to come down kind of off cycle. And probably you might as well just, you know, take your 30-second stop and hold, then put the gas in there and, you know, whatever, and create a new pit cycle for yourself. There's no, in my opinion, there's no point in serving this penalty now and then coming back down 20-ish minutes later, you know, to do a pit stop again.
It's a drive-through penalty, should say, not a 30-second stop and hold.
Then
but
cancel everything I said.
Well, either way, though, it is relevant because for Team RedX.com Academy, it's been, how do I put this, a pretty tough year in top flight competition. They are part of the BMW Sim Cup this year. Also have several iRacing special events they've listed drivers in. They also have support from rear-wheel drivers amongst their camp. And the team's been around for, give or take, about 2 years or so. But this year, they've just had a lot of bad luck staying out of trouble. The Team RedX cars.
And that's the hardest thing that happens to a team or a driver is you go through some races where it just feels like no matter what you do, whether you race up front alone, whether you try to sit in the back and wait, whether you have the perfect strategy or the fastest lap or any other, you know, thing you can think of, that you somehow you find damage. You know, it's so demoralizing and frustrating and makes you scratch your head and be angry. You have to understand it's just bad luck, and you know, luck hits everyone in different ways, and eventually it will fix itself. So, you know, a drive-through here tonight doesn't help that luck by any means. It's unfortunate for them.
In turn, drivers have already had noted if you take any service during a said penalty, you get 25 seconds as an automated penalty. So remember, you can't necessarily take the service with the said penalty. Race Control will not allow that, let alone the iRacing sim, where we've seen drivers get double penalties, essentially, because remember, you end up taking said service. iRacing, if you have a drive-through penalty, and you pit during said drive-through penalty, one of the main things they've done, especially on the oval side, notice as of late with the Race Control commands is, guess what? That doesn't clear your drive-through by coming into the pit box.
Yeah, that's not what a drive-through is. A drive-through literally says drive-through, so you're right, you can't fix that or do any kind of pit stop or anything with that penalty, or it doesn't count. So it can be frustrating, especially since you only have a certain number of laps to serve that penalty. So you have to pay attention to what the rules say. There's a lot of drivers who you and I both see who get really caught out because they don't read or don't know the rules. And the truth is, not knowing the rules is not an excuse for breaking them.
And that's why the rule books exist. Read them before you sign up. Read them before you get in the car. Make sure you memorize the exact notes you need to remember, because that's exactly what Race Control is following along with, those said rules and those types of decisions in the long term. So keep that in mind for some of these drivers throughout the day today and throughout the night, should say. Still keeping an eye on how things play out among some of these battle packs. Open Sports Triton, we already seen them take pit service, and oh my, who was that? That was PRC by Dapper Customs in the middle of the racetrack with no lights.
That is scary to see. We've already seen one big incident today with Dapper already, where they kind of got lifted off the ground by hitting a wall, and there they were again, seemingly in the way. I'm not sure what happened to them, if we can find issue, but yeah, the Dapper Customs Pineapple car. Ooh, yeah, that no lights thing, that's the scariest part.
That's a terrible spot, and it did cause some contact for the Olympus Esports Titan car, and hard contact for the Aztec Racing GT3. Their 390 significantly damaged. Just, I don't know what to say, because take a look. Remember, when your side lights like this, no one can see them. Nobody until the headlights around the corner. So why back up into the racing line?
almost a second one if that wasn't the second contact. That looked quite dangerous. I mean, listen, in the driver mentality in the headset, I understand why you think that's the right thing to do. I understand the point that it's not the right thing to do. You think you're getting out of the way, and you're so scared of getting hit that you want to get off the racing line. Unfortunately, you have to be aware of your relative and what's around you before you make a decision like that. But I mean, I'm sure he thought he was doing the right thing in that moment by backing the car off the track and kind of gathering it, but it just didn't work here. That's unfortunate. That's the second incident I've seen Dapper involved in. The first one, not their fault. This one is he just lost the car. And listen, the whole argument of holding still versus not holding still, you could make a case both ways because you could be just as scared someone's going to T-bone you on the track. But yeah, that was a scary moment.
Ram Ranch Racing amongst those trying to get by them, by the way. So the PRC by Dapper Customs machine doesn't have mandatory damage repair, but the Aztec Racing machine for Jake Pitt does. And they'll have to use a fast repair as a result of that massive contact here. Fair bit of traffic now for the 23rd place car. Ram Ranch currently trying to keep up with Aspire Racing Team for position. That's Luke Adams at the head of their pack. That's why we're looking towards this way.
Yeah, Ram Ranch has had a very interesting day as well. Multiple incidents, a couple of protests, and things going on there. But you said they are racing here with the Aspire Racing Team, so they're trying to get that spot there to put them up into 22nd overall. All right, well, if I can focus back for a second, Jesse, if you don't mind, I have an update for you on DCW Racing. That'd be the number 20 car and the number 42. We can go to either one. So I did reach out to the team privately here while we were talking and found out the chicken and the egg thing comes from two reasons. One, they knew they needed to name their teams differently. They know some teams do it by colors or numbers or, you know, symbols, minerals, whatever. They chose chicken and egg. And internally, they thought the same thing we did. It'd be a fun way to answer the question. So even they're trying to find out which comes first, the chicken or the egg.
So you're telling me they named that as their team?
Yeah.
And they don't know that exact answer themselves?
Well, in about 11 hours and 17 minutes, they're going to know the answer.
Well then, that's an interesting way to decide that theory, isn't it? As there goes the 10th place car for the Sim Racing Collective. Millington able to zip on by near contact. Luke Adams holding on for the time being. The Aspire Racing Team trying to hold on. Lots of sim racing experience amongst their collective, mind you. Their team with league running organization experience, and now they look to experience a side-by-side battle. They hold on to the inside line for the time being. They work their way through Stowe, up to Vale. Ram Ranch Racing couldn't make it work on the long way. Now Luke Adams is trying to make things go very defensive. But it's Jack Jeffries who gets the preferred line. Coming up towards Club and up to the Hamilton Straight.
Well, I'll tell you what, they almost experienced a 3 wide. That's what I thought was coming from that camera shot we had a moment ago. And the last time we saw a 3 wide today, I remember last time I saw one today, it didn't end as well as anyone wanted it to. But yeah, they got it all worked out here and up through Farm Curve and out of Village. And then, in my opinion, the hardest corner of the track here, the loop will be coming up here. That is turn 4. And this is going to be this next corner, this big left-hander that feels like it goes on forever.
And in turn, this has been also one of the trickier spots throughout the night today in terms of racing traffic because the amount of time you could potentially lose on the circuit. For the most part, though, drivers have been fairly cordial up in this section up until you reach about Brooklands and Luffield. That's where it becomes tricky, though, because there was a lot of marble buildup just out of the reach of the headlights. You need to stay along that right side of the racetrack just to be able to maximize that corner along the curb.
Just a note we're getting from RaceSpot chat and our own RaceSpot staff says if we were using realistic weather models at this track right now, they would have to have a snow model. Justin, now we've not heard about snow from iRacing yet. Of course, rain is quote-unquote imminent, but apparently it is snowing near Silverstone right now in real life, so that would provide for a much different race if we had snow on the track right now.
There has been a delay, it's worth noting, in terms of that until the next cycle for the weather. At least that was confirmed amongst those on the forums through iRacing a few days ago. Just trying to make sure the weather is right. And it's a decent opportunity to mention that because that's going to change the game, to say the very least. No pun intended there, because you're talking about having to strategize not just for the rain, but in terms of having to be able to read a weather radar, being able to be a good meteorologist. After all, some of the top sim racers are weather enthusiasts on the platform. And now they're probably the ones going to succeed, very much so in a few months' time.
Yeah, you would think so, right? We have seen some different ideas from iRacing about what that may include. Maybe some graphics that can give us a rough forecast, or that we'll be able to ask our crew chiefs in the single car scenario. But we'll have to wait and see what exactly that looks like. You're right, though. They have said now that the earliest target date is March for the rain, and they've said it's going to roll out car by car, series by series. One of the first big ones they named was the Ferrari GT3 Fixed Series would get the rain. Those are the 20-minute races that happen every hour or every other hour. I can't recall right at the moment here, but so they're going to roll this out correctly, very slowly, make sure it works. Now, of course, with the update coming Tuesday, we know there's a new Audi coming, and I suspect that this race right here was happening, you know, later, or maybe even for Daytona 24, Justin. You know, typically the community sort of, you know, rushes to the new content, the new shiny thing. So we'll probably see a lot of Audi GT3s in the Daytona 24 this year.
And that's going to be very fun, to say the least. It's worth noting, too, remember when we were calling the Nürburgring a few years ago, that in real life at the time had literal snowstorms, and live cameras throughout the night where crew members were using snow plows to clear the racetrack. So if we actually did have snow on the racetrack right now, we might have to have snow cautions.
Yeah, it's very possible, right? The only time I can think of snow now, of course, as you know, my roots are more in the oval side than the road side. I'm still getting acclimated to my road history. I can think of one NASCAR race in 2001 where snow was in the forecast. That would have been the last race of 2001 at New Hampshire, the one that was race that was delayed until November. But being an oval guy, I'm not used to seeing snow on a racetrack.
Well, it is something that does happen, though, because weather. It's just that we don't race in the snow, usually.
Right.
Now, we're taking a look back to RD Simsport, by the way. Still trying to battle with Dan Blake with Fury Simsport. And there's a lot of weaving in the next pack as well amongst those not for position 2. So lots of different things happening here. So we're about 12 minutes away from the top of the hour.
Watching RD Simsport and Blake Townsend here in P13. That's the car right there. You see the RD barely lighting up here with the headlights behind him, that black and pink car. Now, Justin, I had this question earlier for Nolan. I'll ask you. If you were going to do a 24-hour race with a team, would you rather have a brighter car purely because the belief that maybe it lights up better against headlights? Or do you just kind of just pick, yeah, whatever, the paint doesn't matter?
That's actually a good question, because this is actually a good time for story time. When they originally had day-night transition, on the oval side especially, some of the tracks had the lights updated. There was one track they forgot to put the lights on when they first did the day-night cycle, Atlanta Motor Speedway. A bunch of people did a open that started off in late evening as the start time. That's when everybody found out they forgot to turn the lights on the racetrack. So the only thing that kept some people from crashing were the bright cars in front of them, because as you know, stock cars don't have headlights. Functional ones, at least. So to answer your question, there's a benefit to both, to say the least.
All right, yeah, I've seen a different story of this, sort of where someone tried to set up a race at the older Daytona. Of course, in iRacing, we have two Daytonas. There's the one we use commonly, and there's the old 2008 layout. Well, the 2008 layout does not have lights. I have seen someone try to host a night race at Daytona with no lights.
Oh, hold on. Oh, That's John Roberts trying to find a way to get out of the way. Problem is, there's a car there. Dan Blake loses a spot because of that traffic. They're not going to be too happy with Boosted Motorsport Farage, and there's the lights. Now TSR looking to get by. That's not for position in this group, but they do have a United Sim team in their battle.
Yeah, what a hairy moment that was right there. Almost nearly contact a couple of different times happening there, and everyone sort of got out of it okay. But yeah, you saw the headlights there. That's sort of the sim racers, or even the real life racers, way of doing the hand gesture they want to do to show their displeasure with what just happened. And hey, sometimes when you're sim racing, even though no one can see you, you still do a hand gesture here or there. You know, it makes you feel better, I think.
Well, people can't see the hand gesture, so that only finishes up half of that.
That's true. That is
Give it a
true.
few
Yeah,
moments,
that's what
and
the
then
blinking of the headlights is for.
Yes, there's no way to do the animation for the body hand signals. Now, the thing's going to be, though, Fury Simsport has had the pace to be able to keep up in the midst of this battle, though. They've closed up almost all the time they've lost already. And there's the move to the inside for Fury. And keep in mind, as of late, too, they made a branding change compared to the past. It's going from the standard Fury font to a more 2023 font.
Yep, sometimes rebrandings are important for a team. It can really change that identity, can you know, get people excited again, and really helps make sure that you stay relevant and current. People recognize you again. Oh, hey, that's new, and people talk about you. And getting people to talk about you sometimes is the most important part, of what we do here in sim racing. It feels like getting your name out there can be difficult. So those small little things can help keep you relevant.
This one's one of the closest battles on the racetrack. At this point, coming up to 11 hours to go in today's action for the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Things continue to settle out. The lead for GT4, for reference, still is about a minute and 23 seconds with the SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta car up there. Let's take a look how things are faring out meanwhile with Sophia Ritpath. See her right now. And for Olympus, it's been a busy time. For Olympus, this is one of the best races as an organization, you can argue, so far this year.
Yeah, Olympus is one of those teams we talk about a lot because they are very active across the service. They're part of IVRA, which also is aired here on RaceSpotTV, so you can see them across different IVRA races. And that livery, I got to give them credit, Justin. That livery is just recognizable. Whenever I see that, I know that's Olympus. There's no question about it. Yeah, they might have multiple cars, and that becomes a new puzzle to figure out. But that whole back of that car, that blue and purple with the black stripes, that's Olympus.
And in turn, they've had a lot of talent rise up to more prominence this year. Take, for example, Thomas Coe. He was the driver for the team as far back as in the Major Series a couple years ago. Got his first Major Series victory that put him on the radar, at least, in a stock car. And a recreation of the Daytona 500. And now, earlier today, he was talked about as one of their top prospects and top team drivers now, with how he's developed in the past 2 to 3 years on the roadside.
And what an honor that is, by the way, when people are willing to talk about you as a top prospect across any kind of race series or race car or team. That just feels so great to have that said about you in that moment. And now the challenge for Olympus, really in a way, is making sure their top prospect stays, because there's a lot of teams when they hear that they go, oh, maybe there's some poking and some prodding, but hopefully he's with that Olympus team for a long time.
It's already been a fair few amount of years as Ritpath has a checkup from behind. Prismatic Motorsports goes out to the inside. That's one of the GT3 cars getting a little bit close, saying thank you very much for the checkup. But getting back to Ritpath as a whole, though, as a driver, keep in mind, Sophia Ritpath was a part of the Olympus efforts in the World GT Challenge that helped get them an AM Team Championship over Fat Adam Racing just about a month ago.
Yeah, what a great moment that was for the team and a great accomplishment. And another thing you can mark off your resume for the 2023 year. Sometimes I know, of course, iRacing, some teams, of course, will start 2024 a little early. When the iRacing update happens, they'll call that sort of their quote-unquote fiscal year. But regardless, that's a great moment to win any kind of league championship or races or special events. I think it's important for every team to do that, by the way, to keep a list and remind yourself of the successes you had throughout the year, whether it be podiums, whether it be special event wins, whether it be, cool accomplishments. It can really help a team, remember their purpose and their identity to have a list like that. I think sometimes the year goes by so fast, whether it be because of, just how many races we do, different leagues we're in. It can be hard to remember all that you do in a year.
Speed for them seems very limitless in terms of being able to find that potential throughout the year. Of note, there being 4 cars within 3 laps of the leader, by the way, the GT4. We mentioned SP Esports, they're currently second, but AI Race Summaries, we've talked about a couple of times amongst their drivers so far. That's 16 cars still amongst the top 3. It's been an interesting time for them. They just had a bit of a swap, though, because of some of the pit strategy, believe, in fact. That's why you see some of the changes amongst those on the board. But still, you talk about the differences time to time. You should take a look over there, in fact. On the ticker, you'll see the DCW Racing branding more so. But in terms of the in-sim team, they do have the race strategies. The 21 is now the one you see on screen meanwhile. That's Ram Ranch Racing. We go back towards their grouping.
Yeah, Jack Jeffries currently in the car there, running up in 24th, by the way. So pretty sure from the last time we checked in, they have gained 2 or 3 spots. So clawing their way back, pardon me, that's how you say that, from a really unfortunate first few hours that saw them making contact and getting protested and, coming back to life in our own way here. We talk a lot about within my team, Justin, about how, even if you are this team right now, you're in 24th, you keep racing. We're still only halfway through a race. And yeah, you might be 7 or 8 laps down at the moment, but who knows when you make those up, just because teams in front of you have incidents, penalties, disconnects, unfortunate wrecks. A 24th at hour 12 could easily turn into a top 10 by hour 24.
Pit stop window is open. 11 tenths racing teams. William Chadwick is in. It's very weird to talk about William Chadwick in a team not the one he was previous in, but he's been running top 5 in the class today. So pit window is open for the GT3s once again. Expect more pit stops pretty soon, as here we go again. More near contacts with GT4s checking things up.
Yeah, and that's something that we probably don't spend enough time talking about sometimes in endurance racing, Justin, is the difference of getting around a GT4. Everything is different. The horsepower, your acceleration. It's hard to get around one of them. You really have to think about when you're going to approach them and how to approach them. As you see the blinking lights here, as you're saying they want to get around Olympus here. We'll see if they do pretty easily. That's a good way to do it. But everything about getting around a GT4 can be scary just because there are different cars. I mean, it sounds simple to say and it sounds kind of laughable, but that's something maybe enough people don't practice ahead of an endurance event, is getting around lapped cars.
Seen that pop up a fair bit already. Already several near contacts in turn, expecting more pit stops pretty soon. You hear some of the sounds across the racetrack. That's because Team Radline's amongst those who just came in. Expecting very more in the next few moments or so to reset how things are going. Now with 90 seconds before the top of the hour, it's WSR Esports ButtKicker Adam State up at the front still by about a lap. Then the basic Ollie car is currently in second, 1 lap down. They're the only car with lap down in GT3. Altitude Esports GT3 Silver in third. 11 tenths Racing Team just hit from the 4th position. Chadwick's had top 5 pace all day. Camaro Racing moves up a spot and passes them for the time being. Also of note, Olympus Esports Dyna Lean GT4, SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta, AI Race Summaries, and BPR Esports, the top 4. Boosted Motorsport Virage, the top 5 in class. In turn, we'll be taking a break for a few moments, but for that few moments, let's take a look at the sights and sounds and take a listen directly to the Sim Racing Collective in the midst of their traffic for RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Once again, you're watching RaceSpotTV for coverage of ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone.
Following along with the field as they make their way around the racetrack in the full darkness. Give credit to all the virtual fans in the grandstands. They're still all standing and still keeping every seat full as we have less than 11 hours to go here on RaceSpotTV. Just Brits with you alongside Derek Watson, Hugo Wees producing. Taking a look at Aaron Humphrey, Team Loose X Spurring machine. Currently, they got a sizable gap over 89 Motorsport and are once those 4 laps down to the race leader. The next car up in line for them potentially for position is a few quarters ahead in the Sim Racing Collective. But again, it comes down right now to race your own race. And for many of these groups, that's been the main case. Of note, Altitude Esports GT3 Blue just took away the top 5 from William Chadwick.
Yep, you see William Chadwick here. By the way, another race spot commentator right here. We're riding on board with him, seeing those cars in front of him. You know, I think the next key pivotal point of this race, JPM, at any moment can be, but I think the next key one that we'll all focus on will be probably in the next 5 or 6 hours when that sun comes up, the track heats up, and cars are going to get loose again and kind of forget what it feels like to drive. And you can see some teams that maybe are doing well right now, man, that was close, that aren't going to do so well when this track heats up again.
And for William Chadwick, keep in mind, 2023 Porsche Esports CCGB Vice Champion, so the Great Britain Regional Vice Champion. He's gotten several chances in rear-wheel Porsche cars and has had a lot of shuffling amongst his sim racing side as of late after being with his longtime group, as we touched upon. In turn, lots more traffic, and this involves the DCW Racing Chicken car in front of Chadwick. You also have Mikey Pollard getting zipped on by. Bryant Lloyd now drops back to 5th position. In turn with that pass, though, the Altitude Esports Blue car is now back to spot.
In a way, that's sort of ironic. In a way, to come back to a conversation, you see how different teams are named right there. You got one named Chicken, you got one named Blue. There's teams in here with different numbers. You know, Justin, I'm going to ask you, do you have a preferred way for teams to name their cars? Do you like the colors? Do you like the names? Do you like numbers? Do you have a preference?
My preference is whatever the team name is.
All right.
I'm basic like that. Hey, sometimes simplicity works.
Sometimes simplicity does work. I agree. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, there was some discussion involving Michael Johnson's car, the 101, that's driving Miss Daisy. Currently, as you see some of the traffic management, Will Vincent actually just brought up an interesting point, because Driving Miss Daisy obviously is a movie from the 1980s. That is the first thought. The actual reason that the 101 has its current name for today, it's worth noting that we've seen throughout the race today, is its patient transport service for people who otherwise can't afford to get to hospital appointments, that originally is from the New Zealand regions and brought over to the UK. So, in most cases, people would think, oh, it's about the movie. But it doesn't make sense when you think about it because of the tones of said movie. It makes more sense when you think about the full context of the true naming of the team.
Well, so not to put them down, but when I saw the name, I did think of the movie, because I thought of it just as a team out here planning on being for a joyride and not really expecting to have as much pace as other teams. Of course, it's a great movie from '87. Jessica Tandy, Morgan Freeman, Dan Aykroyd. You know, of course, it actually started not as a movie. It actually started as an off-Broadway production turned into a movie. But yeah, there are a number of people who don't know it's a movie. In fact, I had this conversation with Nolan Rimple, who had no idea it was a movie. We found out Nolan's not seen a lot of movies. Driving Miss Daisy, Jaws, The Godfather, and others. So I believe soon there's a Race Spot movie night for Nolan Rimple in his future.
And keep in mind, as we take a look at Ram Ranch Motorsport trying to battle alongside some cars, not for position for the time being, when thinking about that, that in turn led to a lot of inspiration you'd have to think about possibly for the names, because you have Driving Miss Daisy UK. There's actually a Canadian branch that's based in British Columbia now, that's been around for 20 plus years. It's a very worthwhile service when you think about it to have, because you, again, people can't get, in some cases, easily to a hospital, especially depending on the city, because not every city has the same walkability. Better yet, for the sake to my local community, if you don't have a car, you basically can't get to the hospital. After all, the proposal for the new hospital is next to the airport that has no transportation service unless you take a bus that goes once every hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, every city has different stuff. You know, here in Portland, Oregon, you know, our local transit authority for our buses and trains, they have a service that comes in a van that will come and pick people up. But it's challenging in itself. From what I hear, you have to really book it in advance. It's not like, hey, I need to go to the ER right now. It's like, hey, you know, 3 weeks from now, I want to go get groceries kind of thing. So it is a valuable service. I know we've had fun with the name today because of the movie and whatnot. But yeah, it's a great service. And so it's cool to see when teams can find a way to name themselves to honor something and what it means to them. Every team in their own way, a team name usually means something to them. We may not understand it, but, you know, that team name means something. That's why they picked it in the first place.
We have another penalty, and take a guess. It's PRC by Dapper Customs. No shock. It's a penalty. Black flag in sim.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. I mean, like I said, I understood from the driver mentality. I've been there. You get freaked out. You want to back up, but it's not the right thing to do. So, no, in fact, if I only have any surprise, it's that it's taken this long for that penalty to come out. So, yeah, not a surprise in the least bit for that team.
3-second stop and go is the penalty for that car, by the way. Oh, that's well. Ram Ranch is currently battling with the car that was involved in that said incident, in fact. Matthew Cheverton for Aztec Racing. They are not giving this an easy time here in the back and forth. Still trying to hold on in front of Ram Ranch Racing. Wants the side-by-side up to the Hamilton Straight. Now back to single file, Forsyth straightaway.
And right now, if you're this car that Ram Ranch is battling with, you're kind of frustrated. You're just like, guys, like, you know, your lap's down. What are you doing? I don't believe that car in front of them is 4 position. So it will kind of frustrate you and make you think you wish they'd just back off and, you know, quit fighting this hard, honestly.
Now, Aztec Racing is for position. RD Sim Sport, the next in line, is not for position. Same can be said for all the GT4s.
Yeah, this is a challenging moment here, especially, listen, rightfully or wrongfully, once you gain a reputation early in this race for being a team who has incidents and has penalties, that's what will stick in other drivers' heads, is that you're kind of an aggressive team or, you know, what have you. And that's how the teams are going to treat you. And so that also plays into the mentality of things with you. So we'll wait and see how Ram Ranch plays this year.
Jack Jeffrey still keeping things very tightly knit around the bottom third of the grouping. You can see where they've had a lot more pace, though, coming up to the second half of the lap to try and make this work. Oh, by the way, Dan Blake, you see in the backdrop, has been reeled in by a car for position as well by Sim Dynamics, and now contact! Matthew Cheverton gets sent alongside, and now he overcorrects and nearly takes out a car with them.
Nearly
takes out the car who hit him.
Wow, that's AZZ Tech, I believe, is what I saw go by on the screen here for a second ago, and they're going to get it gathered up here. Wait and see the replay. Here it is. I'd have to see a wider replay to want to have a judgment on that, Justin. I think the second move, I have some questions about that. I'm going to be honest with you. That car was gathered up. I think that was a little bit of, I want to say hello to someone.
Well, the first part of the contact, there was a little air between them, but like would make contact regardless. It's the second part where it's like, okay, what are we doing?
Like, I understand the frustration, though, because I would say that Ram Ranch kind of dug themselves in there. They weren't really, I mean, that was a dive. But it's hard to believe that car snapped that way to the outside without some intent.
They were a little bit loose to the right. That's the one counter argument they can make there. But in turn, that could have been much worse because Fury Simsport was zipping on by. Sim Dynamics actually picked up a lot of time because of that incident in the 22 car. And for the time being, though, no major troubles unless you're the 390, because guess what? That contact just gave him a black flag, and that also is something to factor into that.
Probably their 100th or so incident point in sim. We talked about this earlier in the last hour. On top of live stewards, there's a rule that says every 100 incident points, or excuse me, your first 100 incident points is a black flag, and then every, I think, 20 or 25 thereafter is an additional. Every 25 thereafter, pardon me, is an additional one. So that could be why they're mad too, because I mean, you know, no one wants a black flag, but yeah, that's up for the stewards to decide. But that looked like maybe someone was targeting.
Again, that's not our call to officially make, but still keeping an eye on Fury Sim Sport because they're looking to try and find a way to gain a lot of time back, and they're working with Ram Branch now with all of that. Of note, Remy Gilbert is running away from the Fury car after all that.
Yeah, doing a great job there. Now you see Ram Branch coming up here behind Fury, and that protest would be multi-layered, I would think, by the way, if someone decides to do one, JP, because, you know, whatever AZZ did or didn't do after the fact, I would think they would have a valid argument that Ram Ranch really kind of dove that corner and wasn't expected to be there. Now, whatever happens afterwards or doesn't happen afterwards, that's the judgmental call. But I would think, and I want your opinion, that first part seems a little bit more open and closed.
Yeah, in terms of the initial contact, there's definitely air. But in terms of the second part, that's very difficult to say. Unless
I would agree with that.
Yeah. All I will say in terms of all this, it's up to the team to file the report in that respect and regard. So, as things sip on forward here, a lot of discussion about the various different teams. One of them is Lead Paul Racing. I have some bad news for you if you're a fan of Austin Farr, one of the drivers for the eNASCAR College Series. You're running in last on the lead lap. You're in 30th.
And not to do this to you, but I got corrected earlier, so I'm going to help you out a little bit here before you get the hate mail that I got. Lead Paul Racing.
I'm sorry. I don't get where the lead instead of lead comes in, but I get what you mean.
I'm just telling you, that's the team name. I got some comments earlier in the YouTube chat. It is Lead Paul Racing. In fact, we had their owner come in and talk about the team a little bit earlier. But yeah, it is Lead Paws, and you have like a lead foot. That's a team we talked about earlier, being very diverse with an LGBT, inclusiveness, including some other communities. But yeah, it is Lead Paw. Just trying to save you from the tweets and the face messages and the snap times and whatever else is out there nowadays.
Apparently, this is the reasoning here, because one of the drivers is watching along right now. The lead is reference to lead foot, a heavy foot on the pedal.
Right.
So that makes sense. They also apparently tried to give the RaceSpot social media operator a Toblerone because apparently there are somehow affiliates with chocolate bars.
Yeah, back in, I think, hour 3 or 4, I forget who it was now. Was it Ewan and Lewis, maybe? We're all about getting free chocolate. So that came up earlier before I got into the commentary booth. But, yep, so it is Lead Paul, I have learned, and had a chance to meet their team owner today. Really nice guy in Marlin. So we'll probably see him back in their car later, if not soon. But, yeah, they're unfortunately having a very hard time right now.
Anyhow, in terms of more context on race positions here, still keeping an eye on the 123. Adam State's got to be pretty tired at this point. You're talking about maybe 8 or 9 hours of racing combined so far for him. And there's still almost 10 hours to go once we reach the top of the hour again. They have a lot of drivers in depth in that roster, but that pace has not let off once. In fact, they're running up to a second or two quicker than the field.
Well, you're right, and that's something you talked about earlier with Adam. Of course, he did part of the IVRA Club Sport Racers. I think you and Joey Tebben and some others were in commentary for here on RaceSpot while we were covering the opening hours of Britcar. Now he's in here. So I'd imagine once he gets out of this car, he's going to want some rest, because I said that's a 5-driver team. He has plenty of time, I would think, between now and when he gets back in the car. He can go get some rest, get some food in him, some caffeine or, whatever, and be ready to go again. But that's a lot of racing. I have a lot of respect for Adam Staten and what he's done today.
Mind you, he took some big steps this year, plus 600 on iRating since August the 30th for reference. He's amongst the 0.7% in all of iRacing when you think about iRating. And that's kind of crazy to think about because back in a few years ago, especially, 5,000 was considered an elite category to the point where you're in the top 1,000, say on the oval side and road side by that point. Now, if you're not at 5,000, you're considered below average. And if you're considered in the 4,000s, you may as well go back to work and run about 30,000 laps. I'm joking. I'm joking before anyone takes it serious.
No, that's not exactly a joke. I mean, it is, but it's not. I mean, it depends on the community you ride in, right? I mean, the points you're making are valid, which is that, you know, whether it be on the oval or the roadside, in order to have a pro license and whatever the current top-level pro series are, you know, a 4 or 5K used to put you in those qualifiers almost automatically, right? That was the top skill level. But now we're seeing drivers, you know, 6, 7K. And so that bar is increasing. Now, of course, you know, you're joking that it's not the average. The average on iRacing is still, I believe, somewhere between 1,500 to 2K on both road and oval. But you're right, that 5K is still prestigious, but amongst that community, that top-tier community, it's not exactly the high bar that it used to be.
It's crazy how times have changed, especially now with drivers who have now got 5K on every discipline, which is now a thing. By the way, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I said I don't know his iRatings, but when you say that, the first thing that comes to mind would be Bobby Zielinski. I don't know his numbers. I'd have to go look them up real quick, but that's the first thing that comes to mind. A current eNASCAR competitor year over year who was, I mean, just crushes the road courses.
It's more so Parker White because he's now with Apex Racing Team for reference on the road side. He also is amongst those in the Coke field as one of its top road course racers now. And he came up to the ranks after basically just saying, I'm just going to gain all my iRating on C fixed. And within a year, he's on a top team. I know that sounds very easy, but that's not very easy.
No, it's not very easy. It's a lot of impressing people. And there's a lot of that goes into it besides the driving skills. How you can communicate, you know, how well you can impress people. Getting in front of the right people can be a difficult task. So, yeah, great job for Parker and all those, Bobby Zielinski and all those who are dominant in every profession. You see, that's why you see those common names come up when you see the notes about, you know, the iRacing College Series or the Coke Series or the IMSA Series that now runs or what have you. You see those common names, and it's impressive to think that they just have that natural talent and that natural mentality to just hop in a race car and make it go fast. There's people who can barely get one race car to go fast, and now here these guys are in all of them.
Following along with Olympus Esports still. Signing car of Red Path. Continuing on with the run. Keep in mind, third place in their class already. Had a pit stop in BPR Esports. That was just a few moments ago. AI Race Summaries. Third Simnor also picking up a pit stop. Despite the fact they want to sleep. As they try to appeal at the halfway point of the race. And was promptly denied. And when you have a lead like drivers like Olympus Esports and teams like Olympus have, it's difficult possibly to consider because you still have to be able to hold on the rest of the way in this type of situation. That puts a lot of pressure on you as a driver and a team.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that puts pressure on you as a driver and a team, you know, whether it be just the track conditions, the damage you have, fatigue setting in, you know, maybe a smaller roster could put pressure on you, or just the fact that you're part of a team can honestly put pressure on some drivers. Because now, if you wreck this car right now, you're not just affecting your day. This isn't just about what practice you've put in. If you wreck an endurance car, you're possibly affecting the day of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people who were willing to give up 24 hours of their life to do something that you kind of messed up in a way. The pressure on an endurance race is super high. An
hour penalty for PRC by Dapper Customs. They now have to come down and serve a drive-through penalty after a second bit of contact. That was with TSR's 26 car. So another penalty for the 66, their second given out in the past 10 minutes.
That's an unfortunate scenario of when it rains, it pours, right? When we didn't see the second scenario that I recall. I'm sure maybe we can find it in replays later. I don't know, but that's unfortunate for those guys. Just to have that happen, it's got to be so demoralizing and just frustrating to have 2 penalties in the last 10 minutes. I feel bad for those guys.
Take a look at BPR Esports. Sam Gunstone behind the wheel there. And an interesting point brought up by someone with a very biased viewpoint in this. The driver of the second place car in class, SOP Esports Racing Team Magentas, they say we're running comparable race laps to the race leader. Downside, they're behind. Replay for Prismatic Motorsports, middle of the racetrack. 46 going around. Here's an error look. That was with United Sim Team also getting some contact for a boop and ascend.
That is a nice slide right there. Like if you're maybe not the way you want to do that or why you want to do it, but a nice controlled slide there. Was able to let it slide and get the grip at the last second there for United Sim Team. Unfortunate to see it happening though. Here's Sim Dynamics with Remy Gilbert in the car, the number 22. Got a little bit of a battle going on track here with cars ahead and behind. You know, sometimes, Justin, even if a car in front or behind you isn't for position, maybe they're a multi-class race or whether it's just they're laps ahead, laps behind, sometimes it can feel good to see other cars on a track. When I talk to drivers, when we get to the bigger tracks on the schedule, such like a Nürburgring, you know, or tracks in France and other places, when you're just out here turning laps by yourself at night in sim, it can feel very difficult to stay motivated and stay focused. So I think seeing other cars in the track is a very, very big positive for most drivers.
I think seeing other cars on the racetrack is a very good way to make sure you keep yourself awake.
Yeah, I also believe in, this is weird, you know, especially in oval, we have that saying of, 8 tires are better than 4 when it comes to making a corner. I was telling Nolan earlier, I believe 4 headlights are better than 2 when it comes to seeing at night.
I think having headlights as well as lights above your head are very helpful. But unfortunately, mostly around this racetrack, there are not really any lights around the circuit unless you go around the front straightaway at best, and even then, it's very, very dark. But again,
of course,
what you have to battle with. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was cut you off. Of course, we have the tracks. Daytona comes to mind first, and then there's others. Parts of Sebring maybe that are well lit across the track, and then you come a place like here where it's not. We've seen the iRacing endurance races at maybe Watkins Glen or Nürburgring, where there basically is no lighting, and it's very, very difficult. I think it's difficult. Speaking of lighting, and this came to mind earlier, this race is set to match very close to, if not perfectly up, with GMT time, as far as the in-sim time versus GMT. So when it's dark in sim, it's relatively dark outside in GMT, but coming here in a West Coast fashion, it is 1:45 a.m. virtual sim time. It is, I don't know what it is right now, 5:30 p.m. West Coast time. So the difference between being light and day in sim versus outside can really mess with the driver. You see it, dark in sim, but light outside, or vice versa. That really can mess with someone's ability to sleep throughout an endurance race.
Blinky time, meanwhile, when the grouping keeping an eye on screen. Once those in this line is Sim Dynamics, we talked about them a little bit. They have a background when it comes to building sim rigs on the platform. The key to them in an article through Britcar Endurance that they mentioned their mantra being bring the relevance. And right now they're looking to keep themselves relevant by keeping themselves in the conversation for the top 10. They're amongst those who have a chance to be in said conversation. Right now, amongst those, we mentioned Remy Gilbert. They consider him as a rising esports star. He uses one of the rigs. They also have a veteran in David Gibbons, who we've seen a fair bit of over the past couple of years here on RaceSpot especially. You also throw into the midst of things a historic racer in David Hornsey amongst the organization. You also throw Paul Allen from Rear World Classic F2000 Racing they have a fair amount of drivers amongst that first grouping's backing as the pit window's underway for them.
Yeah, and it's important to make sure that all those drivers have chemistry, and I know these teams do that, but chemistry is a word I think we throw around, but maybe we don't talk about enough as far as how these teams work and how successful they are. In anything you do in life, whether it be sim racing, whether it be your real-life jobs, whether it be just, partnerships, you have to have some kind of chemistry together. It really makes things smooth. Even in, I'll be honest, like, you and I have called races for a long time together now, and the chemistry we have, I think, is stronger than I have found other places. We recently worked at an event together in real life back in September, and it was just smooth. Like, you and I knew what we needed to do. There was very little words that needed to be spoke. That chemistry can be important in anything you do in life.
Take a look at the Sim Racing Collective car, Josh Millington. But the interesting thing when it comes to that Sim Dynamics entry that's coming out of the pits, mind you, is Gilbert is just 16 right now. Just 16 years old.
That's impressive.
For reference, they've been racing since the age of 8.
That's impressive.
That's crazy.
It's impressive. I joke that it makes me feel old. Not that I'm not old, but it makes me feel older to think that at 16, David Gilbert has that skill and that talent lined up that
Remy Gilbert.
Or Remy Gilbert, sorry, not where I got David from, but yeah, that has that's already ready to go. Even in real life now, I think this year's 24 Daytona, we saw a driver who was barely 17, if I recall right, who already had a ride, and then it was announced he was going to go race, I think, at Spa later that year. To be at 17 racing real life race cars is more impressive, but great job there.
10th place, Millington still keeping with a lot of pressure on the back bumper. That is for position with 89 Motorsport for the 9th position. That's why we're keeping an eye on that. And 89 Motorsport, it feels more so used to seeing that amongst the teams that run in a Ford and a pink car. Not so much this year. Derek.
Yeah, sorry. Was looking at battles across the track, see what's going on. But that pink car, as you said, comes back to that topic earlier about, the bright cars. Look at how bright that 89 Motorsports is lighting up there in those headlights. But yeah, different cars, and that can really just, I talked earlier, and you were right. You're kind of basic in that you don't care what the livery looks like or the name looks like. I'm kind of with you. As long as the car drives okay, it could be a white car with a black stripe on it, and I'd be okay.
Depending on the manufacturer, yes. You have to follow along with the Superstition paint scheme rules.
What do you consider to be your Superstition paint scheme rules?
I mean, normally Ferraris need to have red.
Oh, okay.
So red.
I see. So what you're saying is sort of matching the real life requirements or stereotypes, if you will.
Is that a stereotype?
Well, like red Ferraris or orange McLarens, yellow Corvettes. Is that what you're talking about?
It's papaya. They'll make sure you painted papaya first.
Okay. Fair enough.
But still. This is now for 9th, by the way, because the pit cycle is in full swing. And it's interesting how the pit cycle has kind of fared out amongst this race so far. Already seen a fair amount of drivers stretching the fuel laps per se compared to, say, top of the hour. More so towards maybe an extra 4 or 5 minutes per run from what I can tell. And that adds up.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing from our overall leaders, right? They've found a way to make this work. And, we talked to Alex Simonik earlier, right before the end of hour 8, I think. And he told us that, this is their plan to make it work. And they truly believe that by cutting those pit stops out and by having that longer fuel stint, that they're going to be successful. And here we are, more than 11 hours in. And so far, they're right. I mean, they've got a lap on the whole field.
Oh, trouble. So, Remy Gilbert.
Oh, no.
May heard a crunch going through one section. Pardon me there. That was for the 13th place car. That's the area of the racetrack. Still keeping an eye on those on screen. However, the reason for the oh no when it came to that, down the front straightaway, Remy Gilbert just about smashed into the back end of a car and just about caused a stack up with some of the interclass traffic, with TSR getting the worst of it on the contact. We still keep going.
Hopefully in a minute we'll get a replay of that and can kind of see it with our own eyes and see what happened there. And we've seen this car behind it, 89 Motorsport, by the way, having a little bit of connection problem. That's why you see those headlights going in and out. That's that car having a hard time there, keeping a solid connection to the server. And that will mess with you as a driver. When you have that kind of blinking, I mean, we called it blinking in sim when a driver's having a connection problem, but having those headlights blink in and out behind you kind of gives it a whole new meaning, doesn't it?
It's almost like a strobe light, depending on how much it blinks here. And when you see blink, blink behind, it usually means I want to go, or it usually means thank you very much, or it means the opposite of thank you very much, the direct opposite of that. And in turn, if it's from a technical issue, it's very hard to make sure you don't have communication lost in translation.
And it really also can get to your confidence when that car behind you starts blinking, because now you're scared that they're going to try to dive a corner, you know, and you're not going to know they're there. Those are the questions that get into your head. Look at this massive little checkup here. And that was close. You see the 89 Motorsport car going around. There's that yellow submarine up there. That's an easily recognizable car. But now they're going to get passed by that car that was blinking, and they're going to let them go, I think.
And yes, indeed, there's the swap around in turn. Here's what we're referring to. Yeah, that's a good way to cause a bit of damage on the car.
Yeah, that was. It looked like they even saw a part of the car maybe come off the back of it there with that little contact with Sim Dynamics. But great job getting that car wound up. And the most impressive part to me was a lot of times, Justin, when you stab the brake like that to check up the car, that stabbing of the brake like that can really cause that car to really unsettle and even bring the back end around. So a good job getting it checked up and holding on to the car.
Black flag, by the way, to the 390 team. Remember the contact we've seen on one of the replays, and the respective contact that basically hit the back end of United Sim Team? Apparently, that was enough to get the mandatory repairs, and that's enough to give a 30-second penalty to Aztec Racing. Another penalty for the 390 team.
Yeah, those seem to be racking up, don't they? It's not the first time we've heard that number tonight for the 390. That's the Aztec Racing GT3, as you said. That's unfortunate for them, man, to see that happening. You know, everyone's going to have a different opinion of that incident. That's, of course, the one we saw with a little bit ago in that corner where they caught them to go really wide. So everyone's going to have a different opinion on what happened there, and maybe you agree or don't agree with that decision, but stop and go regardless for that team. That's the one they were involved with Ram Ranch.
One more so way you stop, sit there for 30 seconds, then go, is the better phrasing, you can argue.
And you can pick up a lot of anger and frustration in 30 seconds.
Especially if you let it stew. If you let it stew, a lot can go wrong. They have already served the penalty, by the way.
Yeah, not letting something stew is one of the hardest skills across all of sim racing, whether it be road, oval, dirt, you know, what have you. Having the memory of a goldfish as a Ted Lasso reference. You know, be a goldfish and just let it go. That's what you have to do, because if you let it stew, man, it'll eat at you. You'll find yourself making smaller mistakes, missing apexes or riding the curbs too hard. Maybe you're burning more gas than you're supposed to because your team's on a fuel-saving strategy or what have you. You have to really be a goldfish and just let it go, because if you let it stew, typically it gets worse.
As someone that's been called a goldfish before in terms of his memory, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyhow. By the way, we were talking about Remy Gilbert in the 22 car amongst those that had the contact earlier that is in the midst of trying to reel things in. Did a bit more background in terms of that side of things. It's worth noting that Remy Gilbert, in terms of the discussion point, we mentioned the youth from that program. Technically, he's also part of something called Guild Esports, which I'm not sure if you heard of that, is partly owned by David Beckham and just opened just last year, and is amongst those who trained a lot of talent who competed in the FIA-backed British F4 Esports Championship over the past few weeks.
Yeah, listen, anything backed by Mr. Beckham will obviously probably have well-funded and hopefully be successful. So, I mean, Remy's having a great time here, and like I said, just really impressed by the talent involved there, and the time and dedication put into it must be massive for him to already be there at that level. He said started racing at 8, so already 8 years of experience under his belt, and just another opportunity tonight to show off his skills.
Keep an eye on 89 Motorsports as to make their way through a lot of the traffic here. Barrick, Zielinski should say, once those trying to make their way through in the Ferrari. And I'm curious on your thought on the manufacturer side of things. We haven't touched upon that too much so far. Mercedes, AMG, Audi R8, Lamborghini, Audi, Mercedes, and AMG, Ferrari, Mercedes, AMG, Ferrari. Your top 10. What comes down to those preferences from the team perspective on choosing a car for a race like this tonight?
Obviously, there are differences in the cars, and every car has its little area where it performs better. Sometimes the team will talk about how, one car performs better in the straight line versus the corners, or whether it performs, better at top end versus acceleration, or what those different attributes are you can focus on. As a whole, I think most drivers typically are more successful when they pick a car, they stick to it. You can overcome the small details by comfort in the car and setups. Typically, you can overcome those things. I mean, obviously the Merc has been a very popular car across iRacing for a long time, and of course, we just got that new Merc a couple years ago. And as different manufacturers come out, people will try them out. I believe for the most part, there are some drivers who will move cars per race, per track to match the specific attributes that track has. But for the most part, if you love the Merc and you race the Merc and you get comfortable in the Merc, typically you're more successful than trying to hop cars for every race. But obviously seeing all those cars in the top 10 tells us that there is some levity to what we do, even if we don't always believe it.
Can be. One of the responses from one of the team drivers: I choose a car in which I like the look of the most.
There is that method. There are drivers who are very caught up on, what the body looks like, and of course, I hesitate to bring up old too much because we are on a road course and we're doing a 24-hour race. But of course, on the NASCAR side, Ford just showed off the new model this week. It was Ford, right? My mind is mush after 7 hours. But there's a lot of drivers and fans who are very, that looks great, or that looks not great, or that looks whatever word you want to put here. For me, I don't care how the car looks. Does it drive? Does it perform? I can cover up how it looks with a nice livery and not worry about it.
It depends, really. Because you can always make a very not so pretty car very pretty based on the paint scheme, potentially. It's just the amount of work you put into making that car look visually, aesthetically pleasing in the end with what you have available.
Yeah, or what you're willing to pay someone to do to that car to make it look pretty. Of course, there's a couple well-known painters across iRacing. There's a few of them, I should say, not just a couple, but whether you're using Splash and Go or other places to do it, you can make a not so great car look just the way you want it. But if the car drives well, if it performs well, there's all the different things. There's mid-engine, front engine, how a car has top end speed. Those things I would worry about. How a car looks, I'll be in the driver's seat. I don't care how it looks.
As it could be the shape of a brick as long as it's quick. As in the quickest potentially available, I'm getting in the brick.
Yeah, it could be hot pink and green like Barney colors, and I'll hop into the thing if it drives well. Barney was purple and green. Sorry about that, but you know what I mean.
Car you're following along with, by the way, was 6th best last year in Britcar's 24 Hours at Silverstone. Here's Richard Simnor, meanwhile. And for Richard Simnor, he's amongst those in the DCW racing car. Now, in Sim, as mentioned, they have something called AI race summaries. I'm very intrigued by it because, essentially, for those who don't know what that is, it's basically an AI software that writes a recap of your race in a selected voice that you have to basically pay for and have a membership for, and they write a race recap of the voice of whatever personality, quote-unquote, you like to have.
That is a very unique and interesting way to make that happen for you. I would be curious to see how that one will turn out and what data they're able to pull out of a race like this.
Well, technically, it's less than £2 British pounds a month now. 2 pence a month, should say. But you're talking about writing a recap, for example, written in the tone of Lucy Lemon. The only impressive thing he did was get the fastest lap on lap number 9. Big whoop. But of course, he lost 74 iRating points, which just proves how much of a... I'm not going to finish the rest of the sentence because it gets very insulting. That type of stuff you can have for your race recaps.
Well, listen, if I knew we could make money off of being insulting to people, I could have been a rich person, but I can do that for you for maybe less than air cost. If you want to send me a replay of your race, I can, critique. I didn't know that was we made money on that. I missed out.
It's interesting, to say the very least. But again, it talks about the future of basically the way AI is going to focus out, because some teams and some drivers have jokingly have AI write their team strategies even now. Just today, there was an AI released by an iRacing member that helps people try and find exact points from the sporting code on iRacing.
Well, there's been some discussions in teams that I've talked with about, feeding even like an availability chart into an AI, whether it be ChatGPT or others, and seeing if ChatGPT could write out your driver schedule for the day. There's a lot of open opportunities there in AI. And of course, it would be interesting to see in this 2024 and 2025 come along, what we're able to get from it, right? And how we're able to use that effectively in a positive manner. By the way, coming back to the YouTube chat, OZ Frog Racing said they choose their car based on the size of the fuel tank. There's a good criteria I would like.
That I get. Bigger the fuel tank, the better you go. Or better, but here's the thing. How much fuel does the car burn with that bigger tank is a big question.
Yeah, or does iRacing BOP your fuel tank, to be lesser than or equal to the rest of the cars, in which case doesn't really matter. I mean, for most GT3s across these races, you're not talking any big difference typically of fuel tank sizes as far as how long a fuel stint can go. Most of them are about the same. The fuel saving that happens in iRacing nowadays is really from either drafting, lifting, not going up and down the gears. That's a big one a lot of people don't think about. Most of the fuel saving that happens here is all driver based. I would say for the most part, the fuel tanks are about the same across everyone within a class.
And there are the different methods you mentioned in terms of the fuel save coming into play. No, that was a big talking point for some of the classes, and we have an error black flag. Hold on. It's involving something with Triple S Racing, apparently, on their 360th lap. 30 seconds stop and go. And the reason is they caused a collision and damage trying to lap a GT4.
I'll tell you what, there's some possible damage coming here in a second. Look at this little herd of cars right here. I guess this would be considered a gaggle at this point. We see 4 or 5 cars right here, and there's 2 or 3 ahead of them here. Different classes and different models and different strategies going on here. So everyone needs to kind of focus in for a minute, make sure they make these passes cleanly. I see everything's still going mostly okay here. You can see couple recognizable cars. That was hard to see in the dark right there with that. Looks like it's black and like a highlighter yellow, I think it is. Hard to pick out when they're the last one in line with no lights behind them. But you see Olympus Esports, that GT4. That's the front of that 3-car pack as we're going here through this portion of the track.
It's causing some checkups. Here's a look at the 40-car Project 88. They go for a hard slam.
Wow. I'm curious what led to that. I know we caught the very end of that replay, but did they just miss a breaking point? Was there some contact behind that? I don't know, but that was a hard hit right there for Project 88.
That was Robert Stoughton who hit the wall hard there. The crew running 18th, and for what can tell, have used the faster pair after the hard contact that cost him a few minutes on the racetrack. Here's a look again. What causes that type of an incident?
Got up on the curbs here. Got up on those curbs, and yep. Oh, I see. Just got too much on the curbs, and then was unable to get the car stopped in time. That looks harsh. By the way, I want to correct myself earlier. I said it was Ford that released their new NASCAR vehicle this week. It's actually Toyota. I got my manufacturers mixed up there, but it was Toyota. Chat is correct in that. It was Toyota.
Well, I believe Ford also just had an unveil too, so I can see why you're talking about stock car racing.
Yeah.
So a couple different manufacturers with different looks in real life, and also expecting the same for Chevy in the near future. But getting back to the conversation, the cars themselves, taking a look amongst those in the midst of this, Richard Simnor. He's right now behind a car for position. BPR Esports' Sam Gunstone is in front of him for third. They change positions in the midst of the pit cycle, basically.
Yeah, they are changing around here and trying to make some things happen here. So BPR now wants to run down Olympus here. Of course, SOP Esports is still up in P2 with Olympus, of course, leading that herd. That's Olympus Esports Titan up there in the 50 car. They lead and have led this GT4 class. I don't think they've led it all day, Justin. They've led it for the past number of hours, as long as I can recall in my head. So they're doing a great job here.
As long as they don't hit the aim of Sam Gunstone to lose races with 7 minutes remaining. I mean, most people don't know what American Online's messaging system is called, AIM. So it's to be understandable. People think that's about writing the aim on your goals for iRacing. But
that makes me feel so old when I see that in someone's profile, to realize people don't know what that means. Yeah.
They do have the Yellow Submarine Squad as a sandwich. And it looks like it's blinky time for Richard Simnord. He wants the lap car to move, and the lap car instead hugs the inside and squishes him out.
Well, the lap car is moving, just not the way he wanted it to move, I don't think. But, yeah, there you see that, because that's Yellow Submarine, you said. Now they're going to try to... Oh, man, no.
And that's the spin for Yellow Submarine, and that was to be coming from that.
I'll tell you that, once again, luckily, I said earlier today, I'm happy I'm not a race steward, but I have some opinions about that move. I think that, wow, I mean, that's some damage there for Yellow Submarine. So you have to think, or I would think they're going to be protesting that, even though they only get 4 throughout the race. That's a valid use right there. To see a car dig the inside of your corner and turn you around is pretty frustrating.
There is some precedent from that, and in turn, that's going to potentially hurt things for them. Oh, by the way, Olympus Esports Titans also admits on the same straightaway to potentially lap some of those cars pretty soon. So no pressure. After all, the leader's the next car behind.
Yeah, no pressure at all, right? Just gotta... That's the hard thing to get out of, is getting pressured by. Just let it happen. Just race your race and let things happen. But yeah, when you got the class leader behind, it's better just to maybe let them go. Don't race this too hard. Don't be that guy who, you know, accidentally makes contact with a race leader.
And also, don't be the person who screams blue flag, blue flag, blue flags, 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 blue flags. Give me the blue flags, blue flags, blue flags. Pull over, please.
Or be the guy who just lays his finger across the flash button for your headlights. It's also annoying as well. I have seen certain leagues and race series who have rules about how often you can use that button, just because drivers do find it to be annoying when you're laying on it. But yeah, if you're that guy in voice comms who can't shut up and has to say it all the time, yeah, that's a special talent right there.
I'm not going to get into these stories of responses to blue flags, but it is pretty understandable from the devil's advocate side of, A lot of drivers prefer you respect the blue flags, regardless of what the rule book says. And so far, Richard Simnor is not letting Sevilla Redpath by easily. If anything, Redpath's using them as a way to save fuel.
Yeah, I would say in this scenario, though, we're going to now see maybe a move to the inside here. Olympus isn't really being held up here that much by this car they're trying to lap here. It's not blocking them. It's not in the way. It's keeping pace. I mean, maybe a little bit into the corner here, but I think I'm with you. Olympus seems to be content sitting back there, and hey, they'll save a little bit of fuel, and maybe that will benefit them later.
It is a major talking point. And Redpath hasn't been able to pass on by 2:10.7 last time by compared to the 2:10.8 for Simnor. They're near identical on race pace. And keep in mind, this is still in a position where even if Simnor loses the lap here, not in the position that team is right now to even lose multiple positions unless they somehow lose 3 laps pretty soon, which obviously they might lose one from the penalty. But even then, the worst they can drop back is right where they're running right now, 4th in class.
Yeah, the penalty will, at least for now, I don't want to use the word insignificant because it will have some significance on the race, but you're right, when they're 3 laps ahead of the next car in front of them, even if it is a 30-second stop and hold, which is the biggest penalty we've seen all day so far, it'll affect them, but it's not going to drop them down the leaderboard. You're correct about that. So we'll wait and see here what's going to happen with this AI Race Summaries car. But yeah, I mean, look at this. I said it earlier and I will say it again. Look how comfortable Olympus is behind that car right now, with Sophie just riding behind and showing no intent right now to get around that car.
Lap traffic, Altitude Esports, GT3 Blue wanting to get by them, by the way. So faster traffic coming on by. Edward Maurer also doing the same. Cassandra Winkelbauer for Prismatic Motorsports also doing the same. And it doesn't look like they get held up all too much from all that. And one of the major things talked about, GT4s wanting GT3s to wait for the overtake point. Your thoughts on that, Mark? We touched upon it a fair bit earlier on, but it's a conversation amongst teams again.
Yeah, I mean, waiting for the overtake mark, I'm not as convinced about that, but I do have a strong belief that, typical racing etiquette says it is the responsibility of the passing car to make a clean pass. If you think that your idea of, I can only pass this team right here if I dive or if I bump or if I, oh, hold on, wait a minute, that was Olympus. We got contact right there, I'm pretty sure, behind this camera shot with that Fury car. If there wasn't contact there, I would be surprised. It looked like, from my vantage point, they bumped doors, Justin.
And in turn, doesn't look like too bad, if any damage on that Olympus car. Pass still driving on. Yes, doesn't look like there's anything visual, but you've seen the visuals from the replay view. Here we go.
Let's watch it here and see. Maybe not as much as I thought at first. If there wasn't contact, it was centimeters apart.
There was a little bit of contact, just not a lot of it.
Yeah,
But
luckily for Olympus, that really, for a team that's ran well all day, that's your biggest nightmare. And it really actually is relevant to our conversation about passing points. Because I'm sure Olympus would have preferred Fury Motorsport or Fury SimSport would have passed in a safer way.
Coming up to the top of the hour, pit window back open. 11 tenths Racing making a driver swap with Oliver Kerwardine. Once those now driving in their cars. In turn, your rundown so far, WSR Esports ButtKicker is up by about a lap. Then BRT is in second. Altitude Esports has their entry in the top 3. Then Kamara Racing in 4th. 11 tenths Racing team even with the pit stop at the top 5 in GT3. The GT4s have Olympus Esports still up at the front of the field. This will be Esports Racing in second, the magenta car. BPR and DCW top 4. Boosted Motorsport in the top 5 for today. as things continue to cycle through, and as we get to the top of the hour with 10 hours remaining, why don't we take a look and take a listen to the sights and sounds around the racetrack again for RaceSpotTV fan immersion here from Silverstone. Following along with Andrew Pike from the Sim Racing Collective. Currently 6th in their respective classes, the GT4s. We continue to keep on with the action here today as they have a technical issue. Justin Prince alongside Derek Watson. Hugo Weeds producing as they try and keep up with Toby Ward of Boosted Motorsport Garage. And keep in mind, Boosted was amongst those also with some of the discussion brought up by the team officials coming in. Right now amongst those in the top 5 in class and for position before they get to the cars that are 3 laps ahead of them on the racetrack. One of the main things brought up by Toby Ward actually coming into this week's action is, I'm not going to lie, in the GT car, I'm definitely the slowest out of the bunch of drivers we got. But I do have a lot of racecraft. You've got to be when you're the British number 16 and the top 300 globally in dirt road from the rallycross side. The main goal, especially in the main highlight, being the 2nd overall in the official Rallycross Fixed Series this past year, trying to use some racecraft to be able to power the 35 higher than 35th overall, Derek. And in turn, as we continue to cycle on through here for today, they also have cars trying to lap them by, like Quatermass Motorsport. We haven't mentioned their name at all, really, so far in the past while. As they hold things on. Derek, as the traffic continues to zip on by and this battle closes up, Toby Ward trying to use all the racecraft he can from being one of the top drivers in all of the dirt road side and one of the top British drivers in iRacing to try and hold off this 99.
Yeah, doing a very good job so far at it, too, to holding off this 99. And there you see going down pit road. So that will end that battle momentarily here as the different pit cycles are in play here.
More pit stops underway for the GT4s in turn. And a lot of the strategy is differentiating depending on the class and the car right now, as many as 20 laps for some of the drivers on the track in the GT4s alone.
Yeah, that'll come down to a multitude of things. It'll come down to maybe, you know, how much gas you're able to save in a certain run and how that affects the future of the race. Maybe you had to come down pit road and use one of your fast repairs earlier, so you just went ahead and, you know, reset your stint count on that. There's so many things that can affect that in a race like this. At a certain point, it feels like there's always someone on pit road in a race like this. It starts off in the first few hours where everyone kind of comes in together. It's like a massive herd all comes in at once. But as the race goes on, that breaks apart. You know, and the danger of that is you always have to be aware when you come out of that corner where pit road exit is, because you need to know who's exiting and when.
Keeping an eye on Donovan Dyer. Again, their strategists for today. Don't know. Not sleeping tonight. Made it clear earlier on today before jumping into the broadcast booth that it's pretty simple. Let the drivers discuss things right now with the lack of sleep there. But still trying to keep up with the support. Connor Clifford and Will Ovenden amongst those who are also part of the team who've driven laps so far in this race. You also have in that grouping Eliza Seville. Dyer right now holding on to what is the top 8 in class.
And to a certain point, by now, the race strategist both has already laid out the race the rest of the way for their team and said, hey, this is where we are. We're more than halfway through. This is our pit cycle. This is where we sit. But at the same time, they're still crunching numbers because they want to know when the teams around them are pitting. They want to know when's the earliest we could come in for our last stop. Does it benefit us to take tires one last time? Or do we just, you know, dash and go to 5 to go? There's a lot of race strategy still yet to be unfolded here. In this moment, we're side by side here. That purple and orange car made a very clean pass here. And nice job by them.
In turn, that was not for position. That was the Samsung Kanani sports car getting by in traffic. As more pit stops going on behind them. This includes Oliver Furnell, and it looks like he's coming out of the race car after a long stint. It's Josh Benson, who's now behind the wheel of the BRTV entry. Alistair Kirk amongst those also waiting in the wings for future runs. Andrew Dawson also made some appearances in the car so far.
Yeah, Josh was just in the car right before Oliver, so he's had some experience here in the nighttime run, so it'll be good to see him back in there. This will be Josh running a lot of the race so far, so maybe he's getting his stints out of the way, and then he can sit back with the team and just watch and encourage as the race ends here. We're seeing another battle here on track. Two cars that look fairly identical. It's orange and red. At least under the nighttime hours, it's kind of hard to tell them apart to a certain extent. Those colors on the outside of the car are different on those little light strips, but that's about it from what we can tell as commentators sometimes.
Remy Gilbert. Once those trying to reel things down in Aaron Humphrey's car, the 10 of Team Loose Spur Wing for the time being. That's why we're keeping an eye on that car. A bit of traffic to navigate. But since the contact earlier, Gilbert still has the front clip. And keep in mind, he's taken a very big difference in approach compared to what we're seeing from the car grouping in front. Yes, that was the car he's trying to reel in, taking competitors 3 wide.
And no matter what hour you are in an endurance race, whenever it gets to be 3 wide, there's always a high tense moment here that happens, because that 3 wide can turn into no wide very, very quickly with just one slight slip left or right between one of those cars. A lot of road drivers do not plan for 3 wide, do not practice it or get much experience, and it's being 3 wide on any track is a little bit of a skill you need to perfect.
And in turn, it's not just as simple as more pit stops come on in for the 52 from the 4th spot for Camaro Racing. It's not just as simple as, let's send it up the inside and hope it sticks. After all, they'll just give me the space. After all, I'm side by side. No. If you just stick it up the inside and hope for the best, you get blanky, and then you get fisticuffy with the voice chat and the physicality.
Yeah, maybe a little fisticuffy with the bumpers and touching is here, but this is a moment where you, as Sim Dynamics, hold on to 3 wide again. My goodness, through that corner, how you made that work, and they're not really done yet. Sim Dynamics to the outside here. I'll hold my thought till we get out of this moment, and I think we are good for the moment. A lot of headlight flashing there, Justin, in that moment. I was going to say, for Sim Dynamics, depending upon how close you are to your next pit stop, this is one of those moments where maybe you think about pitting early and getting yourself out of this traffic, because it's only going to hinder you. This traffic will not help you. Now, if you're mid-run, if you're halfway through a fuel stint, obviously you can't do that. But these are those conversations to have sometimes about that. This is where a race strategist can come into play.
Keep in mind, there's also, as the temp gets on by, Sim Dynamics 2 GT4, in terms of some of the friends zipping on by. Gilbert is the youngest by far in the team, as we touched upon. He's the only reason the team average of age in that 22 car today is below the age of 45.
Yeah, a lot of times we think of sim racing as a young person's sport, right? We think of it as, we use the phrase the kids in the cars, but it's not. There are plenty of people in that older bracket of age who are on sim racing and doing well. And it's always nice to have that little bit of youth there. But I'll tell you the problem, no, not the problem. The challenge with having youth on that team is, you and I talked about chemistry earlier and how important it is. When you get someone who is maybe 16, 17, 20, and you're a team of 30 or 40-year-old people, it can be harder to form that chemistry just because it's just like talking a different language.
Here comes the chance for ninth, though. Aaron Humphrey gives some space, and Remy Gilbert brings up his car to the 9th position with that pass. It's the furthest they can get right now on the racetrack, with the Sim Racing Collective a full lap ahead.
Yeah, they'll have to make up that time here and see what happens, if they can make it up little by little in the lap times, or if they need to wait for maybe a driver swap to a different driver who's not as fast, or what happens here. But you're right, for now, that's as far ahead as they can get, unless something happens with the cars in front of them.
Take a look back to Camaro Racing. We're touching upon them already earlier on. It's an interesting thing when you look back at some of the background for the organization. They put in a lot of work and emphasis on the business side, especially because they have more than 50 years of experience in those running the organization. It's not just about the sim racing side, they argue. It's about the education side, it's about the consulting. They also represent athletes when it comes to the racing world. As a matter of fact, on the real side and the virtual, for example, they represent Eliza Seville in the real world racing as well. They also have Racing Reverend that they reference in terms of who they reference. That is Simon Butler they help represent, for example. That does a lot of real world racing.
And that would be a very positive of your teams. What it will do is when a driver's looking for a team to join, maybe they're not happy with their current team, or maybe they're coming up the ranks of sim racing. When you have those kind of things on your resume, whether it be in your Discord page or on your forum advertisements or wherever people find you, those are the positives that make you appealing as a team. When it comes for someone wanting to pick a team, that can mean something to them. Now, whether that translates into a value you'll get out of the team or not, that can vary per team. But having those kind of things on your resume is definitely a positive in any scenario.
And keep in mind, it's not just about the established, it's about trying to develop the future too. In the case of Donovan Dyer, he just came to the United Kingdom 7 years ago. He's originally from Bermuda, in fact, before settling into Bath. That's near Somerset for reference. He actually had to overcome a relatively late diagnosis for dyslexia, and then in turn pursued the world of motorsports. He's also amongst those who run in the Junior Saloon Car Championship in the UK, and also is amongst the top 10 in what's called the Junior Max class. For reference, that's basically amongst some of the go-karting ranks for British kart racing ran by Motorsport UK.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more as I keep talking to newer drivers to sim racing. I feel like I hear a lot more again about go-karts. And I feel like for a while, and that was very popular here in the States for racers to kind of get started amongst real-life racing. You've heard of many, NASCAR legends starting in the go-kart ranks. And then it sort of faded off for a bit. But now, even amongst the sim racing community, I'm hearing a lot about drivers being active in go-karts in real life. And I think it's because some of the cars you drive in iRacing to start with, whether it be the GT4s, whether it be the Formula cars or whatnot, it's all momentum-based, just like a go-kart. So I'm not sure if that's where it comes from. Maybe it's a little bit of just the low cost of entry to get into go-kart racing. But it does feel that kind of style of racing is making a real strong comeback amongst sim racers.
They've also put a lot of emphasis, too, on the F4 Esports Championship with the FIA sanctioning. So they put a lot of effort into the British racing world and on the esports side as well as in the real world. They race in various different classes as well. Still keeping an eye on them on screen. They're currently 6th in class for reference. And right now, there is only one other car they can pass on track, the Boosted Motorsport Farage car, Toby Ward, who is about a straightaway up the racetrack, so they are slowly reeling them in. Slowly but surely getting in the conversation to make this battle again for the top 5.
By the way, coming back to the topic of age for a second, Stephen Murray in YouTube chat says they're part of a league in iRacing for the V8 supercars where they only allow people 40 and over. Says they have 144 cars. They run 3 splits per week in that league to fit all the drivers in. So shows you that age is not always the most important thing in sim racing.
There are sim racing leagues as well across the platform, you can argue, that have become staples because of the age limits. Yes, per se. You don't want to be the driver who says, oh, I'm too young. That's a bad thing. But I mean, there are series where it's not just 40 and over. There's also as many, I've seen 60 and over. Remember, 60 plus racing adventures. And one of the interesting things when watching along with the comment section for some of those broadcasts in the past year is you have some drivers that are getting towards that grouping and saying, I can't wait until I turn 60 so I get the chance to try and win these races.
Well, luckily I can say I'm still a bit away from that, even if I do feel old. So I have about 19 years before I can join that league, and I'm okay with that for the record. But yeah, that 60 plus, airs here live on RaceSpotTV, so you can catch that either the on the YouTube channel for the VODs, the replays, or catch it live when it happens here. But look at this here, Donovan Dyer in that GT4. You see all those GT3s getting by pretty easily here, and he just did the right thing, got out of the way, and let them all go.
See a lot of side-by-side in the midst of all this, too. So there's a good chance they can actually capitalize a lot because of this traffic. Boosted Motorsport machine now nearly hit by Donovan Dyer. Toby Ward able to fend them off for now.
And I got really close there through that corner where I really thought he was going to get into the back end of the boosted car there, out of that corner, but was able to back off of it and not make contact. Well, JP, as we hit the 9.5 hour mark of this race, if we talk about the leader for a second, I mean, WSR continues to be the class of the field. Now only one car on the lead lap, and then multiple cars 2, 3, 4, and more laps down. If you are BRT, who's the only car a lap down, with 9.5 hours to go, what do you do at this point? Like, how do you just race your race, and I guess you're just kind of hoping for the worst, or for the worst for them, right?
Well, in this event, double check the rules just in case the possibility. No safety cars are not expected to be a factor tonight. But you have to be prepared for the unexpected, right? That's why everyone's zipping along here, just like that car is zipping along the inside line. You never know if anything happens. That could potentially change the complexion of the race. We've seen crazy things happen to the class leaders in multiple events this year, especially.
Yeah, and that's the danger, right? Being class leader, people want to get around you, get those laps back, and they race a little hard, and you know that's what happens. But we're still watching Donald Dyer here all over the back of this boosted car in this GT4 battle, and watching it go by here. And I was going to try to take it wide, set the next corner. Not going to dive in there. Good job, but maybe setting up a pass here in this next corner.
Here it comes, side by side, up the Hainer straight. Donovan Dyer's speed dies off, though, the second he gets out of the draft. However, there is the preferred line through Stowe, so Donovan Dyer takes the spot.
And then the other cars are going to pull off pit road there and go down there and get their service done here with about 9.5 hours. About 9 hours and 36 minutes to be exact is what's left here, according to the ticker on the top left of your screen. And now Donald Dyer's continuing to turn some laps here. He'll have that moral victory of knowing he made the pass. It's different from a driver mentality. It's different knowing you made the pass versus you just got around because of pit rules. Yeah, they pitted afterwards, but Donald Dyer can say, hey, you know what? I made that pass happen in case I need to do it again later.
So with the pit window open for more cars, including DCW Racing as well, amongst those who have ducked down to said lane. Survival is becoming a major point emphasized as well. That's coming up amongst the conversation to consider here. Seeing a fair amount of kits and contacts here. No one out or added to the DNF list as of late outside of Team RedX.com's 523. But a lot of fast repairs being utilized in the past little bit here.
Yeah, and we had a conversation earlier in the broadcast during hour 4 about, you get 4 fast repairs and deciding when to use them. The first instinct is to use it the moment that it comes up, right? To use it the moment that you get some damage, but you got to stop and think, listen, if I get a small bit of damage and maybe I've lost 2 miles an hour off the top end of the car, or maybe, it just doesn't turn quite as well into one of the corners, do I use that fast repair now, or do I wait for something later that may be worse and get it all fixed at once?
And that's a big question, because you don't want to be the driver without fast repairs after using all 4 in 4 hours. Let alone the driver who forgot about the fast repair. Of note, an instant point black flag now issued to the 420. Triple Blade Racing cut part of the racetrack, and as a result, they have to come down and serve a black flag for incident points.
Yeah, they're serving that now. They were already 10 laps down to the GT4 leader when that note came out, so that'll probably put them maybe one more down in the grand scheme. So not the best day for that team, but Triple Blade's still going to keep it running and see what they can do. That was a drive-through penalty, by the way, so no pit stop there. They'll come right back out and get right back on track here and just keep their night going.
Still taking a look at Sim Dynamics meanwhile. They've caught another car. This is now for 8th. They've been flying in terms of pace, up to 2 seconds quicker. Keep in mind, TSRC has had a pit stop recently. Pit stop's expected pretty soon for Rennie Gilbert. So you're talking about light fuel versus heavy fuel.
You're also talking about this being, for TSRC, you're talking about this being Tomas's first laps in the car. So maybe he's not fully comfortable yet, not really found that groove, or not gotten used to the cool track temps here. But yeah, so there's a bunch of things going on here, and Sim Dynamics will make that pass here and claim that spot.
So Tomas looking to settle in. So far, he's gained about 2 seconds in lap pace since jumping in the car, for reference. Gilbert's doing the 1:59.8 last time by. For Remy, he hasn't dropped outside of the 2-minute flats. Outside of a couple times with traffic throughout this entire run, he has been pushing hard to the point where he's been the quickest car on the racetrack, even with the fuel factored in. Also of note, an air pit stop. Samson Oikanon Esports has just finished their service. Zach Rattray White is now in.
Yeah, that's impressive for Remy Gilbert to be doing those times. And mostly, as you said, either right at or under 2 minutes as a lap time here. There's multiples of them that I looked through his lap times here. His fastest officially is a 1:59.393. That came back on lap 391. He's had some that have been close to it, but not quite there yet. But yeah, that's an impressive run. When you're running 1:59s and your opponent's running a 2:01, as I said, about a 2-second gap, you'll close in gaps pretty quickly on this racetrack.
So that gap, see how things break down here. Of note, pit stop. Now it looks like for second, BPR Esports is in with Adam Hallway coming into the car. Also, Cameron Martineau has now gone from watching the broadcast to being in the car. That's why they've swapped on the pylon. Now, keep in mind, they are technically for now on the same lap, but they have been on a fairly separated margins for the past while on the racetrack itself.
Yeah, they have been separated for a while, and they're doing good here. Remember, by the way, Justin, this race does pay out a prize here for each race class winner. There's a ButtKicker prize package that's going to go to each team. So I'm sure that's a little bit more motivation to perform well here for Olympus or for WSR or anyone chasing them down. But it's cool to see a ButtKicker getting involved here in this Britcar 24-hour Silverstone and providing that prize package.
Of course, getting involved with the real-world organization like Britcar, big part of bringing that. But in turn, having that feel like that is so critical when thinking about it, because a lot of drivers prefer it. For example, you have Adam Hallway. You have a hacked system like ButtKickers. You're able to feel every bump and nuance through that sim rig, through the chair. You have to make sure it's all calibrated, of course, but it's extremely important to be able to get the right feel down. Depending on what type of driver you are, some people like to feel every bump around the racetrack, and if they can't feel the bumps, then they are very unhappy.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of drivers who, and it comes back to a talk about force feedback even as well, and how much you prefer. If you have one of the couple of pedal sets that can provide it to you in iRacing, even the feedback you get inside the pedals themselves when you're about to get a car loose, when your pedals will rumble to kind of let you know. There's a lot of feedback that the iRacing software can provide to you if you have the appropriate hardware to make it happen. I mean, that felt like a very slow exit there for that car out of that corner. Is that the team 80? Is that 89 Motorsports? It is. I don't know, Justin, was that me, or did that feel like a very slow exit out of that corner?
Seemed not the greatest per se, but not the worst.
Fair enough.
They don't have anyone around for position. So for the most part, think everything's okay there from what it can tell. All being said, Sim Dynamics is now amongst those into the pit lane. The 22 we're keeping an eye on all throughout this run. So they're electing to come down and take their service as we keep an eye on the drivers up the Hainer straight this time. Also, this is around the time it looks like a lot of teams are electing to make driver changes because Simon Mason is now in for Remy Gilbert. Should see a fair amount of more driver swaps in the next few minutes here.
Yeah, you would think that's coming up pretty soon, right? With the top of the hour and more pit stops coming, you would think there might be man, how many different drivers we've seen in the cars already? It's hard to believe there's a new driver left, but of course we just saw Tomas get in the car for the first time. I would suspect by now, as we're about, 14 hours in at this point, I suspect everyone's touched the car at least once.
At this point, expect someone, at least everyone in person, outside of maybe the person who's strategist, to touch the car. And it looks like we have some bad news if you're 11 Tenths Racing Team. They've reached the incident mark, and they've just had to serve a drive-through penalty that cost them even more time. They were, and still are, in fourth. Here's the downside. The 52 car now has a true chance to get up to fourth because that slowdown and drive-through.
Yeah, that is the downside, right? Now you've opened it, or you've closed the gap, I should say. You didn't open it. You've made that gap closer, and you're going to give someone an opportunity. And, of course, once you get to the 100 incident points, it's every 25 thereafter. And I'm going to tell you that when we're, 14 and a half hours in, and you're already at 100 incident points, now the team will begin to drive a little different, possibly, to try to avoid the next 25 to not get another drive-through. And when you try to change a race strategy halfway or a little bit more than halfway through a race, that's a difficult task for any driver to perform.
Now, the average, mind you, throughout these races, in terms of driver swaps, usually is about once every 2 stints. Some teams seem to go up 3 to 4 stints, depending on the groupings today.
Yeah, and that's kind of crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I was about to say, it almost comes down to the preference, but also the availability, as you said. Not everybody has AI to sort out their schedule.
And that's kind of crazy because that used to be a much more lucrative strategy back when the tires rules were different for iRacing as far as GT3s. Of course, there was a time when you didn't take tires and gas at the same time. And so you could do 3 or 4 stints on a set of tires maybe and make up that time by not taking the tires. But in this current environment where we're taking tires and gas at the same time, that strategy isn't always as lucrative. I have a belief in my head, that I think about 3 hours is when a driver probably starts to lose focus. Not because they're goofing off or not because they're doing anything wrong. It's just that this is a mentally taxing track. It's a tough track. So for me, 3 hours is about the point where I go, you know what? You're probably starting to fade a little bit just naturally. I would never want a driver to do more than 3 hours in a GT3 car here.
That can come up a fair bit, to say the least. I mean, running 4 hours in a stock car can take a lot of the normal person, let alone those in the car.
Yeah, you and I have both done multiple hours in the stock car for like the Coca-Cola 600, the Daytona 500, maybe even the Bristol 500. Those are long, grueling races, right? But yeah, when you have teammates available, I think 3 hours is about the most I feel comfortable with. But I know some drivers they want to drive. They want to get it all done, and they want to be in there and get the adrenaline pumping and do it. But yeah, I'm not a fan of that. And that's why you'll see some leagues, both real life and some leagues, both real life and iRacing, put limits on things like that, on total drive time and such, to help with that kind of stuff.
Well, fair share is a major thing when it comes to today's race, so keep that in mind for today. And most teams seem to be in accordance to the fair share so far, so that isn't a problem for most teams right now. Of note, 4X Racing Pink is amongst those now in. For a pit stop, you see them 9th on the classification boards. This battle for position zipping on by the pit lane for reference, Aaron Humphrey. Right now trying to find a way to get back up to the 89 Motorsport car.
Yep, definitely trying to find a way. Indeed, I was going to ask Justin, do you, I say this jokingly, do you want to explain the math of fair share to the viewers? Because it is not the easiest thing to explain into words. Do you want to take this task?
Well, when it comes to fair share, what does that mean? Well, essentially, when it comes to fair share, there's no requirement for the prior sessions, but in the session and amongst itself, drivers have things divided by laps. Essentially, at least 2 eligible members of a said team have to have a fair share of the amount of said laps, otherwise the sim itself would disqualify you. The fair share is essentially 1/4 is an equal share. For example, you have a 3-car team that runs 75 laps. You divide that by 3, then by 1/4. That essentially means to reach fair share, each driver needs to run about 7 laps. So you can't just have one driver essentially run, let's say, based on the totals remaining, about 595 laps, and then someone finishes the rest.
Right.
You have to have a split share. For reference, for most teams right now, that's 27 is the share. And
Yep.
most teams are in fair accordance to that mark.
Yep. By the way, while you were going through that, a big number of cars were off track there in that corner. We're going to go back and get a replay of it in a second while you were going through what fair share is. But it looked like there was at least 3 or 4 cars parked on different sides of the track back there. So I'm suspecting we're going to find there was some kind of incident or collision that caused all that. I didn't get a car number on any of them as they were going by, so we'll try and find it in a moment. Here it is. This is going to be Team Radline.
Oh, and that's 89 Motorsport across the track.
There's one on the other side of the track as well. You can't tell in that camera shot. You see the headlights in the background. So there's at least 4 cars involved here.
Yeah, there's the
they
reason
got
for the
bumped
spin.
by.
That was Sim Dynamics. That was for position. What were they doing?
Yeah, I don't know what exactly happened there, but it looks like everyone got moving at least. That's the positive news. But you're right. They got bumped by Sim Dynamic there and got turned around. Yeah, that's going to have to be looked at by race control. I'm sure someone, if not multiple teams, will protest that.
And keep in mind, Team Loose and Spurwing elected to come down and take their service there after all that. That nearly also collecting second place. BRT just got around the 89 Motorsport entry and all of that. And they were amongst those also shuffled off the racetrack, so it cost them a lot of time on circuit. They were already seeing the deficit reduced between them and Altitude Esports with the silver car of Tim Perry right now within about 30 seconds.
Yeah, a lot there. And I think that was, oh man, I think that was Aztec Racing actually that got into 89. I don't think it was Sim Dynamics. I think that was Aztec as I look back at it again that got into them. But yeah, a lot of unhappy drivers here coming out of that incident.
Also hearing there was a technical issue for the 9 car. They've just had to put in an emergency driver, Elijah Seville, because Donovan Dyer's Wi-Fi went out.
There's a hot topic, right? Wi-Fi and iRacing. That is are 2 words that I don't. I know sometimes you have to put them together because maybe, you know, your rig is on the opposite side of the house from where the internet is set up. But man, Wi-Fi and iRacing. Ooh.
And again, there's a reason most people recommend you have a wired connection. It's crazy to me how many times, though, recently, when I've mentioned the need to have a wired connection for a computer, people think Wi-Fi and internet router are the same thing. They're not.
No, they're really not. They're really, really not. So, yeah, I'm a fan of having a wired connection. I've had one for a long time to my computer when I was sim racing, and yeah, I don't like the idea of it being Wi-Fi if I could all help it. I mean, I know sometimes you live in a parent's house, you live in a dorm, you live somewhere where you just can't do it, but there's some alternatives out there if you look at them. But yeah, Wi-Fi in iRacing just makes me nervous.
Hearing that situation's put them 2 laps off cycle, so some bad news there. And as some people are already saying, they're firmly in the church of hardwired connections only. You don't use wireless connections, anything when gaming. And again, it goes to the same thing for broadcasting too. It's very hard when you have to rely upon basically the amount of people on the connection to the Wi-Fi. Say you're at a hotel and there's 25 people on your Wi-Fi. You're splitting the Wi-Fi 25 different directions for the speed.
Not to mention that. Sorry, go ahead.
With wired connection, you take out a lot of the risk of the materials and the walls and everything breaking up connection.
Sorry, I was just saying, not to mention it's hotel Wi-Fi, which historically is not always high-quality Wi-Fi to begin with.
Yeah, don't race on the Wi-Fi at the day's end. It's not fun. But still no word on a penalty filed yet, or rather a report filed. Following the contact seen before, of note, Triple S is also amongst those now into the pit lane for the respective class. Coming up to 9 hours to go. Still 18 minutes before the top of the hour here.
Well, here, I'll tell the story about Wi-Fi, if you don't mind. I'll go into story time for a second. And I won't name names because you'll strangle me. We recently ended up at an event where we needed to download some software over a public Wi-Fi. I'll just say it was an F1 game we needed to download. I think that the size of the game is relevant to our conversation here. What was the count, JP? It was going to take us 22 and a half hours
Correct.
to download that game over Wi-Fi.
Believe that's what's the count.
We probably could have driven over to like Codemasters and picked up a copy of the game in 22 and a half hours and got back. But no, we opted for different alternatives than that. But yeah, Wi-Fi is scary. And of course, that was a public Wi-Fi in a big building. But yeah, I am anti-Wi-Fi whenever possible.
Yeah.
22 and a half hours. I thought you were kidding at first when you said that. I got to be honest with you.
Quander Mass Motorsport, incident point, black flag in sim. Black flag's piling up. But imagine the ping, though, on a connection to that point. The interesting points being brought up by the team involved, saying they prefer having bad ping than a dropped Wi-Fi connection. I'd prefer good ping and no dropped Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I don't understand what did I miss there? If you have... Are they saying bad ping on a wired connection? Because that shouldn't be a thing. What am I missing here?
I'd rather have a bad ping on a Wi-Fi than a dropped Wi-Fi.
Oh, no. I mean, yeah, at least you're still in the race, but as your competitor, I'd rather you drop out than have bad ping. Sorry. We've all been in a race or two with someone who has a ping, the 200-300s, and you kind of go, I'm not going to race that guy.
Yeah, because the higher the ping, the more likely there's a very big cushion of air around said car, and the more cushion around said car, the less amount of space you can get close to them in. And that makes it very, very scary if that ring is, say, 5-10 feet wide, the width of a car.
Yeah, we've all been there. So, I mean, I appreciate you want to be in the race with a bad ping. And listen, if you want to be a bad ping and you go lay in the back until it fixes itself, or you fix it by maybe, turning off some things. But no, I'd rather you drop out. But I mean, that's why Justin and I are both team wired, because it fixes so much of that stuff. And listen, there's so many alternatives out there. There's Wi-Fi extenders that'll help out a little bit, that'll help increase the boost of the signal. There's AC networking, which I know is not always a thing that people think about, but you can actually do power line networking that works pretty well, all things considered. But yeah, Wi-Fi and iRacing. And listen, I'm sure it works well. It's sort of like my bias of VR and iRacing. There's plenty of drivers out there who have VR or have Wi-Fi, and it works well, but we only hear the horror stories.
Yeah, because when it goes wrong, it goes wrong. Very, very wrong.
Yeah, very wrong.
Still keeping an eye on E9 Motorsport, by the way, in all of this. That is not for a position behind them. That is Team Redline, who's basically now working with them. And so far, the damage is slowing them down a little bit. In fact, it's time for a pit stop. They are at 28 laps in. Keep in mind some of the others in class have gone an extra couple laps compared to them, but they do have the fair amount of door damage on the car.
Yeah, I was thinking 28 laps was a little short, but of course, if you have that damage already and maybe Bartek is just done dealing with it, maybe he's tired and realizes this puts him within a pit window they have mapped out, so why not come in, get it fixed, maybe use that fast repair if you have any left, and then, you know, come back out. Now, the question I start to have is they made a driver change right there. George Daniel is now in the car for that team. The question I'll have that we don't have an answer to specifically, JP, but it will come relevant probably in the next few hours, is how many teams are starting to run out of fast repairs? How many teams are now going to be at a point where the next bit of damage is terminal?
That's the biggest question for a lot of people at this point as George Daniel jumps into the car. And obviously, the further you go and the more fast repairs really you have to bank on, the more likely contact comes into play. By the way, the driver who just jumped out at the 89 Motorsport entry has already apologized for the contact, for the brain fade.
There you go. So that's a good thing to see when you can apologize for your own mistake. It does help a lot. Going back to YouTube chat real quick, Stephen Murray says it's all I got Wi-Fi, and I get that. Listen, not everyone has the opportunity to be wired, and if it's all you got, it's all you got. I respect that. Here's an opinion from OZ Frog Racing. I want your opinion on this. iRacing needs to introduce random virtual safety cards for endurance racing that counts down from 10 and potential drive-thrus if you're not at a speed limiter by 0. That sounds like chaos.
I mean, I can see it, but I also can see a flurry of black flags.
Oh yeah. And I don't know that, I don't know that I want random virtual safety cars either. Like, I want them to be for a reason. You and I have done broadcasting for a series or two that does random, you know, cautions or random virtual safety cars, and it's I don't know. I'm not a fan of randomness. Yeah.
There's some that do it by incident point. There's some that do it based on if a car can't tow the race car in a realistic manner. It really depends on the series and depends on the racetrack too on if you trigger the cautions. Oh, by the way, the reason also coming into play, it appears, for the incident with 89 Motorsport, 16 hours straight staring at a computer screen. 16.
Yeah, you got to get up and do something. I mean, I've done it before. I'm not going to say I haven't. Between different activities I do, whether it be iRacing or not, we've all been addicted to something. But yeah, you can't do that. That'll lead to some brain fade and some fatigue, whatnot. And now, depending upon where that person is, that comes back to that comment I made earlier, Justin, about, you know, time zones. You know, when that person gets out of the car here in a second, you know, you've been staring at a nighttime sim for hours. If it's daytime outside, that is the hardest thing for me to deal with during an endurance race, is that difference of daytime, nighttime, virtual versus real life.
Keep in mind for today, most teams have avoided the need to tow, it looks like today. We haven't seen really any tows. DCW Racing Egg, bad news for them. Their eggs have now seen themselves take a little bit too much dirt into the mixture, so they get a black flag for incident points.
Well, that's probably going to scramble their race plans, and you know, their strategy's probably cracked, if you will. Nothing?
I don't get the joke. Oh,
Scramble,
and Yellow
cracked,
Submarine Squad
poached.
nearly got some scramble things up. Well, Yellow Submarine Squad nearly got poached all to the wall.
Yeah, they did. They really got in a very hairy situation right there and almost got torpedoed, but they're good, so we'll keep racing here. That's Josh Toothman in the car there for the number 531 Yellow Submarine Squad.
You gotta love the song Yellow Submarine from the 60s.
Do you know I called the race earlier with someone who didn't know that was a song?
Seriously. And was it Nolan?
It was absolutely Nolan. It was absolutely Nolan.
Oh, we have some bad news for Aztec Racing. Just received word they've had a wheel disconnect. Hearing that was an issue earlier on in the race for them, and Jake Pitt has just had his wheel disconnect.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, right? Well, I think it was you and I saw it earlier when we saw the car just kind of, oh, man, ow, that hurts. I was going to say we saw a car veer to the left earlier, a very sharp snap here, and it's going to happen again. Watch this here. Oof. And that seems to be the mantra of wheels. Watch the inboard here. This will be the best sign of it. The wheels is going to snap to the left here more than likely. Yep. Most models of wheels, and JP, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I think all models of wheels, for some reason, when they disconnect, at least iRacing treats it as a sharp turn to the left.
In most cases, yes, especially when they reach the signal. It's even worse when you don't realize it until you don't get any steering. And then it does the sharp left.
Yeah.
So
I was trying to think if there's any time I've seen it go to the right, but I don't think so. I think it's always to the left.
Incident point penalty. 87 Motorsport has now reached the limit. So they'll have to serve a black flag as well for the penalty. For the sim, not for the incident. That still has been filed through race control sheet.
And this is where a team... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You got a better point.
This is where a team who is, racing a little slower, racing a little cleaner, as these black flags start to come up here in these last, 9 hours of racing, you can make up a lot of time. Because that pit delta here at Silverstone is not small. So every time they do that, that's a trip down pit road that's going to cost them, what do you think a delta is here? 35 seconds or so, probably?
Give or take, and more contact. Ow. Now it's the side of the Yellow Submarine squad that gets a car running on the side of them. Well, that wasn't very nice. I believe that was Eric Grove.
Man, the Yellow Submarine car has been involved in a few incidents here lately. Now, there's one off track, pretty wide there, by the way. Who is that? I can't see the side of that car. That's the one right behind Yellow Submarine. Is that Radline right there behind him?
No, that would be Triple Blade or Kimura Racing.
That's Kimura,
as well.
You're right. You're right, that is Kimura. That was well off track there, but man, as these incident points rack up, if you're a team who can avoid those black flags, you can make up a lot of time here on these cars. Of course, incident points are hidden by iRacing. Race control can see them. If you're an admin of the server, no one else can. You can see your own team's points, but there's a lot of strategy involved in not getting those points. Let's watch this again here. This would be WSR. These are our leaders. Are they going to have contact here?
Oh, that's one car out of the way, and then they hit a second.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the understatement of the day. Wow.
I don't know, because WSR had a good line through there, so I don't want to say I think they did anything wrong, but they did make contact, so I don't know. Without seeing it again, it's hard to form a strong opinion about that.
Of note, a couple more things. Team Heap Together has a situation because Jedman Prius is now in the car. However, that it was not the scheduled driver. Steven Koenig got out of the car. Apparently, their other driver was supposed to be in the car, but they are still asleep, so Steven Koenig cannot go to sleep yet.
Yeah, when you have a driver miss a stint for sleeping, it's hard, it's frustrating. Hopefully you swap phone numbers, you've done something as an alternate way to communicate. But yeah, and of course, remember Steven, by the way, and I know this conversation came up before you and I hopped back in the booth. Steven, by the way, Koenig racing with a broken toe on his right foot, on his accelerator foot, if you will. And that's got to be difficult, trying to lay on that throttle all day and get off that throttle with a broken toe. A broken pinky toe. Not sure if that helps or not.
Also, we have someone standing on by. We mentioned Boosted Media, or rather Boosted Motorsport. Once those running up in the top 6 in the GT4s. And it looks like Toby Ward is standing on by. Toby Ward, do you have a copy?
I have had my fair share of energy drinks tonight. It's a bit weird trying to sort out a sleep schedule so that you're actually sleeping in the day so that you can be awake at night. But yeah, I've got one more stint to go until about 4:30 in the morning, which is going to be brutal. But you know, it's definitely worth it so far for us. You know, sitting in sixth, and you know, we're pretty pleased with that considering we had a pretty rough start to our race. So yeah, it's all going well for us, really.
Can definitely pick up on the fatigue because I think you thought I said coffee, not copy. It's been interesting for you guys so far. How has it been trying to race through the darkness?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty challenging, you know. It's not like, say, Daytona where, you know, you can see, like, pretty well across the whole of, like, say, the track at Daytona because it's all floodlit. Whereas here, you know, especially from some of the GT3 cars, it can actually be quite blinding. So, you know, it's definitely much more of a challenge. I know we're trying to manage our incident limit at the moment to try and avoid getting a drive-through or two, you know. I think that's actually going to be an issue for a lot of these teams because the off-tracks on some of the apexes here are really tight, and it's really to pick up one or two off-tracks when somebody is, like, say, overtaking you, that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a challenge, especially towards the end of the race.
And in turn, when we have a race like this, how different is it at a track like Silverstone compared to, say, even racing this in a sprint-style race at a track like this, especially with there being no lights, all headlights? You better know the marks.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you've really got to get yourself into a sort of a rhythm, you know, and also you've got to be careful with like things like your strategy and also who you're really trying to battle with. We know that the teams around us between 5th and 7th are on completely different pit strategies to us, so we're not actually quite sure where we're at practically in the race. And as a result, we're kind of, you know, trying to take things a little bit easier so that we can set ourselves up for the end of the race more when we've got some of our faster drivers in the car.
An interesting mark when it comes to that in that regard, because there was an article through Motorsport UK that mentioned you felt you were the slowest out of the team but had the highest amount of racecraft. Talk about the context in that quote.
Yeah, I mean, my background on iRacing is much more in rallycross, where, you know, it's really intense. You're constantly having to battle cars really up close and defend quite hard your position. But as a result, I have a little bit less experience in these GT cars, and the depth, especially we've got in both our team and in the rest of the field, is quite high for sports car racing. So I perhaps haven't got so much of the pace, but, you know, in my last stint, I managed to keep back a couple of cars when they started to catch up a little bit. And I think that's mostly because, you know, I have that experience racing wheel to wheel with lots of people through really difficult situations. And I think that's why we've managed to defend our incident limit a little bit as well. And I'm hoping that puts us in good stead for the end of the race.
And in turn, an interesting thing as well, part is it's talked about the association with Team Virage, which is a real-world motorsports team. How did that connection come into play to be able to work with them as part of this event this year?
So yeah, we're really fortunate to have that partnership. We have a couple of contacts in the industry, and a couple of their drivers actually race for us socially, and we kind of agreed this partnership a couple of years back, and we mostly use it for GT sports car events. We've mostly raced in for WSR in the World GT Championships. I'm running in the World Sports Car Championships at the moment and doing reasonably well in that. But yeah, it's been about 2 years now since we've started this partnership, and you know, we work sometimes with them in terms of getting their drivers familiar with sim racing, that kind of thing. And honestly, it's just a real privilege to race for an actual real life team. Obviously, not everybody gets to do that. And so, you know, we wanted to really do them proud, and I think we're actually doing that here today. So, yeah.
And especially that partnership also may or may not take the attention away from the fact the team name technically features the half a logo of Boost Mobile and half the logo for Ted. That's always been an interesting part of the team.
That's interesting. Yeah, so the name Boosted actually comes from the founder, whose name is Ted.
Oh.
So yeah, because obviously being a British-based team, we don't have Boost over here. But no, it's interesting you mentioned that. I never thought about the logo looking kind of similar.
They use the exact same font.
Oh really? I never knew that. I'll have to have a look at that afterwards.
Apparently I was asked if it's Ted Lasso. I'm not sure. What do you mean by that?
You know, I mean, come on, JP. You know who Ted Lasso is, right?
Oh, you mean that Ted Lasso?
Yeah, that Ted Lasso.
Oh dear. I think he'd be too busy doing football management, that kind of thing, you know. He keeps his stuff on the pitch. He's got enough fun.
Well, he's retired from the pitch. He's come back to the States, apparently, so who knows? Spoilers. Sorry, I guess I just gave away a season 3 spoiler. Sorry about that.
I think people know by this point, it's been a few months that it's been on Apple TV. But on that note, Toby, your mindset for when you jump back into the car, it sounds like you've got a fair amount of fatigue already, but that mindset when you have to drive with that fatigue in said car.
Oh, you just have to take your time with it, really. You know, you're not going to be setting your fastest laps when you're on your 6th stint of the day. With a significant amount of fatigue, that kind of thing, you know. It's much more important for me, especially to, like I say, try and manage that incident limit and just keep the car on the straight and narrow. Obviously, some of the GT3 cars, especially up the top of the field, they get a little feisty as you get towards the tail end of the race, and you know, sometimes they make decisions that don't always suit yourself, to put it politely, and it's just about managing it so that, you know, you always want to take, like, say, an off-track rather than a 4X and then potentially even get protest, that kind of thing. We've had a few situations where we've had massive packs of GT3 fields come onto us when we're having a battle ourselves, and that's been a really good challenge to manage, but we generally just try and give plenty of space.
Reference, how close is the team on incident points, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I think that would be telling.
Okay.
But like I say, I think we're expecting you know, lots of teams to be struggling with incident points. I know a few have already gone through drive-throughs, that kind of thing. And you know, we do try and plan so that if we do breach an incident limit, you know, we can still put our fastest drivers in and, you know, take that into consideration on our strategy. I think that's really important, because if you think about it, 100 incidents sounds like a lot, right? But you're doing about probably 30 to 40 laps, I think, per stint, and then it's over 24 hours. So I think it works out to about 4 incidents like per stint, which is not actually a whole lot if you think about it. So yeah, it's definitely a challenge for a lot of these teams, I think. And we're only going to find out at the end up, right, when the dust has settled, who actually is on top and who's managed them the best.
Well, once again, Toby, thank you very much for the time. We'll let you get back to your team.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
It's Toby Ward from Boosted Motorsport. I'm surprised he's never heard or thought about the Boost Mobile and the TED Talk logo influence for the team, but here we are. Also,
yeah, that's something maybe they've already looked at, even if he hasn't, right?
I mean, I seen it for the first second I seen the logo.
Well, right, and then of course there's also Was it boosted? There's boosted.biz. There's all kinds of boosted out there. I'm with you. I thought the same thing when I saw the logos. So maybe that's something they do want to look at before they get an interesting email one day.
I mean, they have real-world TV team connections for 2 years, and they haven't said anything, so I don't think they're worried yet. But we are past the 9 hours to go mark. WSR Esports ButtKicker is up at the top of the board still by about a lap plus. It's near 3 minutes to be precise over BRT now. Altitude Esports Silver. Camaro Racing, 11 tenths Racing Team. Altitude Esports Blue is amongst those in the top 6. Samsonite Kanan Esports 7th. And the Sim Racing Collective is in 8th. Sim Dynamics of note is back in 9th with Simon Mason behind the wheel. And Team Loose X-Spurwing is the top 10. GT4 features Olympus Esports Titan with Daniel Sedgway behind the wheel now. It's Cameron Martineau, his team. The Symphony of Pistons. Team Magenta is still holding on to 2nd. BPR Esports 3rd. You still have DCW Racing up in 4th. Then the Sim Racing Collective 99 car in 5th. Boosted Motorsport Farage is in 6th. Camaro Racing coming back from the issue. That was the car that we were talking about with Dono earlier in the 6th, make it 7th position after the internet issue. And then Triple S Racing in 8th, 4X Racing Pink, and Sim Dynamics with their entry in GT4 is in the top 10. So far, so interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting look right now to see that right now not much has changed as you read those off from 3-4 hours ago. So a lot of consistency here. Of course, there's some teams moving up and down, but realistically in GT3, your top 3 teams are still there, maybe in a different running order for 2nd and 3rd. For your GT4s, I mean, Olympus Titan has dominated all day, and SOP Esports has been up there all day. So right now, consistency is dominating this race.
Keep in mind, in about less than an hour for now, we will swap to the next ground commentary crew for today. It'll be David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonder in. We'll take you through all throughout the night. Then Ewan O'Leary and Reese Gardner round things out for this year's festivities. Hugo Weiss amongst those who is now staying up 13 hours straight amongst those to close out as producer for this race this year.
Yeah, a lot of work goes behind the scenes with our producers to make us look good. Give us all the information we need and give us a good camera shot. So we do appreciate that when that happens here. And now we're looking here at this Olympus GT4. Got a little bit of clean track ahead of them here, Justin. And the track temp, by the way, if we can take a look at track details on our screen, it's going to tell you in Celsius. I'll tell you in Fahrenheit, 21 degrees Celsius or 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a 10-degree Fahrenheit drop from hour 4. That is a massive, that's track temp, by the way. I almost feel like we're about to that point in track temp, Justin, where it's so cold, it can end up being a little bit slick.
Yeah, very hard to grip up when it's very, very cold. And in turn, as we reach almost 3:30 in sim, why don't we take a chance to go to RaceSpot Fan Immersion for a few minutes and listen to the sights and sounds of the race cars as they make their way through the cold temperatures. This is Daniel Sedgway. He's the leader in GT4. You're on board for RaceSpot Fan Immersion. Final on board with Olympus Esports Titan as they work their way through some heavy traffic. Old Tunnels Motorsport, BPR Esports, Munsters nearby. TSR also making the pass. Just Prince Derek Watson, Hugo Wees producing as we make our way through at least our final hour of our stint before we reach the 8 hours to go mark in the race. 46 minutes until that mark, though. Of note, there is a race control review underway involving 89 Motorsport. That's involving the contact we've seen from earlier that took a few drivers along with them, including the Aztec machine. So that review is now underway after 30-40 minutes plus.
Yeah, that's a long time, right? Because I think Aztec has already had a penalty of some kind since then. I believe it was an iRacing penalty for incident points, if memory serves. So we'll wait and see what comes out of that as well. But that was a multi-car incident, so I was positive somebody was going to end up protesting that.
It was a matter of when, not if in that case.
Yeah.
But your thoughts on what we've seen so far tonight? 45 minutes to go in our respective stint, but Olympus Esports continue to dominate in GT4. Just 2 are left in the lead lap.
Yeah, I mean, dominance on both classes is the key word here, right? And staying clean, and for the most part, staying out of trouble. I mean, that moment with WSR we saw 5-6 minutes ago with what appeared to be some net code as they were getting around a car. That's the closest they've come to having any kind of real danger or risk in their racing so far. We've not seen a lot of them. There's not been a lot of exciting things happening around them. And that dominance by Olympus as well. I mean, they've had a little bit of a scarier race just because they are in that slower car, so they're going to naturally get past. But right now, it's going to take something to happen to either of these cars for anyone to make up time on those cars. They have some fast drivers on both those machines.
Here's a look at Ben Cooper, and this Dapper Customs car has not had the funnest of times. Pineapple Racing Club doing everything they can to make sure everyone enjoys pineapples.
I mean, I like pineapples okay. I'm not the biggest fan, but yeah, they're okay. Like they don't belong on pizza.
I know that was a talking point because people were asking, why are commentators so obsessed with pizza?
Because that's the most common thing people try to put pineapple on. Like, I mean, there are people who put pineapple on burgers. I'm okay with that. You can put pineapple, like grilled pineapple on my burger. I'm down for that.
Wait, who has pineapple on a burger?
You've never had grilled pineapple on a burger?
No.
Wow, you've got to get out and live life a little bit more, Justin Prince. That's a nice flavor profile right there to get pineapple on a burger.
I've never even seen anyone offer a pineapple on a burger. But
all right, so then how do you consume pineapples then? What do you have with pineapples?
Turn it into juice? I don't know.
Fair enough.
Hey, take your mind out of the gutter on that one.
No, I wasn't the gutter. That's the obvious answer. I was laughing because I was like, okay, that makes sense. Like, yeah, okay, but I mean, obviously fruit salad would have been a good answer, but yeah, there's places to, I mean, you could put pineapple in a curry, you could put it in the Thai food, you could put it in a burger, you could put it on, not on pizza, but there's plenty of good uses for pineapple.
Stephen Kernick amongst those who is staying up, part of those who have raced in the stints. He's based out of South Africa and said, because pizza, like the Z4, is life and love. I'm not sure what the Z4 is in reference to.
I'm assuming yeah, I don't know. Actually, come to think of it, I started to say something, and I'm not sure I'm right, so I don't know. I don't love pizza. Growing up as a kid, pizza is and was my father's favorite food, and so we had pizza all the time as a kid. So I like pizza. I'm not anti-pizza, but I've already had enough pizza in my lifetime. If I don't have another pizza again, I'll probably be okay.
And now we have commenters and racers that are ready to fight over pineapple on pizza and burgers. How about we distract away from that conversation, talk about something a little bit more important. How about with the driver? We mentioned the technical issues for Donovan Dyer, and he's now standing on by here. Derek, you take it away.
So Donovan, obviously earlier, a little bit of a connection problem with Wi-Fi there, but you guys are still hopeful, right?
And
There,
it
things
appears-
have an audio problem.
Yes, he's actually just walked out of the broadcast booth.
We'll see if that can get fixed. 1 second. So let's go ahead and move back here to the race here for Aztec Racing. Any updates yet on race control?
And that's still being reviewed as the main update. 2 different teams have now protested the incident, by the way. So we'll see what happens here. Now, as we look over at Samsoid Kanan Esports, talk us through, at this point, the racing group at this point.
Talking through the racing group is what you said, I'm sorry?
Yes.
I mean, the group is pretty well defined in at this point, I would think, where it's rubbered in, and that will, dictate the proper line here for each car. But now the problem is so much not the groove, but if getting out of that groove can be kind of squirrely and will grip different on the track than being in the groove is what it will do here. So, in iRacing, to a certain extent, on certain tracks, you can kind of see as the race goes on, you'll see that portion of the track get a little bit darker. It's harder to see here at night on this track, but there's, especially like an oval, you'll see a very much clearer, darker groove in a track, kind of where you should be. And when you get outside of that groove and you get up into the dirty parts of the track, that car can get very unpredictable in how it handles itself.
Here's the 11 Tenths Racing Team, and this is Juanluca Alia. He's amongst those that also work with Overtake GG. And amongst those doing well in the car so far. Taking the reins over from Oliver Kerwarden. And so far, about a second or so within the battle for position with Samsoid Kanan Esports. Red Luca 56 doing well so far to be able to try and reel in the purple and orange.
Doing a good job there. All right, let's try this again. I'm going to try to cue him up again here. I think we got our audio problems fixed. I cannot. There we go. So Donovan, driver on the Kimura GT4. We saw that disconnect earlier from your Wi-Fi, but you were telling me you're hoping still for a good finish tonight?
Yeah, so I mean, it's going pretty well. Obviously, the disconnect was unfortunate. It happens. It's my fault for not wiring it. It is what it is. For tonight, we're still looking for a good pace. We've still got a lot of stints left. Obviously, we've got all different paces in the car. So me and Will Ovenden are pretty much same pace. And we've got Connor, which is like setting fastest lap, which is outrageous. But honestly, I think we're still going good pace, and we might drop a little behind, but I'm confident that we can pull back.
So I'm going to ask you, we saw an issue earlier where it looks like probably netcode with Kimura and the WSR team. There's nothing to be said there, right? You guys are not looking to protest that?
No, I mean, obviously the driver was a bit, they were a bit upset, but it is what it is. The car seems to be mechanically fine, and at the end of the day, it's netcode, and in sim racing, you just have to deal with things like that. It looked like a closing gap, but because I rewatched it a few times, and he was on his line, we were on our line, and it was just unfortunate. A bit of miscommunication. But other than that, yeah, I'm not going to protest it, because realistically, both cars are fine, and at the end of the day, we'll just keep pushing forwards.
Yeah, is that just a natural instinct not to protest it, or does the fact that the number of protests limited per race factor in, or is that just something you just probably wouldn't protest anyways?
I think definitely in my head I wouldn't protest. I mean, I'm definitely one of the more level-headed on the team. I'm definitely not the fastest, but team manager wise, I'm definitely the more level-headed one. But it is what it is. I wouldn't, even if there was unlimited protests, I wouldn't protest it, because it's at the end of the day, it's a racing incident between the GT3 and GT4. That's just multi-class racing at nowadays. So,
right. I won't ask you for the number, but I'm going to ask you a vague question here. You can answer how you wish to answer.
Yeah.
Incident points. We've seen them be a concern for teams tonight who maybe are already over the 100 and maybe working on their second penalty.
Yeah. Well, we're not doing too bad. Obviously, we've had a few incidents where we've gone into the back of people. I don't know if you guys saw that when there was a gaggle of us. Obviously, went to the back of the Aston Martin in front. That was just, I think, because there's so many of us that neither of us knew where to brake. So there's been a few like taps and stuff where we've got 4Xs, but we're not doing too bad. We're definitely not doing the greatest, but between us and our sister team, it's not going too well.
I'll ask this question. Are you more than halfway to your first penalty?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I won't ask you more than that. I just want the baseline of what we're talking about here. Like,
yeah. I mean, a lot. I'm pretty sure I can talk for most GT4 teams. Is a lot of our penalty points were getting pushed out by GT3s, and that's just racing. But it's kind of unfortunate that's just how it is. But at the end of the day, we could always slow down more to not get an incident point. So at the end of the day, it's our fault, but we should be okay.
all right. Well, got a whole lap to catch Boosted, who we just talked to earlier here, and Toby. So good luck in the rest of the race, and maybe we'll see you on the podium when it's all said and done.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that's Donovan Dyer, one of the drivers here for Kimura Racing GT4, Justin. And so apparently incident points are the story of the night.
Yes, indeed, expecting a lot more drivers to have that situation. By the way, Olympus Esports Vanguard, the 31 car, just got in that situation as you were finishing up that interview. Grant Yingling has picked up that penalty and sparked some incident points. So we have about 34 minutes until we swap crews around here. The understanding, by the way, from the conversation we're talking about with the Z4 was the BMW Z4 GT3. And as one of the people who called it send-off race, I'm sad I didn't remember that car. That was one of the oldest cars on the platform before being basically retired from competition in the past couple of years.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about, but I was like, maybe there's a reference here I'm not getting. So I was trying to be cautious and to not like throw that out there. Of course, Ingo in chat says pineapples don't belong on burgers or pizza, by the way. So obviously not a pineapple lover there. But yeah, no, I love pineapples. Like I said, I'm surprised this whole burger thing is such breaking news.
I mean, I understand if it was Hawaii, but I'm not even going to get into this conversation.
No,
again.
it's okay.
Richard Simnor has, by the way, fallen a lap down, so there are just 3 within a lap of being able to battle for the podium here. And basically, it no longer includes Simnor, so that leaves only Adam Hallway, who's at risk of being lapped as well. That's about it. Here's Prismatic Motorsports. They are dropping back a spot in turn in their battle with Old Turtles Motorsport. We've seen a lot of Prismatic as of late.
We have. It feels like we've seen a lot of Prismatic all day long. They're not always involved in the incident, but they seem to be near it all day long. Probably not a stat they want attributed to them, but Brett Widner is going to bring this car down pit road here in what I imagine to be a scheduled stop. You see they got the yellow stripe on the side of the car. That's a nice touch there. And they'll begin their journey down pit road here and get it stopped in the box. Of course, tires and gas is on the menu. And they'll come out here and they'll run it again. Well, no, that's a short stop. What is that? That is confusing. Was there a penalty on the board for Prismatic, Justin?
No. That's a 5-second pit stop for Brett Widner. I am not quite sure what that was. About to get some confirmation there.
That feels like maybe they wanted to come down as I'm going to look. Maybe we can look back and see if they were just checking for damage. Maybe did they have contact recently and they want to see if they had damage on the car? I don't know. But you don't get a whole lot accomplished in a 5-second pit stop.
That's got to be about it. It's about the time maybe for a fast repair, but
oh, that's a good call.
So, yes, indeed. So, again, Prismatic is a team we've talked about a fair bit as of late this year because they're actually a transgender sim racing team, esports community, for those that are also non-binary who want a sim racing team that's been around since 2021.
It's always great to see. Listen, it's amazing to see. I feel like in the past year or so, how the acceptance of communities has really found its way into the roadside of sim racing, whether it be through Prismatic. I'll just call it out. During the daytime in the United Sim team, we've seen the pride flags on the back of the sides of the wing. There's Lead Paul Racing. We talked with Marlon earlier. Talked about them being a very inclusive place, wanting to feel safe for LGBT members. It's awesome to see that, on the roadside of iRacing, we're coming into a point where it feels like a safe space. This is not the time nor place for my comments on the oval side of iRacing. But it's cool to see that's becoming a place where communities can bond together and get involved in sim racing and feel wanted and accepted. That always makes me happy.
Their team, mind you, that's been involved in this side of the racing for Motorsport UK since being a part of the F4 Esports British Championship that took place back in September on Ford. Richard Simnor still on screen, by the way, within 1.2 seconds up the next position. And keep in mind, they're using basically the overall leader in Daniel Sedgwick for the class to get up to Adam Hallway here.
Yeah, that's what they're doing here. And then see that Olympus car right in front of him here. So, and that car is now coming down pit road. So we can kind of nullify that conversation just for the moment while they come down pit road here. And that's another GT4, I believe. It says DCW on the label. I don't think that is DCW. That's...
Well, it is DCW, but it's also AIRaceSummaries.com. It depends on what side of the camera lens you're on today.
Okay.
And they have made a driver change. Speaking of DCW Racing, here's Paul Busby.
This is DCW Chicken.
Yes. And he's been in the car for the past little while or so.
So I'm going to ask you, while we're sitting here on DCW Chicken, and I don't think I've asked this before, but I don't know why I haven't. We've known each other a long time. When it comes to chicken, wings, bone in or bone out? Boneless or boned? Is
boneless.
Really? There's no hesitation in your answer there.
I eat less of the chicken if the bone's in, because I have to eat around the bone, and I don't end up eating all the chicken.
All right. Now, I think this is more of an American thing, and I don't think it's a secret that you live in Canada. Do you use ranch or blue cheese with your boneless chicken wings?
Yes.
Do you want to tell me which one, or is that a secret?
Both. Either or.
Oh, okay. Do you have a preference?
Ranch.
Oh, okay. Well, that's negative 5 points.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that then.
No. Listen, I will say though, and I didn't know this till recently when talking with some friends, that apparently the whole using ranch or blue cheese on a chicken wing, that's very much an American thing. A lot of people, friends I have who are from Canada or from the UK, have never heard of such a thing before.
Using a dipping sauce for the ranch, for the chicken wing.
A lot of people will tell you that they think that the chicken wing is flavored properly. You don't need ranch or blue cheese. I disagree. I think blue cheese is required for chicken wings, but some people don't think that way.
So race cars. As Paul Busby continues to buzz his way around the circuit here. Right now the gap is still 1.3, 1.2 seconds. You can see it slowly going down to get up to Team Redline. Stephen Place is the car in front. You see that yellow blur. Austin Farr is currently the buffer between them.
Yep, it's currently the buffer between them here and kind of making a nice gap here. It will make it a little easier for Paul to get a draft with that car being the buffer in the middle than if he was just racing that car. Now, when they get side by side through a corner, Paul will quickly catch up. Look at that, because neither car up there gets to take their optimal line when they're side by side like that.
There's that gap now closed up completely, just about 1-2 seconds nearly this lap alone to get up the car in front. Again for 15th in class. The Audi looking to set it up, but they do have some traffic. They have Fard, they have Pike. And now Stephen Place having to go to the right a fair bit to get around the 99.
Ooh. A little bit of a moment there, but both cars got around now and now continue their battle with that TSRC car behind them. They'll have one more in front of them here, but I think the DCW chicken car is going to catch Radline here, probably the next lap or two. They seem to be closing this gap at a pretty decent pace.
Yeah, they've been closing in slowly but surely here. The average 7/10 quick over the past 5, but last time by it was 3/10 alone on the interval. In terms of the eye test, we've seen that gap go very quickly the opposite way towards Busby's direction, though.
We're watching along here, and now it's a hard shot to see in the dark there, but you can see that's still Radline. That bright colors of Radline helps them stick out even in the dark when the headlights beaming on them. A lot of that, I'm going to call it a mustard yellow. Do you have a better name for that yellow right there, Justin, than I don't know what to call that? A dark gold?
Yellow.
Just yellow.
It's yellow.
All right. Sorry. Apparently I played with the expanded box with Crayola crayons, so I had the fancy names for them. I apologize.
And
here's the
like
pass.
Steven, yep, like they'll let him go. Paul Busby has a bit of an offset by 5 laps on his strategy, 5 laps further along on it compared to Stephen Place. Place electing to let by the faster car for the time being.
Now the question will be, what can this chicken car do now that they're ahead? Are they going to be able to pull away? Are they going to show maybe they had more speed than we thought, and they're going to be able to pull away from Radline? Or are they going to stick with them, or what will happen? And right now that DCW car is doing a great job at pulling away.
Cade Middleton is the next car up for reference for position. More pit stops for VPR Esports, this time by his own GT4. Here's the Huracan. And on board with this GT3, Stephen Place. You see that interval going the wrong way and fast. You see just the straight line speed isn't there.
No, the straight line speed is not here on this car. So whether it's maybe from a little bit of damage or just, a driver not getting out of the corners as well as they want to or what have you. But yeah, right now they're not having as great of a run as they probably want here. But now you see ahead of them a little bit of a 2-wide battle with a slower car. And that's closed up here. So now they'll get a little bit of run here and try to make this pass here. They're going to do it. Yep, there you go. Right in the corner.
Very ruthless on some of these passes these drivers are today. That was on an R GT4 Triple S Racing. So about 23 minutes until the swap off. There is still a lengthy process for A9 Motorsports, by the way, for their race control review of the situation. They are currently awaiting evidence, is the report, because of a replay issue, apparently. So it currently waiting replay viewpoints from the teams themselves is the understanding. That's the reason for the delay here.
Yeah, that can be a hard thing to happen sometimes, right? Where I've done some race control, and you always prefer to have multiple looks at something, and either because of software issues or just maybe someone's perspective is different, you can have the ability to go back and ask for more evidence or something. But George Daniel here in the 89 Motorsports is all over the back bumper of that car. And I just want to finish an update on a story from earlier, by the way, going back to Team Heap Together. Just got word from Steven Kernick. His teammate has finally awoken Justin Prince. So Steven's able to finally chill out and relax and enjoy himself. He was able to get out of the sim for a few little bits and possibly get some rest.
So getting the confirmation in as well from race control. They are checking is the confirmation. Again, appreciate the hard work put in by the race control stewards throughout the night. Again, they're on rotation throughout this evening's festivities. Some of the crew members working as many as 15 hours over the course of a day per person. Part of the rotations showcased throughout this year's festivities. But
Yeah, and that's one of those jobs that's thankless, by the way, because when race stewarding and race officials do the right job, no one talks about it. But boy, if they make an unpopular decision, whew.
They are closing in on a position. Simon Mason. Simon Mason is in the Sim Dynamics car. Remember, that went the opposite way in the previous run. All it takes is a switch of the driver, and all of a sudden you're running after pit stop previous time by about a second off compared to Remy Gilbert's pace.
Yeah, about a second off indeed here. And of course, Remy, that amazing 16-year-old you talked about earlier, who's having an amazing run both in sim and other aspects. So sometimes that's what you have to wait for as a team, as driver swaps, because even if you have a Remy Gilbert on that team and he's able to set down blazing lap times, we looked at a bunch of them that were like 159s, in that range. But then when Remy hands off the car to a teammate, maybe they're not Remy's pace. They're not slow, oh my goodness, per se, but they're just not his pace, and you can start to close a little bit of gap on them and make it feel like a race again. Boy, with this 3-car pile here, that Sim Dynamics car almost got rear-ended through that corner.
Yeah, that had to be a bit of a checkup, to say the very least, to get around Liza Seville. But Simon Mason still playing good defense here in the midst of all this. Daniel trying to go for the switchback up on the high side. Looking to try and set up a good diamond line, coming out of the loop through entry, up down the Wilmington straight. And no going yet for George Daniel.
No, not yet, but he's definitely teasing and making him think about it. He's putting the pressure on and making it feel real here. And now digs into that corner. Nothing there either. Now, the last conversation I really want to have tonight, Justin, I get this question a lot from drivers, is how do you get on one of these teams? And the truth of the matter is there's a lot of factors in joining a team, but the first answer is ask them and approach them. Like, I know that when you talk about teams like this, you get a little nervous about asking, like, hey, how do I join your team? But talk to them. But let me just give this piece of advice, and I'm sure I want to hear yours as well. When you're out there racing and iRacing and you're running official races, if you're looking to join a team, you have to treat every day or every race sort of like a job interview, because you never know who's looking to recruit. You never know who's watching a race. You never know who's going to hear about a race. And the way you behave on track, the way you behave in voice comms, the way that you handle yourself post-race even, can really affect someone's perception of you. And there's that classic line, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. I've seen many a drivers recruiting, go south because maybe they can't handle themselves in sim.
And taking themselves seriously is actually, depending on some of the grouping, could be also negative, because depending on the grouping, some prefer you to take it absolutely seriously, like you live, breathe, eat, sleep, stock car racing, or racing in general. While others say, you better be also ready to have some fun with movie nights and the Call of Duty nights. Because if you are going to have fun or be fun to be around, we're going to hire the guy that makes me have fun, who's also good on the racetrack.
There's nothing fun about a Call of Duty night, but I know exactly what you mean. There is definitely that dynamic of making sure that that you have that dynamic there, and there's that chemistry. And sometimes the off-track antics can be as important for chemistry building as what you do on track. But listen, I've seen many drivers both in road and oval. You get mad at an incident, and it's okay to be mad at an incident, but if you go on for 5, 6, 7 minutes ranting in voice chat, or maybe using some colorful language, most teams are less inclined to want to recruit you because they don't want that image.
Yeah. You don't want to be the person. In fact, they don't want anybody who draws attention specifically to the grouping and asking, why do you even have this driver?
Yep.
They just said this.
Yeah, and it can be hard for a team owner or a manager or a principal to be faced with that, because you can't defend it. You go, that's really awful. I'm sorry that happened. And when you're trying to get sponsorships, or you're trying to get noticed, or social media notoriety, or invited to events like Britcar, those are things that can really affect that sometimes here. So, I mean, yeah, if you want to join one of these teams, talk to them. You know, go on the iRacing forums. There's a whole area in there for teams that are recruiting. There's different Discords out there that teams will post in that they're recruiting. I would say personally, have official racing stats under your belt when a team owner goes to look at your profile and you've raced like 3 times this year in 2023. That would make me less inclined to want to recruit you, because I sort of think you probably don't race that often.
Indeed.
But yeah, that's a common thing that gets asked. I think people get intimidated by some of these teams, or any team, about how do they join. And trust me, there's teams always looking. There's never a point when some teams are happy with their roster, but everybody's always looking.
Still, as we've had this discussion, we're following on board with Kate Middleton. Kate Middleton, the 20-year-old from Florida, is currently holding on to 15th on the racetrack. Is right now in the midst of a battle with Stephen Place still. They're also trying to close up to Paul Busby. Kate Middleton also amongst those who has some experience with real-world race cars in some test sessions. And also is amongst those who represented the team a part of a Make-A-Wish International charity race that just took place a couple weeks ago.
That's awesome to hear, too, when a team can get involved in something like that, whether it be a Make-A-Wish event, whether it be the iRacing event from a couple months ago where we raised money for MS. You know, I think teams doing those events is important, you know, purely from a standpoint of just showing that this community can give back. And there's a lot of, you know, let's be honest, there's a lot of money spent in this community on the peripherals and the hardware and the PCs and the content. But it's important to see we can also give back and help others when needed.
For reference, that charity race referred to the team itself, talked about in terms of Fury Sim Sport, raised $400 alone, and that in turn also had previously raised almost $23,000 US.
Wow.
Just from that one event alone that they were a part of.
That's incredible.
Middleton's still keeping an eye on. Go ahead.
No, I was going to finish that thought and say, and for Make-A-Wish specifically, like I'll say that's a favorite group of mine. The things that you see that Make-A-Wish do for children, and you know, who want to have these special experiences while they're able to enjoy them, like that makes me happy to hear that there's a Make-A-Wish thing. I want to look into that more and maybe be involved in that next year. That's a pretty cool thing.
By the way, a shout out back again to Dan Blake. We talked about the previous commentary backing with his past when it comes to RaceSpotTV. He's also a real-world commentator. He's had a busy day when it comes to as they go 3 wide in the midst of the traffic with Austin Farr on the outside. But was about to say, Blake, amongst those who on top of has real-world experience, might be getting worried because that is a Aspire Racing team that's off. That was in front of them.
Wow, that was sudden. It looked like maybe that car just missed its braking point and so went sliding there. I think they got it gathered up, but right in front of Fury is where that happened there. Sorry to cut you off your comment you were making, but wow, that happened out of nowhere.
Old Turtles Motorsport, black flag incident points. Aspire, they aspired not to do that.
Yeah, that puts them at least one more, maybe 2 more incident points towards that limit there. Of course, in iRacing, incident points are determined by off tracks, car contact, loss of control would be another one. My goodness, speaking of car contact, that was almost right there with the 142 and the car in front of them there. But 100 incident points sounds like a lot, but it's really not when you get in the grand scheme of it. I mean, over 24 hours, you're talking about basically, what, 3.5 to 4 incident points an hour is where you need to be to not get your 100. And that's harder than it sounds on some of these racetracks.
I was about to say, just trying to mention, quick shout out back to Dan Blake. We were talking about him in the previous commentary experience. He's actually a part of the Vanarama National League self-commentating teams. So technically, on top of being in the race car in this respective entry. He's also technically been commentating soccer for which is about, on a given day, would be about 4 or 5 hours at least at the stadium. Oof. So you're talking about full-on work being put in by some of these drivers tonight.
Yeah, that's a lot of work, right? I mean, yeah, you and I both know how long that feels. You're in for your 4th hour. You did Ivor Club Sport this morning. This is my second 4-hour run here for the Britcar, so I'm feeling it. I couldn't imagine doing 4 hours of talking and then go race the car. Son, that's wow.
And I'm not sure if you know what the National League in reference is, because there's so many layers of soccer. We're talking about 9+ divisions.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know this league specifically. I mean, I know that there's, as I said, soccer is multi-layered, or football, depending upon where you live, is multi-layered all across the world.
About 10 minutes from now, we'll be doing a commentary swap, by the way, to David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder. Once those listening in, we'll talk with them in about 10 minutes' time. And there's a lot of discussion about, is it football or soccer?
I mean, in America, it's soccer. That's just what it is. I understand that internationally, it's football. We have our own football here in the States. The National Football League runs every Sunday for about 22, 24 weeks a year. But it's just a cultural thing.
I mean, there's also the rise of futsal. If you want to get into indoor soccer.
Which is exciting, by the way. If you've never seen indoor soccer, that's when they get to use the walls for rebounds and everything. That's fun to see happen. If you've never seen it before, you should look that up. Same as like arena football here in the States. That's I don't know if you guys have that. Do you guys have that in Canada? I don't know.
Arena football, yes, we do.
Okay. Yeah, it's fun to see here. We had a team here in Portland for a while, and you can see how the different rules play out. It's quite the high-scoring experience.
For those wondering, yes, we're talking about a wide variety of topics because there's 8 hours to go, and the overall leader is up by 2 laps. Yes, throughout all of this, Eric Grove, who's now coming in, has lapped the field twice, him and his team.
Yeah,
my gosh.
Yeah, my gosh is a good word for that, right? We're going to ride on board down pit road here. This is with Eric Grove and at WSR Esports ButtKicker machine. But you're right, my gosh is a good way to say it. I mean, as we talked to Alex Simonik back in like hour 4 or 5, I can't remember now, he said they found out a way to fuel save in this car, and they didn't want to talk about it too much. They just said, they didn't want to give that away in the broadcast, but they said they're doing 34 lap stints, and that's so much longer than the other cars. I'm impressed that they're able to do those stints like that, Justin, and keep the pace. That's typically when a team fuel saves that much, they sacrifice the speed.
Here's the thing, they've had the speed, even with the fuel save.
Right.
So that makes that even more incredible as Adam states now in the car.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know this. I don't have the inside knowledge. A lot of how you fuel save in that car, though, probably is by being gentle on how you're going up and down the gears. You throw a lot of fuel around in the car every time you go up and down a gear. Maybe we can listen for a second on board here. And this here, I'm guessing they're not going up and down the gears as much as other teams.
Does sound a little bit on the shorter shifting. They are also trying to avoid the use of the first gear, we've already noticed there. And look at how much time it takes before they start the engine braking process.
Yeah, I mean, that just feels like fuel saving right there. Just how much longer he was in second gear to sort of let the car just rotate itself. He didn't feel the need to get back on the gas. And, of course, now he's going to use that car in front of him for a little bit of draft as well here. So, yeah, this is interesting seeing his work here. And just said it's amazing to me. They're not giving up speed in the process somehow.
41 seconds in the pit box, by the way, you see with the Delta. Rounded up to about 42 on the dot.
So for the moment, that'll put BRT back to 1 lap down until they need to pit again.
Well, give that a little bit is the main thing. Josh Benson is about 1.5 laps down. Tim Perry is also up to 3rd, by the way, in the Altitude Esports GT3 Silver car, but is also within decent range to be caught on draw pace by Adam State.
The other impressive thing is we watch Adam race here. And by the way, you talked earlier about how long Adam's already driven today, and he's back in the car here, which is impressive. But look at this. They're also not, I mean, look at these laps here. They're not really flirting with the off-track limits. Watch this corner here. Going to see it on the track. I don't feel like, and I could be wrong because we don't know, but it's hard to imagine that they're anywhere near the incident point limit.
They've avoided contact for the most part. They've avoided having any tires go off in the major sections.
I mean, the closest we've seen contact would have been that net code, right?
Yeah. Or that air distance, yes. No matter the terminology, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we have an error car with an incident infraction. Whoa. Aztec Racing. And that looked to be a quick way to let by traffic. Scheduled or not for Project 88.
That looked to be a moment of concern for Adam State, because I'm sure he got concerned about what that car was doing when it got that wide suddenly. He probably scared it wasn't going to try to correct itself there. It did not, luckily for him, but those are the moments as a leader you get scared about, because although right now that adrenaline's pumping, there's 8 hours left, you're 2/3 of the way through this race, believe it or not. You start to talk as a team, hey, this could really happen, like we're doing really well. But you have to remind yourself that just one iota of bad luck could level everything off. Now, one would lead us to believe that, WSR probably has all 4 fast repairs left, or at least maybe 3 of them, if they've used one just for some small little, damage they picked up somewhere. But, with those fast repairs, if they get back on pit road or property even after a collision, that lead is so big, they can literally go down and get a fast repair, and still come out in the lead. What was that? It's a bad wiggle.
Everything's okay, though. They still keep going. So, as we reach the top of the hour, we're within 4 minutes of that, in fact. Let's give a quick rundown again. It's WSR Esports ButtKicker BRT. Then Altitude Esports GT3 Silver's in the pit lane. The blue car is still on track. 11 Tenths Racing Team. Kimura Racing, Samsoid Kadan Esports, and the Sim Racing Collective in the top 8 of their respective class. GT4 is controlled still by Olympus Esports Titan. Then the Symphony of Pistons, their Team Magenta cars in 2nd in GT4. BPR Esports is in 3rd. Pit windows open for the GT4 leaders. CW Racing in 4th. Boosted Motorsport Virage is in 5th. Triple S, Kimura, on with 4X in the top 8 of their respective class. Now we're about 3 hours away from the top of the hour, and as one more car gets themselves an incident point. First of all, the thoughts on what we've seen break out here today in the course of these past 4 hours or so, where the overall leaders haven't swapped, but several of the drivers have definitely swapped what lap they are relative to the leader.
Yep, and we're seeing another car on pit road real quick. That's Olympus. That's your class leader coming down pit road for their scheduled stop. But coming back to the thoughts, it's getting a little busy overnight, right? Between the black flags for the incident points, between the black flags for that the race stewards are handing out. And I'm excited for the next 4 hours, because I think that's when the sun's going to come up and things are going to go a little cuckoo, if you will, Justin. I'm excited. But overall, a very great race. Listen, I was concerned, I'll be honest, when I saw there were 4 fast repairs. I was concerned that drivers were going to drive like they had 4 fast repairs. And this is my first experience with Britcar. But overall, it's been an amazing experience. It's been, for the most part, very clean racing compared to what it could be. And it's been a lot of fun. So I'm excited to see how this finishes.
So, in turn, who are you keeping an eye on the most to be in terms of these closing stages here?
I think the biggest thing to keep an eye on probably is Olympus, because while they are quite, doing well in their class, the question they're going to have is, can they avoid all the GT3s all day long? Unlike WSR, who's able to kind of get away and dominate, Olympus will always be getting passed all day. That's the nature of being the slower class in a multi-class race. As far as for WSR, what to keep an eye on, I don't know. Like, I guess watching them with lap traffic as the sun comes up and as the day progresses and the track heats up, this is WSR's race to win unless they throw it away.
As we keep an eye on some of the groupings, as Olympus nearly gets their nose chopped off by Dylan T. Lees. Let's get ready to tee things up for the next broadcasting crew as we reach 8 hours to go here in this race. ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. The next 4 hours of coverage brought to you by the commentating crew of David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder. Lorenzo, it's his second 4-hour stint of the race. For David Haynes, it's his first. What's been a busy day for his entire organization for endurance racing as a whole. With Hugh Jazz. In turn, they'll be taking you to about 8 a.m. UTC before they tee things up for Ewan O'Leary and Reese Gardner to close things out today. On that note, as we get things settled in, let's settle in over and settle on over to David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Derek, and thank you, Justin. 2/3 of the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone is done, and there is 8 more hours of endurance multi-class racing to go. I am joined by Lorenzo Bonder, and we have that sunrise still to come.
Absolutely. Good day, mate. How you doing?
Quite fantastic. And we've got GT3s, we've got GT4s, and we're just right in the middle of kind of that pit stop phase at the moment as well.
Yeah, I think it's right about on the refueling time for some of these GT3s. I can see like also the 1110s due to coming to the pit lanes, but it's right around the verge. We're starting to go around the normal strategies where you would do around the hour 2 minutes. So it's like that casual hour for you to do your pit stop, refresh yourself once again, and just get yourself going one more time.
Looking at the number 10 team, loose car right here, working their way through the traffic. Silverstone, of course, very, very high average speeds and very, very slippery through Cops Corner. What used to be turn 1 on the old Grand Prix layout was now about halfway around on this modern layout, and maybe just a slight compromise of the line, trying to work through some of the GT4 cars. And for Dylan Lees, the rear of that Ferrari just not wanting to stay planted through one of those really, really quick corners.
Absolutely, just trying yourself, do your best to carry around the speed of some of the corners, and we've seen time and time again, especially at Brooklands, when you're coming up quick and you have to do those heavy braking zones and everything right there, David, that the cars are not finding the right balance, despite not being at as hot as temperatures. You know, it's coldest weather. You're in the middle of the night. You would expect, cars are going to be more planted to the ground. They're going to be finding more grip easily than a hotter weather. But unfortunately, they're all making mistakes, and at night is not the best time for you to do those kind of mistakes.
All of Dylan Lee's teammates are Club UK and Ireland, but he is Club Michigan, so maybe putting in a little bit of that late night coverage for the team. Go Lions or Pistons or whatever, I don't know. Spent like 2 days of my life in Detroit. They were okay. Plenty of traffic now. Onto the Wellington Straight here, and all of the headlights on the Ferrari lighting up the road ahead, trying to gauge the closing speeds, closing distances on some of the GT4s. Gauging, can I go around the outside here, knowing where the balance of that car is at, which is a little bit slippery?
Brooklands it's a bit risky. I would say definitely not. You don't have a lot of you have the grip. If you stay side by side and you're given enough room for you to go around Brooklands, it's doable. But loop field is a little bit more complicated because you'd have to, pressure the driver on the inside way too much, up to the point that he wouldn't be able to grip enough around the corner and get around Woodcut properly. As we had a car stop at the Beckett's complex, unusual.
Someone was just chilling out there for sure. So don't know quite what was going on with all of that. Seemed mostly out of the way. We're going to look at the 420 Triple Blade Racing. They're way off the racing line here already. They're running through the paved runoff there and then stop. So I wonder if they encountered some technical problems, encountered some running out of fuel problems, encountered something else. But they get going, stop, get going. Definitely good of them to not have a problem in the middle of the racing line in a complex of corners like Maggots Beckett's. They're so quick, so flowing, so busy through the traffic. And, they've clearly encountered dramas of some kind here with the Mercedes AMG GT4.
Oh, here we go.
Replay in window there as they get going.
Yeah, what matters is as long as you get going and you get going in a safe fashion, that's what matters for everybody. And you were talking about Michigan. I would say more go Lions and Pistons, because Pistons right now, they're not doing well. They're not doing well. It's bad.
I'll level with you. I don't know which sports those different teams play. I just know they're Detroit teams.
One is basketball, Piston is basketball, and they would say Lions is football, like Derek Watson would say, even though we normally call it Hendek.
I'd leave that there, where the people of Detroit would say that team plays football.
Yes, that's the more accurate statement. I agree.
So what we've seen here with Dylan Lees is we had that sliding moment through Cops a couple of corners ago. Lost a lap to Ram Ranch Racing there, who got one lap back around to them. And now they've been together doing pretty similar lap pace here, working their way through that GT4 traffic. And having pitted 11 laps ago in the case of this number 10 car, there's still a handful of teams that are around pitting at this top of the hour kind of mark area of the race. But of course, you get this far into a 24-hour race, more than 16 hours of racing already completed. All sorts of things could throw you off your schedule between penalties, repairs, all of that.
And talking about not a lot of incidents being reported so far into this race. I'm looking over here. We have about 44 incidents over the course of nearly 18 hours. So it's kind of impressive to have this low amount of attrition for a track that despite not having too many DNFs, a lot of things haven't been reported. So that's good to know.
Yeah, that is good. The penalty sheet showing that it looks like there's no outstanding penalties at the moment that haven't been served. Am I reading that correctly, do you think?
No, it is. I think the last one was Team 89 Motorsport that got involved, and I think that was served already. All these green, we normally see green as like being served by the teams around the track.
So the on-screen column showing the top 10 of the two classes, GT3 and GT4, and the leading margins of each. Looking good and steady for WSR Esports ButtKicker and Olympus Esports in GT4, of course, keeping in mind that each category, they are competing to win a ButtKicker gamer system and Hapsy Connect software to go with it. Title sponsor of the event, providing some of the prizes that GT3 and GT4 are each competing for. We are expecting that GT3 lead probably gets a little bit longer in a couple of laps time because of the strategy difference between WSR Esports and BRT. WSR have that lead of more than a lap and also carrying a little bit more fuel at the moment. Less than a lap in GT4 at the moment. But again, Olympus Esports Titan have a little bit more fuel on board than second place SOP Esports Racing Team as well. I'm looking at the, registered club affiliation of all of the drivers who are on track at the moment, and of course, it is predominantly UK and Ireland. We pointed out Dylan Tees is Michigan, and then the car behind him for position, Team RedX.com Academy, Nick Mercer, is Club New England. We've got a Canadian or two, a couple Carolinians, so there is a few internationals connected, trying to carry their team through the dark night hours.
Yeah, I think what you needed is a esports license for you to be able to, register into this event. So that's why a lot, you would see the majority of the drivers being part of the Club UK and I that have this esports license within the Motorsport UK. So that's the good thing. As long as someone has it, you can actually drive this event. And you can compose with a team with some internationals, which is always good. If I remember, your team is composed with a lot of international drivers, if I remember correctly, right, David?
A lot of Americans and Canadians. I think there's also a agreement-y kind of thing between Motorsports UK, Motorsport Australia, Motorsports New Zealand as well, where I think they count the other ones as well. There certainly was a esports tri-nation between Australia, New Zealand and England, and I can't remember who won. Yes, I can. Australia beat England, as they do in all sport.
Normally. If you think about it, nowadays in the in the Premier League, they have the best coach in the Premier League is actually Australian. I cannot say his last name though. I just know his first name. Anjay, if I remember, Angie, or like you're gonna beat me. Yeah, thank you so much.
I've not watched a whole game of that yet, but I've seen a couple of highlights and an interview or two of him as the new manager of Tottenham Hotspur as of this season. It was going very well for them at the start. I think the wheels may have slightly fallen off the wagon. We'll see. Pit stop from 6th place in GT3. 11/10 racing team on the pit lane. And I think they're about to get passed by Kimura Racing then for that bit of track position. Or Kimura have got a lap back, something like that. On a very, very dark Silverstone Grand Prix pit lane though. They get all that glass in the pit and paddock building, and they haven't lit it up. But that was a very short stop.
That was extremely short.
And there's still a black flag on 11/10's racing team after that. So I wonder if they've had an unsafe pit entry or they had some other kind of problem going on, because that's not a normal stop. And going through the pit lane just as they did there has not cleared the iRacing black flag that is out for that car. So dramas at the moment for the number 32 Lamborghini and Gianluca Elia.
Oh dear.
I don't think it's an admin issued black flag, so it could be to do with track limits. It could be to do with the, speeding on pit lane or an unsafe pit entry or something like that. Pit lane speed limit here is 80 kilometers an hour today, but you know that that start of the pit lane speed limit sneaks up on you very early so that you don't speed through right angle 90 degrees right-hander on the pit entry, but we are 16 hours through this race already. It is not your first time entering pit lane, I don't think. And for the car number 32, it's not Gianluca Elia's first rodeo either, because he completed 99 laps so far in this race, along with there is a 5-driver lineup, 6-driver lineup in this car, but everyone's had a turn behind the wheel already. The pit lane is no mystery to anyone on board this team.
No, not at all. And if I remember correctly, he did a few laps around the dark. You can see the car just coming in, gonna brake safely. There you go. The problem is, David, is that the pit entry during the night, I think, is more blind than daytime, because you cannot see the cones in the night. You barely see the white line into the pit entry. So you can catch some drivers off guard. But you said, you know, they've done this time and time again to get this right, and I think they managed to get it right this time. I think that black flag might be off.
Is it a possibility that it was meant to be a drive-through, and by stopping in the box it didn't serve the drive-through and they've had to come back through again, and that has now cleared the drive-through? Either way, they've resumed in 7th place, but there's now a black flag out for TSR, the number 26 car, who are 24th in class at the moment, with UK and Ireland driver Thomas Parker driving. So this might be, you know, track limits can be tough when you're racing in multi-class traffic, when you're trying to keep your rhythm up. I think in the dark they get even more difficult, and we might be in a point of the race where there's some fatigue for some of the drivers, but also you might have drivers who drove during the daytime earlier in the race, just now getting back in and seeing a very, very different track than what it was maybe 12 hours ago.
Yeah, not only that, but I think given the fact that I would say drive it in the night, especially in a track that normally you don't do a lot of night driving in Silverstone. I was having this conversation. What kind of races do you normally see that transition through the night, or to the night specifically in Silverstone? There's not many. WEC doesn't run into the night. They have Britcar per se in real life. I think that's the only event that actually transitions through the night. But other than that, it's pretty much daytime racing in Silverstone.
As evidenced potentially by the fact that there's no lights around the track here. It is very dark in the pit lane. Dark through some of these corners, like where we're approaching right now, Maggots and Beckett's, and then Chapel on the exit of this sequence. We're on board with 5th place in GT3. Zachary Trey White for Samsoid Canaan Esports Ferrari 488 GT3. They are just now hunting down 4th place. The car you see out front is the 38 Altitude Esports. This 4 position, and I tell you what, car we're on board with was 3 seconds quicker last lap. We are on the hunt here on board.
And that Ferrari is looking pacey, which is good to see.
So just now getting within that 1 second, now getting right to the bumper of the Audi R8 that's in 4th place. Mark Hutchinson is driving Altitude Esports GT3 number 38 to start another lap here, and I think a lap where Rattray White would like to get a pass done here if possible, keep moving forward. And then the next car, a podium position running car, is then only about half a lap further ahead, and here's a big move in one of the hairpin corners here. Ferrari getting to the inside and looking like it's got a lot more grip going on in these conditions as well. Up into 4th place we go. Samsoid Canaan Esports getting past Altitude Racing Esports, just Altitude Esports, and looking at that Audi, it won't be too long before you'll see a different rear wing on them, I think.
Yeah, you're pretty much right. But more importantly, it's a car that just came out of the pit lane not too long ago. It came about 10 laps ago, David. So it's just finding its strides around the track, and Canaan Ferrari has been for 24 25 laps. Therefore, is a lighter car, even though a little bit more of a wasted rubber around those left side tires, right side as well. But the left sides take a beating around this track, so naturally you would expect the Ferrari to probably be more gripped up than the Audi is at this point of the stint.
Which is pretty cold. Sunrise still a while away. Racing through the morning right now. In fourth place now, looking at actually 2 minutes 5 seconds to the next car for position for Samsoid Canaan Esports. That means that it's actually 4 seconds up the road and then 1 lap, so it won't be very far before Zachary White maybe has a chance to look at the next car for position. They'll need to unlap themselves and then score another lap. But you know what? Club Oz NZ driver Zach Rattray White, so no surprise that, you know, the Brits are asleep. It's no fun to be annoying to them while they're asleep.
The good old rivalry. Now, my question: would you rate today the all NZ drivers higher than the British drivers today in GT classes? Because you guys have Chazzy Mostert and everybody else driving around like BMWs, Ferraris, and other cars. And we have lots of Brits, you know, driving around Mercedes and Ferraris like James Calato. Do you think they would be up to the task of beating the Brits if they go head to head?
I think when you come to an Australia versus UK GT rivalry, you've got to look at the fact that the I got to be careful how I phrase this. That McLaren team that was racing British GT that had the interesting sponsor, and now they're out of business or folded. But Australian GT still has a car sponsored by that interesting sponsor. So now it's Australia 1, Britain 0 as far as if you are a fan of only.
Right. Okay. Fair. You have a point over there. I do not have a counterpoint for that.
So Mark Hutchinson, he got passed by that Ferrari, but as we ride on board with the Audi, you can see that he's maybe taken it as a little bit of motivation because he's trying to stick with that Ferrari in the slipstream here through the fast corners, definitely looking like the Ferrari's a little stronger as far as the straight line goes, and there's plenty of slipstreaming and high speed and sort of 4 key long straights around this circuit that's helping the Audi stay in touch. Second place from GT3 class is on the pit lane right now, Josh Benson for BRT, and with that it extends the lead that WSR Esports have outright in this GT3 category.
Yeah, we're going back to 2 laps. The advantage that WSR has on everybody else, minimum, at the track. And don't know if there will be a driver swap. There will be a driver swap. Alistair Kirk coming in instead of Josh Benson. So that's kind of good to know, except for that GT4 that's spun around.
Side view? Did you like the side profile view of the Mercedes AMG GT4 there on the exit?
That was really good.
Of Luffield?
No, that was really good.
Dramas have happened there. It's either going wide in the corner and getting the grass, or maybe some contact with a GT3 or another GT4 car. Did you pick up exactly which GT4 we just got the surprising view of?
Not quite.
With the onboard here, a little bit of traffic through Maggots Beckett's Chapel for Mark Hutchinson, and it lets Zach Rattray White and Samsoid Canaan Esports break that toe that was really, really helping the Audi's speed. Now, we might just start to see that Ferrari get a little smaller as it fades away into the distance.
I was trying to look which car might be either Triple Blade that was spun around outside of Luffield, I'm trying to look at the Delta. That's the biggest one I've seen in terms of lap delta. So that might be the 420 car in City 16th place in class.
Which was one we saw having some problems earlier on as well. Parked beside the road, wasn't it?
Yes, precisely.
Could be all sorts going on there, like screen freezes, monitors turning off, power cable doesn't sit right in the monitor, VR throwing up some problems, anything like that could contribute. Like that, some position changing happening in GT3, almost some contact and halfway a spin there through Cop's corner. Well, for the number 15 car, Sophie Eronwen trying to move forward, but squeezed to a tight line on the inside there, not able to complete the move, which I think would have been against the 390.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just... Actually, I was looking it up. That team of Sophie's car is basically what would be the former team eBrit that actually did this race last year. So and it's kind of fun that it's kind of like halfway composed of women drivers, you know, or a very diverse team, you know. That's kind of good for us to see a really good representation of not just of a more one would say male base motor sport. That's good to have, you know, drivers that have competed on every single level from you know, all genders. That's good to know, good to see around the track.
So looking at Steen Wienman in the DCW Racing Porsche Cayman at the moment, trying to hunt down third place, which is BPR Esports in the GT4 category, the number 81 being driven by Adam Holloway at the moment. The gap now back out to 1.8 seconds though, as those nasty GT3s like to just cut through, boss you around, take you off your preferred racing line a little bit. That's the unfortunate life of a GT4 in a race like this. But keeping cool, keeping your head. It looks like Wienman is still slowly cutting into that gap and looking for a podium if possible.
Yeah, I think he's going to take the opportunity. The fact that you have so many GT3s going around you at this time being, and not only that, but Wienman, when he actually first took over the car during these night stints, he was one of the fastest GT4s, if not the fastest GT4 in terms of pure pace. So naturally, we can definitely see that third place battle happening in a few laps time.
My local Porsche centre used to have a Cayman GT4 on the display floor. Have a look at it, very nice.
Do you know where is Porsche from, though? That's the important question.
Are we going to have this, is it German, is it Austrian thing?
You could go that way, you could go that route, yes.
I think Porsche comes from the Porsche factory.
Nice.
Like how food comes from the shop. Gap was 1.8, it's now sort of 1.4, 1.3, closing in a little bit. Always tough to read too much into it, you know, one corner to the next with the way the traffic is. But if you look, where was it 2 laps ago, where is it now, and then in 2 laps check it again, you can get an idea of on average how the GT4 pace going, because by the looks of things they basically never get a clean lap in around here at the moment. But still, able to see BPR Esports and Adam Holloway and third place. It's the next car up the road right now. Finally a little bit of clean air, and now a GT3 Audi chops in between.
I think also the fact that they cannot get a clean lap, right, is the fact that we have the fast repairs and everything else. If they go on a more normal basis or a normal race rather, maybe given the circumstances that maybe transpired on the track earlier on, we wouldn't be seeing too many of these GT3s and GT4s roaming around. So that also is a playing factor to be considered with.
32 GT3s and 17 GT4s at the start of the race, and it looks like all of the GT4s are still running and we've lost 2 GT3s. Here is showing that there's basically twice as many GT3s as GT4s out there at the moment. Oh, Veenman's giving a flash of the headlights to someone for some reason.
That's the number 10.
Maybe he's just congratulating.
Would that congratulations be a PG-13 congratulations or a mature rated congratulations?
Maybe it's a Post Malone congratulations. Gap to 1 second now. And then from BPR Esports to second place is about a lap and a half, I think. And then it's about 3/4 of a lap from second to the lead at the moment in GT4 is kind of the intervals we're looking at. Through the corners here and gaining a little bit of time on the way in, losing a little bit of time on the way out. So from 1.2 down to just underneath 1 second, out to 1.2 again here. Club Benelux, if you want to take a guess at where Veenman's from.
Either the Netherlands or Belgium or Luxembourg. That's the 3 countries that I know from Benelux.
I wasn't going to pick the French-speaking half of Belgium, so that narrows it down.
What if he was?
And it's Porsche versus Porsche here for the podium in GT4 right now.
Why there's some commitment from the car ahead of BPR, you know, just trying to go for deeper lines, trying to break away the best he can into this first corners, going around the village and dilute more aggressively than Veenman does. You can see Veenman kind of pick up the trails whenever he actually passes Brooklyn, and then just picks up the car, you know, where it might be a more of a straight line speed thing in comparison to the number 3 BPR car, but it's a good find that BPR is putting up on the number 16 car. Keeping him honest, that's the good thing we want to see.
Belgium have done a lot of good things for the world, a lot of good things for the world of motorsports. I still won't forgive them for inventing Brussels sprouts. But they definitely, as far as racing goes, are big fans of Jackie X. Is there a Belgian racing track that doesn't have a corner named after Jackie X? Don't know. Spa's got one. And so does Zolder. Yep.
They have another. They had another Belgian track.
Probably.
I'm nearly sure. But that's the 2 most. They had Chimay back in the old days. but they don't drive it over there anymore. It's more like it was, I think, a city base track than anything else, and that was basically run in the old days.
Okay, the 5 circuits for Belgium on racingcircuits.info are Spa-Francorchamps, Zolder, Chimay, Mété, and Brussels Ypres, which I don't think actually happened. But they had a planned layout, but it didn't happen. So things are getting interesting though for 3rd and 4th here, because as you can see, just a little bit of own class traffic for 3rd place in GT4, needing to work their way around that Mercedes. And now it sits betwixt 3rd and 4th in GT4. So it's on Steve Veenman, who is not shy of flashing the headlights to say, all right, now my turn to get past you, because I am in hot pursuit of Adam Holloway, BPR Esports, for 3rd place. Looking down the inside of Cop's Corner, not seeing any blue flags really waving here to help Veenman, but got confidence to dive bomb for it, to try to get through as quick as possible, side by side on the way in through Maggots, into Beckett's, looking for Chapel. Veenman really had to work to get through the traffic there, and has cost a couple of tenths.
No, not only that, but you can even see that dapper car just giving a blink of the headlights, saying congratulations as well.
Into the hangar straight, looking like a pretty strong place for the Mercedes. But Veenman's passed now and won't be getting passed back anytime soon. 3rd in GT3 is about to cut through. Well, we're talking about, 3rd in class. 3rd in GT3, 3rd in GT4 are about to be united together on track. It's Altitude Esports GT3 Silver. Tim Perry in the Lamborghini. Always got some distinctive headlights at night. The Lamborghini as well, when you fit the endurance lights and you get the extra one in the nose for free.
My question to you, David O made contact with the Altitude
Is he gonna
Lamborghini?
flash the headlights again?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm starting to know this man.
My only
Sorry,
question.
did you have a question for me?
No, yeah, my question is, if you fit the endurance lights on the Lamborghini, does that mean you get any speed advantage around the track?
Well, it stands to reason that adding more lights makes your car cooler. So, I mean, I'd always say fit the endurance lights if you're racing overnight. You don't actually have to. It doesn't force you. It's one of the setup options that you tick or untick. Do you want endurance lights or not? Likewise for the GT, like all the other GT3 cars, you have within the setup, caster, camber, and then also what color of LED light strip would you like? And so particularly some of the newer GT3s, you get some good options on that. The Mercedes-AMG Evo GT3, I think you get to pick what the left side LED strip is and what the right side LED strip is. For the Ferrari, as you can see in the background here, I think you just choose one of 8 colors, mayhaps. Although the Ferrari also did get an update to the 488 Evo spec, you might have more choices than I'm used to. Pit lane for DCW Racing, not able to catch and pass 3rd before the end of this stint here for Veenman. It is typically pretty long stints for GT4 cars. They got big tanks and they don't burn as much fuel as the GT3, so we'll see what happens in this pit stop for DCW Racing. Is Veenman about to get out? Are we going to have a driver change going on here? The number 16 car has 4 drivers. They are Veenman, Richard Simnor, Mikey Pollard and Mike Pierce, but only 2 of them are awake at the moment. It's Veenman and Simnor. And of all of the 4 drivers, it's Veenman who's driven the least laps to this point in the race. It looks like he is going to stay in as they add fuel and new tyres to the Porsche Cayman GT4.
Absolutely. And for me, and I was looking earlier in the messages, like done sent by the driver, Simner just asking for help. Like he was requesting a public vote so he can actually get some sleep. You can never have too much sleep.
I think I got 11 hours last night, and it was
Really?
perfect. Weekend things.
I get what you're talking about. I think I got like 5 or 6 hours. Except for, can I count the 3 hours that I had in between my broadcasting stints into the whole, weekend experience? Then I would total the time of sleep to 9 hours. Can I do that?
I don't know, but I just know that 5 hours makes me angry but purposeful, and 11 hours makes me comfortable but lazy.
It's trying to find the right balance. If you do 11 hours, I'm on the same boat as you are. I don't know. I might be because of my age. Oh, me talking about my age, like saying, "Wow, I'm very old, and I'm a boomer." Is like doing 11 hours. I can't sleep for 11 hours straight.
For shame. GT3 though, we've given GT4 its little moment in the spotlight for a second there. Stephen Place, Team Radline, 69 Lamborghini is on the hunt for a couple more positions, really not far away from being able to pick up a couple of positions here, in fact, because just in front by a second or so is Fury Simsport, then 89 Motorsports just in front of that, and then there's only 7 further seconds to get to 13th place, DCW Racing Chicken, the number 42. So if you're Stephen Place and you put the bit between your teeth and you give it a red hot go, you've got a couple of cars for position within the next 10 seconds of you. You could make that happen in a couple of laps.
No, absolutely, and despite the delta not being the field delta being slightly separate, I can see, I think, 13 laps for that Team Redline 69 car, 6 laps for the Matthew J. Luke Fury Simsport, and not far ahead is 17 laps for the Motorsport 89 Motorsport car. So off balance in terms of how they're working on the field, but the on-track action has been great. Not gonna complain about that.
It's hotter than Mallorca right now for GT3. Some battles for position going on here, and like we just pointed out, Stephen Place could make a lot happen in a short period of time right here. 12 laps into the stint compared to 5 for Fury Simsport that he's chasing, and 16 for 89 Motorsport.
Oh, David, I just realized this. What happened to the number 50? They were in first place, now they're in third place.
Well, there's some pit stops happening right now across GT4. Not quite enough to explain that. There's a 5-minute lap time attributed to them, suggesting that they lost 3 minutes somewhere with Olympus Esports Titan. And would you say Brett Whitner connection dropped due to download packet loss might be the reason?
No. Wow. Okay, that changes the dynamic in the GT4s a little bit.
You've also got a battle side by side here for GT3 for the top 10. Team RedX.com Academy, Nick Mercer hunting down the Mercedes of Sim Dynamics, David Hornsey, and it's Ferrari against Mercedes. Can we get a Red Bull? But hey, we love a flash of the headlights apparently in this race. just trying to cut through some of the traffic. The 29th place car in class, MRC Team 494, without too much time lost. Big dive down the inside of Cops, a bit of a slide on the exit. The Ferrari now trying to work through as well. TeamRedX.com don't want anyone between them and their prey.
Oh, say that to the GT4s that are right ahead of him. You can see the yellow submarine GT4 in front.
And it maybe works out through Chapel Corner, getting squeezed. GT3 one side, GT3 the other. That yellow submarine GT4 getting caught out somewhat, but no move made for TeamRedX.com. I think they picked the wrong side, the wrong way, and they remain behind. And now with a couple cars between themselves and Sim Dynamics 1, number 22.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, that wasn't the yellow submarine. Nearly made contact with the P26 car in the GT3s, but actually that was their team sister car, if you want to call it at that, in their Team Red X GT4 that got blocked off their path right at the exit of Chapel.
Came in, said I object, and blocked them at the Chapel.
Yeah, it's kind of like whenever you said, if anybody opposes to this matrimony, say it now or be forever shut.
Do you, Ferrari GT3, take this Mercedes GT4 to be your legally lapped slower class? I do.
I do.
And now, in the presence of race control and all these race fans, I do pronounce you GT4 and GT3. You may now ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. Yay!
And number 50 back into the lead in the GT4s. I think we're back into the natural flow of things now in the GT4 class.
So with just a little bit of a GT4 update, it looks like Olympus Esports Titan do have their class lead back, only just over SOP Esports, who've just been through the pit lane. There is less than a second in it now for the lead of GT4. What looked so certain, what was the lead of over 2 minutes, is now right in the balance with almost 17 hours of this race done.
Yeah, and I think more importantly is the fuel delta, that it's not basically 20 laps or something like that. It's nearly a full, like 3-4 laps in between the cars, so everybody on the same fuel delta in a sense to move forward with 7 hours and 13 minutes to go.
So while they're scored in the lead at the moment, if you just play this one all the way out to the finish on equal race pace, SOP Esports Racing team are in a better position. But obviously, Daniel Sedgley and that team should have the pace. They were leading handily.
What's
really
impressive,
opens it up for the podium in that class though, because you can see that third is only 20 seconds away, fourth is only 21 seconds away from the race lead now. We were talking about Steen Venman earlier. He's like, okay, well, you could maybe hunt for third. It's like, nope, there's 4 cars now that could all hunt for the win in GT4 at the moment. Back with Team Red X and Nick Mercer. They're in behind 10th place, the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo.
got a good exit out of Chapel. The Mercedes, the Ferrari rather, might do the overtake right here, David, on Stowe.
Right here, right now, to the inside of Stowe, but there's a little bit of off camber at the apex there, which does make it possible to hold your speed around the outside line there. It is what happens for Sim Dynamics, and David Hornsey stays in front just for the moment. There's a lot of pressure going on here. What you'd, I guess, hope you could do is hold on for another 10 laps here until Team Red X need to pit before you do. They're both off the racing line towards turn 1 here, trying to get around some of the lap traffic. It favors Sim Dynamics a little more as they get to use the full width through super committed turn 1. But I think the Ferrari could also have a dive onto the brakes into some of these hairpins here. Particularly, you're just so tempted always just so tempted to have a look into Village.
Yeah, because the nature of the corner, right, the radius of the corner kind of invites you to do a dive bomb. But I think they just played the better game, you know, the smarter game, and you know, just trying to find a better opening for them to work with and not count with traffic right ahead of them. I think right now they basically got a clear track, so all eyes on Nick Mercer to find that opening right now.
I suspect the R in Nick R. Mercer stands for racing right now. Again, a little bit more clear track, not too many GT4 cars or anything to come across. You might get another chance at a clean run into Stowe, taking some slightly different lines through here, just trying to get the exit, to get the full throttle at Chapel before the other car, get into the slipstream, down the hanger straight, underneath the bridge, heading towards the braking zone at Stowe with nary a hint of traffic. But without any of that traffic, it seems that the AMG has some pretty long legs. Good straight line speed from the Merc.
Yeah, the Merc on a normal basis, if she had, let's just say, put up fixed setups, right, David, actually has the what is arguably with the other Ferrari, the modern version of the Ferrari, the 296, would be the fastest GT3 around the track. So that V8 has some life into it. The kitty purse.
So still hunting Nick Mercer, looking for a top 10. So Lorenzo, more than 16 hours into this race, Dan Babbage has just gotten into the Project 88 team car for his first lap of the race.
Nice. If you want to get your laps done, that's the time for you to do it. Get that experience. I approve that.
So 1 lap completed in the race for Dan Babbage, compared to Tim Perry, for example, in the Altitude Esports GT3 Silver, has completed 153 laps in this race. Grant Yingling in Olympus Esports Vanguard has completed 213 laps in this race. But Nick Mercer has completed 228. He's the driver on track at the moment who has spent the most time behind the wheel, and you can run the maths very, very easily because each lap is about 2 minutes around here. So that would put Nick Mercer at 560 minutes, which is 11 hours 20 minutes.
560 minutes over 60. Sorry, 560 minutes. Yeah, roughly about that. Yeah.
So quite a lot, but still hungry for more. Hunting 10th, as we see right here. The Prismatic Motorsports number 46 has a black flag at the moment, so Cassandra Winkelbauer with a black flag. We've seen a couple of teams at this point in the race, I guess, start to get close to incident limits, and we were told that 11 tenths they had a little bit of contact with a GT4, and that, of course, can very easily give you 4 incident points, be something that puts you over the edge and sends you into needing to take a drive through. So it's starting to rack up a little bit in the dark with all this traffic for as long as it's been. Either, you spin out, or you get shoved off the road, or you make just a little bit of contact, or it all eventually starts to stack up. And 100, you get a drive through, and then it's 25 thereafter, isn't it?
Yes.
So when you see the way that the racing is playing out, lots side by side for GT3s, side by side GT3s and GT4s, GT3s barreling into corners like Maggots and Beckett's here, where they're able to carry far more speed than a GT4. Evasive action needs to happen sometimes you just plain overstep the track limits and you can just slowly trickle in some incident points there. Looks like the Team Red X Ferrari is a lot closer this time on the hangar straight, as evidenced by the defensive line that Sim Dynamics need to take. But is there still a car width to the inside? All the time, you have to leave it a space to the inside of Stowe Corner. Nick Mercer looks like he's going to take 10th place away. The Sim Dynamics Mercedes trying to strike back, but they're not going to be able to get to the inside of the braking zone here at Club. That's 10th place for Team Red X, I'm pretty comfortable to say now.
No, absolutely. And you can even see Sim Dynamics try to have a little bit of a looky outside of Stowe, on the inside, headed around Club, like you said, but that was early blocked off by Nick Mercer, and now the Ferrari gonna do his best to break away from the Mercedes right behind him and close the gap as well to 9th place, which we can see is about 10 seconds and a half.
So there's a handful of GT3 battles playing out at the moment, not for the race lead, where WSR Esports ButtKicker have 2 laps and then a little bit of change for the race lead, with BRT in 2nd and Altitude Esports GT3 Silver in 3rd. It's sort of 5th and 6th, there's battling happening. We're just seeing 10th and 11th, and then also Fury Simsport and RD Simsport are going back and forth as well. This is 5th and 6th place battle. Samsoid Kanan Esports, still Zach Rattray White, but Mert Menderes for Kimura Racing 52. And we are on board with a Lamborghini.
That's a Mercedes.
Is it? Oh, it is.
Yeah, I know it's a Mercedes from the dashboard and the wheel.
And now we can see it says AMG, and we're looking to the inside of 5th place, but not the way to do it on the way into Beckett's. But what you can do is then try to take a very late line, open the throttle early here. Hasn't quite worked out for Menderes.
I think Menderes got slightly arrow pushed into the exit of Chapel, doesn't it? From what it looked like.
ABS must be pretty good on board with the Mercedes though. Oh, that's probably track limits right there. And you can't do that forever. Like we talked about, there was a black flag out for Prismatic Motorsports. They've served that. Now PRC by Dapper Customs have one, and Fury Simsports 142 have them. So the black flag's getting plenty of work out now in the dark. A black flag would be very hard to see in the dark, but the teams know for sure. It comes across the race control as well. Your teammates can tell you, you can see it, you'll know.
If you have to throw a black flag around the racetrack, like if you're Barney and you have to throw a black flag, you put LED lights around the black flag to make it visible for everybody.
I don't know. And again, it's Kimura Racing, where the Ferrari looks quick but a bit of a handful in front. The Mercedes seems very stable on the brakes, but doesn't... sometimes it looks like the Mercedes has good straight line speed, other times it doesn't. Hard to quite know. Cops Corner, very, very quick. Stability and balance important there, especially as you need to make a quick change on the exit to avoid the GT4. Back within about a car length of the Ferrari, you've really tested the balance and the change of direction all the way through here, getting towards the hangar straight. So 3/10 back right about here. Full throttle. Easy here. Just staying level with the Ferrari. Picking up a little bit to the top of 5th gear. Gaining on the brakes there. Gaining a 10th on the brakes, but not really flowing as much speed as the Ferrari seems able to do. Mercedes maybe pushing a little wide on the exit as we almost high-side the car on that sort of exit curb for the second time.
Yeah, but I think more importantly, the Ferrari looks like to have a better mid-low speed corner grip rather than Mercedes does. You can. That's the second time Dyer has actually counter-steered the car into Club and Vale.
GT3 race leader is on the pit lane. Adam State brings WSR Esports ButtKicker to the new pit building at Silverstone. New, it's like a whole decade old now, but I remember when it was new. And is there going to be a drive change in the 1, 2, 3? They got a lot of other drivers hanging around, like Alexander Davidson, Alex Simonich, Daniel Ferguson, Eric Grove, Alex Bird. They are not looking like they are going to have a driver change there. Gap opens up a little bit more here in GT3 through some of the traffic.
Yeah, traffic gives and traffic takes. That's the natural order of how multi-class racing kind of goes, you know. Same thing has happened on the GT4s within, I think, the progression of a lap. I was looking at the gap between, for example, Sedgley and Cairns. Was at closer to 1/10 of a second. Now it's 1.4 seconds separating P1 and P2 in GT4 class.
Here it is, the Mercedes that's in second place in GT4. GT4 cars not afraid of flashing their headlights at either, apparently. 1.2 seconds at the moment to Olympus Esports Titan and Daniel Sedgley, who's leading the way, and then they're also battling for 3rd and 4th, so your top 4 is very good value in GT4 at the moment.
Yeah, can you relax at this point of the race with the GT4s?
No.
No.
Ooh,
And now
and another GT4, just a bit of a flash of the headlights to a GT3. I don't know what it means. I think the Ferrari waited and really could have got in there, taken the inside line away, and actually waited for the exit of the corner. So it's frustrating, I think, when you're trying to catch the leader. You've gotten so close to the leader, and now it feels like the traffic is conspiring against you a little bit. Daniel Sedgley out to a 1.5 second lead, but most of it's looked about as polite as you could expect.
It's because might be as well, given the fact that during nighttime racing we've seen some of the GT3s basically going into NASCAR-like overtakes, you know, just barely grazing the side door or the side panel of the GT4s. And we've seen some of them already coming together, especially around the exit entry to the Wellington Straight. We've seen time and time again that happening, and with very, very bad results, not just for the top tier class, but to the bottom tier class.
Lots more pit stops happening in GT3. We've also had Altitude Esports GT3 Silver pit, and that's the Altitude Lamborghini. They have had a driver change, I think. Tom Dadswell's gotten in. You can see that is taking place right now. No, sorry. The silver Adam Watson, I think, got in. That's the 4th place car we're just looking at. The Dadswell's gotten in. And they are going now. Of course, a lap ago, we had the leader pit. Adam State stayed in. Kimura Racing are going to have to pit relatively soon, but they have gotten past Samsoid Kanan Esports. So the Mercedes got around the Ferrari some way, somehow. probably on the brakes somewhere based on what we saw, because we rode on board and we did get an idea for where one team was strong, where the other one was. Like you said, slower corners, traction, mid-corner speed a bit better for the Ferrari. The Mercedes looked very, very planted braking into some of the corners.
Yeah, I think on the mid-high speed corners, the Mercedes might have an upper edge because the grunt that the V8 in the front of the car kind of has. But like I said before, the car does struggle a little bit in terms of finding the traction outside. For example, here Brooklands in Lowfield, you kind of have to keep it more straight line than initially expected, and I think there was a blinking of the headlights coming from the Mercedes around the GT4 Mercedes.
So can Zach Rattray-White strike back for Samsung Canaan Esports Ferrari? We're seeing where that Ferrari is quicker through some of these spots here, but Menderes should be able to defend well on the brakes into most of the corners. Seeing Maggots, Beckett's, Chappell, but with the shoe on the other foot. Now the Ferrari pursuing the Mercedes onto Hanger Straight and down towards Stowe.
No, and you can see the Ferrari actually had a better line around the Chapel line, but it's not going to have the room to work with David coming around Stowe. So for some reason, the grunt of the Mercedes just keeping him alive for the time being. So good battle, but a good offensive effort from Menderes right on.
I was once told by someone who should know that if you take all the restrictors out of the Mercedes AMG GT3 engine and you put it on an engine dyno, it's 850 horsepower.
Really?
Yeah, so that will be interesting. Plenty of traffic here. You saw a good exit off the final corner, good run down the pit straight for Zach Rattray-White. Now he's doing the right thing in the traffic. He's saying, whichever way you go, I'm going to go somewhere else. So if you get balked by the traffic, I'll have a clean run to pass you. There's no point me just playing follow the leader, and it's going to happen again here. Onto the Wellington straight. Rattray-White takes a different line. Almost gives an opportunity to look 3 wide down the inside at the end of the Wellington straight. Doesn't happen, and now they've got to work their way through a little bit more of the traffic. 24th in place is TSR, I think. Is that the number 21 car, or is that Ram Ranch Racing?
Ram Ranch.
How come that's not car number 18? How come they're not driving an all-black Ford Raptor truck? Lots more traffic here, more GT4 headlight flashing. They must have that button sticky taped down in the number 50, and this traffic has, I sounded Kiwi for a second there, not been especially kind to Samsung Canaan Esports. They've still got a lapped car between themselves and 5th place that they thought they were going to be able to hunt down. Good exit off Chapel. Still more traffic for 5th place as well, Kimura Racing. I think Mert Menderes has about 3 more laps before that now 5th place Mercedes will need to pit though.
Just heart-stopping moments for everybody right there around the track, and the headlights blinking actually came from the GT4 leader, Daniel Sajley, around Cops. Didn't probably appreciate the move done by the Mercedes from Menderes around the corner.
Menderes got a bad run off the exit curb there, nearly rode the sausage, and it's cost him onto the pit straight. Zach Rattray-White right back in position to fight for this. Again, more traffic. Mercedes looking down the inside. Ferrari thinking, I guess I'll fit down the inside of the 4-litre Aston Martin Vantage AMG GT4. Not AMG, AMR.
But I think more importantly...
dramas for 3rd in this class as well. Adam Watson has only been on the track 3 laps, and that car is back on pit lane, the number 19. And it's not for a black flag, it's for something else. So the GT3 Silver Lamborghini was in 3rd for Adam Watson, and after just 3 laps into this stint, they have hit pit lane again. Maybe there was a black flag. It might look like it served a drive-through.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if anybody from Altitude would like to answer this question for us. 6 seconds, I think, is enough for you to take the stop and go. but you have to uncheck every single option of, you know, fuel and tires, and that would be enough for you to stay in the stall and just come back into the track.
Car stays in third place though. The battle is for fourth as well at the moment in class. So we're seeing Kimura now in fourth. Samsoid are in fifth, but the Altitude Esports number 38, their Audi, it's now here. It's the third car you see in line. They stopped 2 laps ago. Tom Dadswell's been going about a second a lap quicker than the battle between Kimura and Samsoid. Kimura hit the pit lane, so Samsoid Kanan Esports about to go to 5th. Altitude Esports Audi about to go back through into 5th here as well. On board with Dadswell in the Altitude Audi. It's the highest you've ever been. You ever climbed Everest?
Yeah, that's the closest they probably will get. Not gonna complain about that. Just gone through the team heap together car. And sun is shining, by the way, David. We can see that on the horizon.
Yeah, I do see a little bit of light
At the end of the tunnel.
An itty bitty. Well, it's got to shine through the clouds first as well, which is perennially a problem in this part of the world. That not only does it need to be daylight hours, but there needs to be no cloud, and those two things never coincide in the UK. But we have a chance of it being slightly less dark, cold, damp, miserable. And Altitude Esports trying to cut their way through the traffic. There is hope though.
That's well lost a full second. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's say we were on board, right? Where did they lose 7 seconds on the last lap? Was I not paying attention?
I think managing this kind of traffic around the Maggots and Backets. I think that you know, on the trying to be safe and everything, just made them lose about a full second. And also, I think the tires might have cooled down a little bit, so it takes a little while for them to grip up. Specifically, the fact that also the track is not at its hottest, so it might take a while than normal.
Fifth at the moment for this Altitude Esports car. Ferrari just up the road from us. Kimura stopped and rejoined in 6th, and they're a couple of seconds ahead of 11 tenths Racing Team. In GT4, SOP Esports Racing are 1.6 seconds away from the lead that Olympus Esports Titan have at the moment, after whatever the dramas were for Olympus Esports Titan earlier. It looks like Daniel Sedgley has managed to stabilize the ship just a little bit. They've still got work to do as far as the strategy goes. They need to extend the lead further than this still, but not all hope is lost for Olympus Esports Titan.
No, because I think remove the traffic and all, I think the cars are very well matched in terms of pace. Maybe with a slight upside to Cairns, a few laps here and there that's allowing the Mercedes to come closer and closer towards the Porsche of Olympus. But it's like marginal gains, but every gain you can get, especially having to handle traffic and all, it's a victory in their books.
And then you can see on the column, but also at timing.RaceSpotTV, that the gap between third and fourth in this class has opened up a little bit as well, with DCW in third, isn't it? Getting ahead of BPR Esports. Get it from being within about a second of each other to opening it out to 4 or 5 seconds at the moment.
Oh, hold up. Who's stopped at the exit of club into the start-finish line?
Is it Kimura Racing?
I would be surprised if it is.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's a damaged Audi, so that could do it for sure. TSR. Thomas Parker, number 26. It is the Thomas Parker driven number 26. 26th in class at the moment as well. And missing... Is it missing a rear wing or is it just dark?
No, it's just dark. It's just dark. I thought as well. I'm not gonna... It played eye tricks as well on me. Don't worry, David, you're not the only one.
Boop. Too much apex curb. Too much sausage. And so there was already damage on the rear of the car. That's not really done. The nose has had a little bit of a boot. Back at GT4, gap down underneath 1 second. You can see Altitude Lamborghini getting around the GT4 leader. Oh, and you don't like that, do you? As a GT4, just squeezing their way in late, the AMG GT3, and compromises your entry into this complex of corners, compromises you the whole way through, costs you a little bit of time. Such is how it is.
That's just not nice at all. That's like bullying levels coming from the Mercedes GT3 right there.
There's a advertising hoarding over the track there just earlier for Aggregate Industries, and I'm sure they do great work. But if you do need to make bulk batches of concrete, you absolutely should look up Haynes Aggregates. No relation, don't know him, but what a great name.
Do you approve that message?
So they could be horrible people with horrible business practices, but because I don't know, I can guilt-free recommend them.
So if David approves that message, I approve that message as well.
Sweet. Couple more cars on pit lane. Team Radline, number 69, Stephen Place, hitting the lane. TSR are on the lane after we saw the spin that they had. Maybe did sustain a bit more damage than we initially thought, because it's only 2 laps into the stint, and TSR have hit lane. And maybe the contact and the spin gave them a black flag, gave them incident points, because they are probably on the lane actually to serve the drive-through from the black flag related to that. I think at a minimum you'd get 2 incident points from loss of control.
Yes.
And it could end up being 4 based on the contact with the concrete.
I don't think you can get 4x making a bang a contact with the wall, just like they did. I think that would be more like for loss of control. So, it's still nevertheless unfortunate.
Thomas Parker has served a drive through, and he remains 26th position in GT3.
too many battles beside this one that is actually transpiring around the track right now, if you think about it, David.
It was all happening in GT3 for a bit there, but we've had a couple of stops. Some of that will probably reunite. So we've had a drive-through or two.
It's been calm, very calm in the steward's room as well. Not seeing anything being reported, which is a good thing. Keep it that way.
Yeah, let's go. Let's jinx it. It's currently, what, 5:30 a.m. in Sim, and I think the last protest was like 2 hours ago.
I gotta be, in that note, I gotta be careful what I'm wished for, because I did 3 hours in Nivra earlier on, and I got the luck of seeing a race where the yellow flag came twice within the first 15 laps of the race.
I have no shame in what I've said.
No, it's like, don't get me wrong, we always like some drama to brew around the track. It's just, I don't know, can I say my PTSD is kicking in of sorts, of seeing yellow flags and incidents around a racetrack? Might be kicking in, I don't know.
A little bit of own class traffic happening here. .376 Triple S Racing. Team Muriton.
That gap's gonna come down by a bit because of the Cayman having to check up slightly on the leader of the race. That was Adam State going around both of them right now.
Now, seeing that, yeah, the GT4 stints are very commonly sort of 30 laps, 31 laps, sometimes a tiny bit longer. And that's laps at their own speed, a sort of 2 minutes 10. So, maybe not quite like that. I guess I'm saying that I think Olympus Esports Titan, the race leader, aren't too far away from their next stop, and that might help SOP Esports, give them a little breath of life.
Yeah,
Entry's just there, and no one of any of these cars is going there this time.
No, I would say they're roughly about 10 laps away. 20th lap completed for the Olympus car. Oh, got very close to Olympus. They had to check up right there.
Didn't get the space they thought, as the GT3 had them squeezed against the GT4 that they were trying to lap, and there was only 2 car widths there, and they wanted 3 car widths. Brings the lead gap down to 3/10 as your GT4 leaders, Olympus Esports Titan, sort of get put into a tough spot by the GT3 that was lapping them. Didn't allow them to quickly get around the GT4 that they knew they were significantly quicker than. Brings Samuel Cairns and SOP Esports Racing Team right back into this. the full name that's too long for the graphics. It's SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta.
That was to close the comfort around comps between the 626 and the number 11 car.
Certainly was. I don't think there was any way Cairns was going to back out of that one, trying to follow the race leader through, and you get to sort of 2 tenths, 3 tenths back and say whatever line they can take, I can take. If they're getting past you, I'm going through as well. And you try to prevent any GT3 car from slotting in between you. You say you either got to wait past both of us on the straight or don't. So you get close enough, you start being able to dictate your own terms through the traffic.
It's kind of like saying it's my way or the highway of sorts, if you think about it.
Like magnets, once we get this close, there's no way of tearing us apart. That's what you're trying to do. So it's back out to 6 tenths now, though. 5 and a little bit.
The Porsche looks like it has much more grip around the low speed around the corners than the Mercedes does. The Mercedes catch up on the straights, but coming around all corners, except maybe for Brooklands, where the grunt of the Mercedes can make up a little bit coming into the braking. Other than that, the Porsche just has that natural grip and breaks away from the number 11 Mercedes from the SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta car.
So weather report, it is partly cloudy, 5:40 AM, 20 degrees on track. And we are just starting to break through into a little bit more morning light, approaching 6 hours to go in ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. Take a look at that. Simply gorgeous.
There you go, David. The humidity, though, I thought it would be much higher, 70%, just on the track, which is good for the cars. So no complaints out over there.
I was about to ask, do you reckon SOP are happy with this? But I think the pictures speak for themselves.
They say a picture speaks louder than words, doesn't it?
Leadpool Racing broke that golden rule we were talking about before, sort of getting in the way of SOP when they weren't yet able to steam past in the straight line. The GT3 cars, sure, they're quite a bit quicker through the corners, but they are also quicker in the straight line than the GT4 cars. So if they do wait, they'll still be able to get past on any of the long straights like the Pit Straight, Wellington Straight, Hangar Straight, etc. Even the old Pit Straight. Getting pretty exciting here within a car length. That Porsche just getting on the power nicely through the straights, punching a small hole in the air, running on, creating problems, and not easy to pass for the Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, but as close as it ever been.
down the hangar straight. I'm keeping an eye on the straight line speeds. First in GT4, hitting 230 k's an hour or so. In the slipstream, SOP able to get to about 232, 233, and you see how close they are through Stowe right now. Towards Vale and Club. How about a sneaky late look down the inside, outbraking the Porsche around the outside to the inside of Club, trying to hold on to the race lead. Now you need to get a good run onto the pit straight to try to take away the lead in GT4. A bit of side-by-side racing, a little bit of a slide onto the pit straight for Samuel Cairns, and he is trying everything to take that GT4 lead away, but it's just not quite firmly in his grasp yet.
No, it's not. I think he's going to take an extra commitment, especially, I would say, around the hangar straight, because I don't think he's going to be able to do that overtake here at around the loop, going to Aintree and then the Wellington straight. The Porsche just naturally grips around the corner. It is planted on the ground, while the Mercedes, I think, is trying to find some grip, especially to the low-end corners, where you would think the grunt of the Mercedes would work wonders, but they have to get now checked up by the RD SimSport. There you go.
1. I was really expecting it.
No, they actually flashed the lights before.
Okay, it's tough to tell because not the whole element of the headlights flashes.
Yeah. It's tougher position as well, by the way, between RD and the number 10. No, it's not. It's not.
But Team Loose Spurwing are 9th in GT3, and because they're a GT3 car, their race is far, far more important than a sub 1 second battle for the lead in GT4.
Always.
Michael Johnson, 45, driving the Mercedes AMG that passes our GT4 lead battle there. That's one of the larger numbers of iRacing names that I've seen. It's Team Huge Ass, we've got... I forget what number our Kyle Smith is, but he's like Kyle Smith 30 or something.
That's nice. It's kind of like I was trying to remember which name I was seeing these past months. I think it was like kind of like a Josh Smith or something like that. One of these like more generic. I'm not gonna say generic English names, but I think it was looking up to the point there was like 45 something or 50 something Josh Smith or something like that when I was looking it up at stuff.
Have a look. David Haynes. There's only 2, and I'm number 1.
Oh, I know there's only one Lorenzo Bonder, therefore I am comfortable.
Is your iRacing account Lorenzo Bonda, or is it just 2 names?
Just 2 names.
Just 2 names, okay.
I do have a Smurf account that I never raced on. I think it's Lorenzo Fiore, which is my middle name.
Well, it's close once again amongst the GT4s. A bit of a defensive line into Maggots and Beckett's from your race leader, Daniel Sedgley, driving for Olympus Esports Titan at the moment, trying to hold off Samuel Cairns and SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta. Magenta, it is. They've got some GT3 traffic bearing down on them, and that's what makes battling for the lead in GT4 so tough. There are 30 other GT3 cars out there. They are lapping you at a rate of a couple of them every lap. Defensive line narrow on the way into Stowe from the race leader. Cairns will try to open it up a little bit, if you'll forgive the pun, and then make another dive to the inside. No, faking that move, trying to upset Daniel Sedgley into a bad run onto the pit straight this time around.
Yeah, but the good thing is Sedgley didn't budge in both cases, and they actually did cleaner lines on both occasions if you think about it.
You want to hear something great?
Go ahead, I'm always up for it.
Oh, I got a half-gallon thermos of tea that I made earlier, and it's still warm. So I'm past making one massive cup of tea before commentary, and I've moved into make a whole insulated pot of it.
Nice. I need to buy myself a pot of tea now thinking about it, since I have a lot of tea inside my home.
Favorite type of tea, because I think in the morning I just want breakfast tea, and then by about midday I'm thinking a cup of green tea would go well, but by early afternoon I'm going get me some of that vanilla chai.
I normally during the afternoon I go for like mint tea or like a chamomile as well, either or.
This is going to get exciting as the GT3s once again cut their way through the GT4 lead. Olympus Esports Titan have their nose taken off them a little bit there by the Lamborghini, now trying to open up the run onto the hangar straight once again. Samuel Cairns just trying to get more speed onto the straight here. They got another GT4 car to lap. Happens rarely that GT4s are the traffic for our GT4 leader. It's the GT3s causing them the most havoc. But when you've got to lap someone from your own class, it can be more difficult than the other classes, just because there isn't giant speed differences in the places that you'd want it, and not happy, not being given the full line, the full width of the circuit. Samuel Cairns leans door to door there.
And nearly got pin maneuver by the Triple Blade 420 car. Similar to what also happened to them as well, the Triple Blade car with one of the GT3s around Chapel. Scruffy, but everybody survives at the end of things. But once again, another heart-stopping moment for all drivers involved. Oh, Sedgley? I thought they had some connection issues, but that was just on me.
Well, unless they all live together sharing bunk beds. It was Brett Widner who had the connection problems in that car last time around.
On the 50, you mean?
Yes.
Is there more than more than two drivers in that car? I know I've seen. I know they register more than two. Like they register two drivers.
Oh, sorry, I've got it. I think I might have that wrong. I was thinking about the GT3 race leader, maybe. No, I think this is just the two drivers. Sorry, for the 50, which is Sedgley and Sophia Ridpath.
Yep. But nevertheless, two drivers only taking a 24-hour race. It's a courageous effort. I'm not gonna lie. Especially around Silverstone, you know, it's a track that demands, attention and body and everything.
Another just little look into Stowe from second place, Samuel Cairns in SOP Esports. A little bit of traffic again for them, defending the inside into Vale. GT3 goes round the outside. How is Ram Ranch going to play into this? The headlight flashes, gets one more go from the number 11. That button, oof, how many presses is it rated for? There's another one.
How many per button presses do you want? Yes.
Oh,
again.
Yep, there it is. Can we get one more? Can I get one more? But true, the 42 to dive in there, totally miss the apex, make contact in the GT4 lead battle. It does show a lack of respect, to be honest, when you are... Where in class? 142?
That was the DCW car. I think that is in P19 in class. Either P19 or P13 in class. It depends which car it is. Somehow the gap is still under a second, impressively though.
So, we said been a long time since the last penalty. There has been one for Altitude Silver, which is the Lamborghini, I think. Contact that they made with TSR. How about another flash of the headlights from number 11, as they've got a GT3 stuck between them and their race leader. How about one more flash of the headlights from number 11? If you're keeping track at home, remember to have plenty of pages to keep your markings.
Just don't stop until you get enough, basically.
Don't stop till you get enough, correct. Altitude Esports Silver are on pit lane now, and I suspect that is to serve the penalty. They have a black flag out for them. So what does that do for the top three in GT3? I think that car, the Altitude Esports Lamborghini, far enough ahead of 4th place that a 23-second drive through doesn't do them a whole lot of harm. They remain in 3rd place.
I think they just lost about 16 laps total. Oh, sorry, not 16 laps, 60 seconds total from entry to exit of the pit lane.
It is a very silly pit lane here. In cars like GT3s, like you say, the cone-to-cone time of a drive-through penalty is 23 seconds, but the actual time lost is only about 16 because you cut out, the final 3 corners, basically. In Formula Vs, the pit lane can be quicker than staying out on track.
Really? I think the factor is we can blame the fact that it is 80 kilometers due to the F1 regulations. So nothing much you can do there.
Which is quicker, like for a lap through the pit lane or on the racetrack? Then the second one is, which is quicker to where the checkered flag is, through the pit lane or around the final 3 corners? And that is where you can or could, say, gain positions by taking the pit entry on the final lap. 26th, 27th in GT3, Audi versus Lamborghini, TSR versus Quartermass Motorsports. TSR have served a couple of drive-throughs for the stints. Quartermass are going to pit anyway, so the Audi of TSR get the spot. And now Quartermass go through the pit entry. They get back ahead. And where do they actually lose the spot? Back again, about now. So you can see that where the start-finish line is, the pit entry can be a bit quicker.
Yeah, by I would say 1 second quicker, depending on circumstances on your normal lap or your fastest lap. Interesting name though, Ben Bennyworth, Ben in the track.
You got to get your Ben's worth.
Precisely.
And the Lamborghini gets new tyres, and it's just waiting on the fuel at the moment. All stops in GT3 are sort of looking at the moment between sort of 41 to 43 seconds. And on you go. Quartermass Motorsports Lamborghini, 43 seconds there. Okay, Lorenzo, you got pen and paper?
I can grab one. What's up? Give me.
I was just hoping we could keep a tally of headlight flashes. Now we're back to SOP Esports Racing within half a second of the GT4 race lead, but still unable to get around Olympus Esports.
Oh, if you want to call it that, I think ever since we started watching this battle appropriately, I might have seen about 15 flashes of the headlights.
Well, here comes a Lamborghini GT3. It's third place, Altitude Esports Silver. Yes, it is. Adam Watson. So how patient is Adam Watson going to be? He's going to try to go over under here, let the GT4 have the race line, and because of that, he doesn't get headlight flashed. Now, significantly outbrakes the Porsche leading GT4, who doesn't flash headlights at him. We've managed to successfully avoid any headlight flashing this time around.
Fortunately, unfortunately.
I don't cast judgment, I just call the plays, Lorenzo.
It's kind of like it's the same thing of you'd say don't blame the player, blame the game.
Sometimes that's a way of looking at things. Not sure that Williams Esports quite got given that treatment earlier in the year, but...
Ooh. Oh, yeah. This is a route. That's a very dangerous route you're taking right now.
So what are we going to get here? We're going to get the GT4 race leader pitting in. And now it's important for Samuel Cairns and SOP Esports to try to put in some good laps right now, try to get an overcut, but it's not happening right now as they're stuck behind the 490 Aztec Racing GT4. Callum Jenkins driving that one at the moment to the inside of turn 1. Samuel Cairns will get through, but for Olympus Esports Titan, we've talked about only 2 drivers at the moment for that GT4 car. Daniel Sedgley looks like he's staying in the 50. Now, if this is a session that doesn't require you to declare your drivers ahead of time, it is still possible, potentially, for another driver to join and appear on the lineup of Olympus Esports Titan, depending on how this hosted session is configured.
Can you configure nowadays to
if you host a team league, team or league, multiple driver session, you get to choose, do the teams have to declare their drivers beforehand or not? So basically like the new or old system for iRacing special events.
Alright, I honestly did not know that, to be very honest with you.
So of course for iRacing special events for a while now you've had to declare your driver lineup at registration, and then for all of those declared drivers the minimum drive time rule exists, so you can't put a driver on your lineup and then have them not race, and you can't have someone who wasn't on your driver lineup then join and race. But for hosted sessions, league sessions, privately managed sessions, the series admin still gets to decide how strict they want it to be. From the lead of GT4, having made that pit stop, Olympus Esports Titan back into third place. So BPR Esports go up into second. And now would be a good time, I guess, to just keep an eye on the lap speed differences this car versus SOP Esports, because if they were being held back and couldn't pass but had more speed, now's a great opportunity for Samuel Cairns to show it, if he's got it.
Yeah, but I think the first lap already wasn't the best lap around it because he had the 490 of Aztec in the way, so that wasn't the ideal first lap with free reins of the number 50 around you. So let's see what's gonna happen in the next few laps, as now Adam Holloway on the number 81 car is actually doing their pit stop in BPR.
Yep, correct, they are. So the 81 in, you definitely expect Daniel Sedgley to then go back into second place. The interval on screen is from third to second, whereas it's the interval from third to first that is of most importance right now in GT4, as you've got this juncture in the strategy where Samuel Cairns going longer, has a chance to do an overcut. Daniel Sedgley here needing to be pretty quick out of the gate. With those new tyres, sometimes they can be tough to warm up on GT4 cars, that's my experience.
I think they do take, what, about 6 laps to be within the proper tire pressure, and then you can actually have a proper race going.
Now you can watch the interval between the car we're on board with and the race lead and see that I think this is a golden opportunity for Cairns and SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta in their Mercedes AMG GT4 to just work out a little bit of a lead here. And they weren't able to make the pass on track, but gosh, it was almost more than half an hour that they were just there behind, unable to pass.
Yeah, which is crazy to think about, as the SOP car stays for one more lap. It's going to be basically 31 laps on the fuel gauge for the Mercedes.
So in GT3, the battles come and the battles go. I think the battles have come back now. Looking at the timing screen, and you can go to timing.RaceSpotTV for live timing. Follow your friends, your teammates, whoever. Keep up to date with all of it. George Daniel in the 89 Motorsports is in 15th place, hunting Luke Maxwell in the Team Radline car. That's 14th place. The Lamborghini you see just ahead of you. Hint of traffic, good run through the twisty technical section for 89 Motorsports. Their Ferrari emerges with good speed onto the hangar straight. Ferrari versus Lamborghini. They haven't made a Hollywood film about it just yet, but the historic rivalry between the two owners deserves a movie, I reckon. It's not in the new Adam Driver film, is it?
Hold up, I spaced out a little bit. Who's hot rivalry?
Okay, so the Lamborghini guy was like, "Hey, Enzo Ferrari, this is a nice car, but the gearbox sucks." And Enzo Ferrari was like, "What do you know about a racing car gearbox? You make tractors." And then the Lamborghini guy was like, "I'm Italian and passionate, and you have like mortally wounded my ego. I'm gonna make sports cars now. Curse you, Enzo Ferrari."
Oh, you're talking about the Ferruccio Lamborghini to Enzo Ferrari rivalry. Yeah, there has been a movie about that.
Has there?
Yes, there has been. It came out, I think, last year, if I remember correctly, or even this year with. Oh, never mind. The George Daniel having a little bit of a wiggly moment around Brooklands, but that was with one of the guys that did Captain America, the Winter Soldier movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so Ford vs Ferrari was 2019. The movie that's just come out or coming out now, called Ferrari, is set in 1957 with Adam Driver playing Enzo Ferrari. But yeah, last year, the film's called Lamborghini, the Man Behind the Legend. It's It's a 2022 American biographical drama film written and directed by Robert Moresco and starring Frank Grillo.
Yeah, which he played. If you're a movie aficionado, he played the villain, one of the villains in the Winter Soldier movie, in the Marvel Captain America, and also he did what is that movie series, that The Purge?
I really don't watch that many films. In fact, I think in the last 8 years, I've been to the cinema twice, and I can tell you the 2 films I watched were Cars 3 and Ford vs. Ferrari.
Good choices. I'm not going to complain about that, especially Cars 3.
Oh, baby, they're back! The GT4 lead battle on the outlap right now. Samuel Cairns still driving the SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta AMG. Behind him, Olympus Esports Titan. In front of him, Olympus Esports Vanguard. So he is sandwiched in the Olympus, but running 3 laps longer has kept SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta and Samuel Cairns in the race lead in GT4, but now they've got to navigate potentially cold tyres on the outlap here, while Sedgley has had 3.5 laps to warm them up, 1.3 seconds for the race lead. Don't get confused because you're seeing double Olympus Porsche right now.
Yeah,
Reckon he's flashing his headlights?
Please. We're at the 16 total.
Another nasty bit of traffic, but not a hint of headlight flashing from Daniel Sedgley. In second place, 1.4 seconds off the lead. Now catching his own teammate, you're hoping is going to let you through pretty easily. Tell Checo he's a legend.
Oh! Red line nearly having a moment in the wall.
So a couple of cars now, GT3 cars between second place and the leader GT4. Just 2 of them now. Samuel Cairns is hoping it gives him time to warm the new tyres up on his GT4 car. This is looking forward from second place. You can see the race leader now in the morning sun. Visibility improving minute by minute by minute. Now 12 past 6 in sim time. It's 5:58 in the UK, so we're pretty close.
I'm just looking over here. It's nearly 6 a.m. over here in Portugal as well, so I don't see the sun coming out. But it will come out eventually. It has to.
Ferrari of 89 Motorsport looking like it's making a couple moves here, and it's RD SimSport, the 555 is the key rival. Oh, they're making the traction control do some work there.
Good to know the traction controllers work for something and the electronics work around the cars.
So it's the Lamborghini in front of the Audi that they're battling for position here. So they're trying to put a lap on the Audi that you see on the hangar straight and then catch up to the Lamborghini. Lamborghini, Audi, Ferrari battling it out here in the GT3 class of ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Sun rising over greatest Grand Prix track that I think the UK has to offer or ever has had to offer. And now there's nothing in between them. The Audi clearing out side by side, 13th, 14th, 15th here, going around the outside. 89 Motorsports then have the inside against the Lamborghini of RD SimSport, and they take the spot away. No dramas with traction right here. Meanwhile, Team Radline, they're going to have a run at it too here. Luke Maxwell in the yellow Lamborghini. going to work his way through. Good run from Luke Maxwell, Team Radline. He might be up for making a couple of spots in a couple of laps here, not able to get down the inside on RD Simsport. Or the old pit straight where the pit building still gets used for support categories and such. It's almost the top of the hour here with 3/4 of the race done, 1/4 still to go. Sun rising on the final 6 hours of the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. To stay with RaceSpot coverage on YouTube, click over to the final segment. We'll also put it in the YouTube chat here. Stay with us on RaceSpotTV. David Haynes here with Lorenzo Bonda as we bring you the final 6 hours of ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. Click to part 4 now.